Oh shit, I forgot again. God damn it. The damn intro. Nothing wrong with being. Let me.
Let's go! Let's go. That's how you start the show of Good Day, everyone. Shout out to the beautiful bomb cherry juice. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? You know how we like to start the show. When I say good day to you, say it back. Because I can feel that great productive energy. How are we doing today? Got my girl up. She's still awake. What's up, luxury bucket list? Good day to you. It's a wild Wednesday, and we're going to have a good time like we always do at this time. We're going to have a good time. We're going to get you through your day. We're going to get you out through your day. Y'all going to get me through mine, and we're going to enjoy ourselves. We're going to scream at each other. We're going to laugh. We might even cry. We don't know. We're going to talk some ish. Because, you know, someday, good day, Southern Charm. Vaughn says she's ready to she's about to start sewing and getting things good. Yeah. Shout out to that. Man, last night was interesting. Last night was interesting. There was some things going on out here in these YouTube streets. Clearly, no captivity. He did his thing. He had a young lady by the name of Fanny. She was up on a platform, I'm assuming, dropping the tea, talking her talk. Yeah. And clearly, Corey Holcomb is not letting up as of yet. And I want to have a good time too. Shit, they troll me. I want to troll too. Can't you see what I go through? Shit. Corey Holcomb feels like, you know, it's a whole team, an industry, a machine going after him. He feels like it's a group of people going after him. He feels like he is targeted. I don't know. It's a possibility. But why would be the real example? Like, why is it there? What did you do? But he feel like he's just that powerful. His name is ringing that many bells that people are coming after him because he's just speaking the truth, how he see it. Interesting take. But we are going to review it together. I ain't going to put it because y'all be trying to say I be lying. I be telling stories. I be exaggerating. Ain't no exaggeration. Good day to you, Natasha. How you doing? So we're just going to see what he said. We're going to try to, hopefully he says something funny this time. Maybe we'll find something funny this time. Because you know we all love a good roast. We all love a good roast. So hopefully we can see these roasting skills that everybody keeps telling us. Pumps in the dump, pumps in the butt, pumps in the bump. Woo, I'm starting to get there. What up, Lee? I'm surprised Lee didn't say, I got the clips. All right, so let's get to it. Let me find it. All right, let's go. Let's see what is still going on. Does the saga continues? I enjoy nonsense. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie to you. I enjoy nonsense. I enjoy politics. I enjoy relationships. I enjoy it all. And you know, on a Wild Out Wednesdays, we get to have it all. We like to smoke, we like everything, goddamn it. We are real human beings here. We are not people trying to act as if we don't like wildness as well as goodness. We like it both. We like both of them. We ain't no goody two-shoe show. We like a little ghetto-ness sprinkled on with our common sense. You feel me? Let's see what Corey told. Let's see what this wild man talking about. All right.
There are
What?
It's this one African scammer.
Who's that? Yeah, he start off hot. He start off hot. Hold on. Why he start off so hot? God damn. Somebody tell me who's the African scammer. Do we know who that is? How you start off that hot? God damn. This is the beginning of the show, too, y'all. This is not like me searching down through the show. No, this is the beginning of the show. This is the opening, the first 5 minutes. Who's the African scammer, though? God damn. That's how you start off?
Okie dokie. That's what we'll call him. Okie dokie Jackson. It's this one African scammer. Okie dokie. That's what we'll call him. Okie dokie Jackson. This man has made so many videos with my name and likeness on it and got the nerve to talk crazy about me. This man said, I need to tell my lawyer what. I was like, he telling law now? This is a motherfucker who couldn't hang with the streets out here in motherfucking California. So he moved back to a place where you only need 2 haircuts a year.
That was kind of funny. You moved to a place that only need 2. Yeah. He called them bomb. He called them Okie Dokie Jackson. Because clearly he's on the same train as, you know, the other people that's in the bigger places. They don't want to say no names. So he's going to give him he's going to talk. We know what he's talking about. All right. Okie Dokie Jackson that moved to Africa that only need 2 haircuts a year because he couldn't maintain in California, because I believe O'Shea Duke Jackson is from the West Coast. Damn, who got people running around with handicap tags? That's crazy. Yeah. We about to find out. We're gonna see why he feels like so far what it seems like he feels as if O'Shea is making so much money off his name by putting out so many videos with his name and his likeness, and clearly he doesn't think O'Shea's put him out there in a good likeness. And now he's talking about the lawyer situation. I don't know what law advice O'Shea gave to Corey Holcomb, but clearly Corey didn't like it. I want some too, Bomb. I want some too.
This motherfucker wear my gear for street cred, but act like he doing me a favor.
Oh shit! What you mean? You saying that he bought? That's kind of crazy. So you saying that he bought some of your clothes and he's wearing it for street cred? Grown men are still looking for street cred? That's crazy talk. No, Cloud House. He is talking about O'Shea Duke Jackson right now. He said Okie Dokie Jackson. I don't believe TLA is buying any 5150 clothes. Cloud House. Follow the goddamn words that the man is using. Damn it. Shit.
Talking super crazy like he is a lawyer. You all gonna see.
What we gonna see?
Leading a nigga ass law. We had him up.
Now I see why you said Clubhouse. Jabba came right at the right time. What do you mean, leading the ass lawyer? Attorney. Jabba, what are he talking about? I thought he was supportive of Corey Holcomb as well. My bad, Clubhouse. You was correct. I didn't watch it yet, Clubhouse. Clearly, Clubhouse knew. Leading the who? And the what kind of attorney? Jabba, you know this man? I just want to know. Good day, Corinne. How you doing?
See. Leading a nigga ass law.
Wow.
We had him up here and we all went to get something to eat.
Damn.
Leading a nigga ass law be talking mad shit and lying.
Nah. All right, so what is going on? He said he had him up there, so I guess maybe we need to go find that show and maybe do a review on what they had a conversation about. I don't know what is going on. What up, Jabba? And he said they even went out to eat. So I don't know why he's so upset at lead. Do anybody understands why upset at the lead attorney? And I wonder if the father of this space is going to do anything about it. Because, you know, it is one content creator that claims that he created this whole atmosphere. I wonder if he's going to defend this space.
Because I don't normally watch, but I keep seeing stuff. So I'm like, let me see what this is. And when I saw it today, he didn't do it on his YouTube. This is bait. They think I'm smart enough to say their name. I mean, they think I'm dumb enough to say their name. Everybody know who we talking about. Leading a nigga ass law is part of the crew to come at a nigga. Yeah. Y'all was with me the whole time we saw him. Did we do anything to that man? I thought we showed him love.
Right. Yeah.
Man, this motherfucker lying like a motherfucker on the internet. This motherfucker telling people, so I called Corey's lawyer and I told Corey's lawyer that Corey said I could talk to you. I'm like, man, what is wrong with
You're welcome, Lee. What is going on? This is how lead attorney talk. Nah. This is how lead attorney talks. This is how. Why he saying that, man? Jabba, do we know for a fact that the lead attorney is a part of the LGBT community? Why he trying to make this man so goddamn sassy? I don't know or heard of lead attorney being sassy, or is he? I don't know. I don't watch it. So Bomb saying Lee and Pearl is with Anton. And so people in the chat saying that the lead attorney and O'Shea is actually communicating more towards Corey's side of things. Jabba, what Atlanta got to do with it? All right, so we don't know 100%. Do the lead attorney got children? Do he have an ex-wife or a wife or anything like that? Do we know anything? Because this man is calling him all types of. Hey man, he said he had dinner with him, so maybe he has some insight that we don't have. But the way how he's trying to communicate, the way how the man talks, that is just insanity. But hey, I guess it's okay for He do have an ex-wife, no kids. Okay. Oh, damn, Bob. Yeah, so that's a very interesting point of view. Man. But what that say about Corey, he's able to act it out very well. Maybe that's why Anton was, doing sex play with him, because he see Corey acting very well. I don't know.
This man, why is this man lying?
I don't know.
I tell you what, though.
What?
Leading a nigga ass law.
Damn.
And
Who?
what's the
Who?
Tampon?
Oh shit.
Both of them told me they were very tight with Kevin Samuels. Now, I think
So what?
told me they were very tight with Kevin Samuels.
I don't know. What does that mean? What was he trying to insinuate? What is he trying to insinuate? All right.
Now, I think Kevin Samuels was one of the great philosophizers when it comes to talking to women in the
what?
history of the game.
What do you call them? A what?
When it comes. Now, I think Kevin Samuels was one of the great philosophizers when it comes to talking to women.
What is that word? What is?
Now, I think Kevin Samuels was one of the great philosophizers when it comes to talking to women.
Can somebody spell that word for me? Somebody spell it.
I think Kevin Samuels was one of the great philosophizers when it comes to talking to women in the history of the game.
What word is that? Can somebody look up that word? This is my first time hearing this word in my life. Can somebody please explain what is that? We gotta add that to the lexicon. What's up, Venus? We gotta add philosophizers. God damn it. We gotta watch out for Davey. We gotta watch out for Davey. I don't know what I did to Davey. I don't know what I did to Davey. Davey Dix, what have I done to you, sir? Damn it. What have I done? I don't got nothing to do with this right now. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I don't got nothing to do with this.
But I also thought he was moist, and I'm known for saying that. Man, these dudes in this moist army is after me. Leading a nigga ass law. Okie dokie Jackson. Tampon. They mad. When I saw leading a nigga ass law trying to act like we did something wrong by making the joke about the picture with Cool Mo D or whatever.
Oh, come on. Get that son. Come on. Rim Brothers. Rim Brothers. The moist army is right. Look at Shiesty. Man. That's crazy. Hey, I don't know. Maybe he got a point. I'm not sure. It's interesting to say the least. I don't know. Huh.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
I was like,
what you say?
This motherfucker is really doing this shit?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you something. Tampon's offspring has won all kinds of medals according to what Tampon said. This is not a nobody.
What the hell are you looking for? What are you looking for? Leave that child up out of this conversation. If he want to brag about his baby girl getting a goddamn medal, he can brag about it, but that doesn't mean she's a public figure just because he is expressing how talented his child is. doesn't mean that all of a sudden that makes her a public figure. What's wrong with this man? Now I understand why he's upset at the lead attorney in O'Shea, Duke Jackson, because I believe what they said is that this young lady is not a part of being a public figure. So he's upset because people are attempting to hold him accountable for crossing that line. Lines was crossed. You need to have some kind of better code ethics, sir. Regardless of him bragging about how talented his child is, winning medals and all those other things, it does not make her a public figure just because she is a talented medal earner in the Junior Olympics. Leave that young lady out of the conversation. What the F is wrong with him? Like, I don't understand why that's not understood. That should be understood. No matter what her accomplishments that her daddy is expressing and how proud of he is of her, it doesn't make her a public figure. It's crazy.
All kinds of medals, according to what Tampon said. This is not a nobody.
Who you looking for? I might need that.
Them motherfuckers try to say if you fuck with motherfucking people who not known. What was the word? Man, get the fuck out of here.
Figures.
Leading a nigga ass law, Tampon, Okie Dokie. Okie Dokie makes so many videos with my face, name, and likeness on it. It's finna come to an end. Enjoy it while you can. I've done things to put an end to it. To use Corey Holcomb's name and likeness like that, it's gonna cost you real soon.
Okay, so now he want to fight back with, hey, I guess now they playing the lawyer game. Now they want to play the lawyer game. So I guess he's gonna be like, if you try to pull up a Joe Budden situation, you try to, the way how I'm playing this, if I play Joe Budden like this, boom, immediately. Regardless if I'm adding to it or not, so I guess he's gonna play that game. What up, Uda? So I guess now he's gonna play that game, and now I don't know. Do we respect that? Because I thought you didn't care. I thought all promotion is good promotion. So now both of y'all are going to play the lawyer game. So now everybody's want to play the lawyer game. It's interesting to see. I thought you wanted to fight the machine. I thought the machine was against you, but now you want to be a part of the machine. Interesting. And this is what happens when people don't got no principles, codes, or morals to stand on. They just go with the wind. They just go whichever direction it goes. Now he want to play tit for tat. The very thing that he's against, now he's going to do himself. Interesting.
I never researched how to stop it because I didn't.
Another thing that I find interesting about, like, so now you want to be able to stop people from reviewing you in a negative light, but you okay with reviewing other people in a negative light. That is wild. That is, hypocrisy. In real time, that's hypocrisy. Man, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good look. We'll see. Time will tell.
Didn't care until I see these motherfuckers smiling with me, but then lying on me and acting like I don't know what I'm doing. Remember you said it. This motherfucker Okie Dokie said, TMZ did the same thing to Corey as Corey did to Tampon. I'm like, how? These motherfuckers said I had a gun. Had somebody at the airport ask me about a gun. So Okie Dokie Jackson leading a nigga ass law. And Tampon, hey, I'm gonna pull you out the bag. I'm gonna pull you out the bag. Y'all phony, dog. Y'all phony. And I ain't gonna lie and say I don't understand it. Because there's so many people out here want me to say their name.
That's right. We want you. That's right. Help your black brothers out. God damn it. Say, I was watching the Wildest Wake Up Show with Sharon Brayson. Say it. God damn it. It's okay. It's okay to help your brother out. I don't know what's up with that. I do find it interesting that our own brothers don't want to it's an interesting thing to hear and see at this point. You want to make sure we understand exactly who you're talking about and make sure we, you lead us into who the person is. We know without a doubt. Without a doubt, we can see people want to I don't even know. Let me let them. It's just weird that you don't want to say their names. You want to insinuate who they are, talk down about them, be disrespectful towards their name, but you don't want to actually say their name. You can describe them so we can know exactly who you talk to, but you don't want to help your own brothers out enough to where, hey, y'all all can make money because they're not the only ones making you making money off it as well. And to be honest, when you have things like the machine after you, TMZ, claiming that you have a weapon, it's going to affect you in your, I'm pretty sure it's going to affect you in your tours and or whatever it is that you're doing with your, when you get booked. Pretty sure that's going to slow down for a quick little minute. Y'all don't understand the definition of clout chasing, and it shows, and it's horrible to see that y'all don't understand the definition. You having a formidable, you going against somebody of words back and forth and exchanging different content creation. That's not necessarily clout chasing. They both are up there in the upper echelon. I ain't clout chasing. That's going against somebody. I think Voice of Venus, I think he's going to try to get maybe a copyright and strike team. Not a strike team, but when you view certain people's content, it gets taken down right away. I think he's going to do something of that kind of situation.
Boy, it's motherfuckers talking shit, like egging me on, like the type of shit where they test you, right. Where you be like, hey, fuck you, motherfucker. I ain't finna say y'all names. Swim in the underground and drown, you trash motherfuckers.
God damn. Now, who's he talking about there? Who are you talking about? Because I could swim, god damn it. You ain't gonna be talking about my little bit of swim with me and my 100 people that be watching. We be enjoying ourselves. God damn it. Okay, Corey, we be enjoying ourselves. We be trying to ish on us over here, us little people who yeah. Venus, he ain't gonna be ishing on us little people, god damn it. Hey, let's show these big name people that we got power to. Let me see where we at with the goddamn likes. Show them that we got power to. Show them that we can get to 100 likes in the first few minutes. We don't need no clout. Damn. I only got 30 likes. Y'all proving him right. Y'all don't even care about the clout. Y'all do anything for clout. Y'all don't care about us small content creators that's swimming in the underground. Y'all swimming with us. Yeah. Y'all don't care about us. He said he don't care about us small content creators that's swimming in the underground. God damn it. Shit, don't let them win. God damn it.
Swim in the underground and drown.
God damn.
TMZ made a campaign to destroy my name, and I done lost a lot of gigs due to this.
See, told you.
But you can't stop me. Let me tell you why you can't stop me.
Why?
Let me tell you why you can't stop me.
Why?
I'm talking about you destroyed my credibility and everything. But the streets know who I am.
So I get it. So you could go swim in the underground all you want to survive, but you're gonna talk down on us small content creators to go swim in the underground and drown. How crazy! Look how quick they double talk. I don't think sometimes they realize how quick they double talk. 1 minute you telling these people to go swim in the underground and drown, and then next minute you saying you don't care if TMZ do something to you because you'll go into the underground and swim. E. Capone, the shit is wild. God damn it. Make sure we are doing the right thing. If y'all got love for Sharon Bracey, make sure you hit that like and that share button. I understand I don't have the clout yet. I understand I don't have thousands upon thousands people watching the show. But the only way we can get to that is with y'all. That's it. The only way I can do that is with y'all. If y'all willing to help grind it out, hey, I'm willing to stand on my principles and morals. Haven't changed yet, so don't think I'm going to start now. So the only way we can keep building this thing up is with y'all. It is what it is. We can't keep allowing the degenerates to, if you have a YouTube, you can share. All you gotta do is hit the share button, and you can share on your YouTube page. That's it. It doesn't matter if you only have one subscriber. Just go to your YouTube, hit the share button, and tag my name. And you'll be sharing it. You don't gotta share it to your text messages or any other place. You can just share it on YouTube. It helps. We got to build our own coalition together so we can fight back properly. We got to have our own space where we go against these, the bad actors. We got to have our own space. Because we go to his space, they don't give a damn about us. What's up, LA Project? Good day to you.
I was with the streets this weekend at the homie birthday party, the homie Marv, one of the guys from LA. Street people know what I mean when I say that. Marv, one of the guys from out here in LA. Out here in LA, I met a lot of the guys through Laylo. Marv was one of the guys I met. I always look up there like Laylo gonna come from up there, man, because it still tripped me out. Law, I'm up here, I'm spitting the truth, homie. This real. I met a lot of guys through Laylo. I'm talking about the guys out here in LA.
Okay.
Yeah. The guys.
All right.
So Marv, one of the guys who I met out here, and I was at Marv's birthday party, man. Marv from LA. People in LA know who Marv is. Man, look, man.
And so what I do find interesting too, right? As we watch it, we see that he's just, he's just talking. He don't even have no rhyme or reason. He just gone through what he's been through within the last couple of weeks. And he probably had over 10,000 people at his show. It's not like he's doing something extremely difficult, and like he's doing some extreme jokes that he's much funnier than what we got going on over here. Is none of those things are happening at all. For some reason, he could figure out because he has no so-called clout, people just flock and listen and watch these people talk. It is always interesting to me to see. I gotta jump through so many hoops to even people to get to recognize that it's a good show. Is crazy. And I'm here every day with y'all. He only there once a week to take advantage. As we see, he don't give a damn about nothing but himself. Because one minute he's talking about how horrible it is to be I don't know what it is with that. I don't know what it is with that, to be honest. You know what I'm saying, Chicago Gorilla? And I get it, you know, like he is. Maybe that's what it is, Cloud. Maybe I'm not vulgar enough. Maybe I don't attack people's children enough. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I don't do all the wrong things enough. If I did more of the wrong things, maybe I could get 10,000 people in the building if I say all the wrong things. Maybe that's how you do it, I guess. I guess I'm the goddamn stupid one by having morals and principles and codes and shit. I don't know. No, I'm not gonna stop thinking about myself. I used to think that I shouldn't, but no, I got to start thinking about myself more because if I don't think about myself, nobody else will. Clearly. And it doesn't do me no good, clearly. It should be bugged out. Like, hey, look, if we was to go through this whole video and watch what he's talking about, I'm pretty sure he ain't gonna say nothing profound at all. He ain't gonna help nothing. He ain't no solutions. He just talking just to be talking. Let me see. Venus said they always. I know Venus got my back though. So I'm not even really talking to Venus, you know. Let's see. You know what I'm gonna put? Because we can't even get to 50 likes. You can hit the link. Who think that I don't got morals and codes? Who think I don't got morals and codes? Welcome to the show. Good day. Welcome to the show. Brownsville, New York. How you doing today?
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear?
I can hear you well. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Let me take my shoes off before I walk into your room. Peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin MDB, Sugar Bum, Maya Reed, Bomb Cherry, Bomb Cherry Juice. I'm sorry, I got a call that came in, man.
No problem. You gotta go answer that call. Shout out to the cuz. He's coming right back. He'll be right back. Man, I think sometimes I be thinking I be giving too much goddamn information and too much game. I think that's another reason why is so much more difficult. So Roland Ranger 6728. You can hit the link is pinned to the top. So you can hit the link and explain what do you mean by some dude by the name of I'd never had no conversation with Superman. That's the only person I know. I know that movie, Man of Tomorrow, Superman. So you could please hit the link. Don't be afraid. Hit the link and explain yourself.
Hey, cuz I'm back. I'm
There
back.
you go.
Yeah, man. Bomb Cherry Juice, Rogue C, it's me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Conversations, MJ, Miss Jalen, Genesis, the Supreme Goddess, PH Diva, the voice of Venus, the verbal assassin, Fantasy Island Girl, Zero Tolerance, the Victorious One, Renee, Keisha G, Reese, Black Beauty, Natasha Vincent, all the queens, man. All the queens. I don't want to forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm making my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. You know, Cuzzo, listening to what you're reviewing right now, man, it's just kind of sad, you know. And I've came to this conclusion because Corey Holcomb is the Michael Jordan of Jay Prince for president. He is the Michael Jordan of Jay Prince for presidents. And the reason why I say this is because they got a lot in common, right? Both of those brothers have more people laughing at them than laughing with them, right? Both of those brothers have no issues beating on a woman, both literally and figuratively. Both of these brothers think that it's okay to glorify the negative aspects of street culture. And both of these brothers, when you hear them speak, they just come off with so much ignorance, right? Like just in the video you reviewed, because he doesn't understand or know how to pronounce philosophers, he'll make up a word and say philosophizers, right? That's basic fifth grade understanding of the English language. Both of those brothers, they don't have that basic level of understanding. It's very ignorant, right? But what I find interesting and kind of disgusting at the same time is they both have a large following, right? And I think if they was to do something, and I just thought about it, I believe if Corey Holcomb was to go on tour with Jay Prince for president and Charleston White, right, and form the Degenerate Kings of Comedy, the tour would be sold out. I'm willing to guarantee you that the Degenerate Kings of Comedy tour will be sold out. Why is that? Well, it's the answer to PH Diva's question that she asked us yesterday, right? What's hindering Black men from being able to overcome the systemic issues that has plagued us in the past? This is a main example of what's hindering us. It's that we, for some strange, odd reason, have a weird priority thing where we are willing to support the degenerate members of our society more than we're willing to support the productive people of our society, right? Because a brother who will get online and publicly disparage a young Black princess and call her Kumo D and all these crazy, ridiculous things, and on record disparaging his own daughter, on video beating a woman up. Those kind of people are supposed to be ostracized from our community. But it never seems to happen, right? There's always an excuse made to why we should support these, degenerates. That's what's holding us back, cuzzo. That's what's preventing us from taking the necessary steps to properly lead our youth into a better tomorrow. And we need more stand-up people to speak out against this, right? Why, what's the need to support that, right? I will never attend a Corey Holcomb comedy show. Never. So we got to get it together, man. We got to get it together.
We definitely got to get together.
Peace
and
and
that's a great point that you brought up. And Roland Ranger, you can hit the channel anytime you want to. I don't know who this, what proof you have that me and Brownsville, we did what we do? We went after. I ain't go after nobody. I ain't never spoke about this man a day in my life on my channel. So whoever this productive brother business owner like MOT, please show the evidence that we went against him. And this is the problem that people will be having. Like, it's not my fault that whoever your man is, whoever your peoples are, that they are not popping because they ain't grinding. I don't know what I said negative about him. I ain't saying nothing negative about him unless he said something about me and we had a straight up conversation. But you can hit the panel and you can express yourself. I don't know. It is what it is, and it's definitely interesting to see that they want us only to argue with each other. Like Roland Ranger, all he want to do is argue about something. He don't want to actually have a conversation about anything, and it just goes to show he's probably one of those people that we're talking about as an unproductive person. Because you just saying things, you want the attention, we give you the attention, but then you just act like you said something. I don't know who that person is. Tell them to hit the link. Don't be scared. If you're a productive person in society, we don't mind listening to you. Or you could be a part of the goddamn degenerate kings of comedy. Because that's what actually works in this goddamn world. They love the degenerate. They love to promote it. They love to share it. They love to like it. They love to support it in every which way they can. Even if they don't have $1 to support it, they support it by hitting that like and that share button the most. Let me see. Did we get to 100 likes? No. Did we get 1 share today? No. We had a strong, beautiful, productive build yesterday. The day before that, we had a strong, productive bill about politics, Jeffrey Epstein, and the people that we need to attempt to hold accountable, the people that's being accused of doing some nefarious things. We need to look into those people. That's what we're talking about. But y'all want to gatekeep the people that are actually attempting. Even if I'm not successful at being the most productive person, I'm attempting to do it. And I'm attempting to do it in an entertaining way. What up, Williams? You know what I'm saying? What up, T-Dub? But that's one thing y'all cannot say, right? For sure, like, no matter what negative things y'all say, y'all never actually say, hey, Sharon said this thing positive. He said this thing productive. I never heard Sharon say anything negative about. Y'all don't do it. That same person that you talking about, MOT, he probably got plenty of videos talking negative about black young children and black young women. Every single day y'all do it. It's insanity to me. Clearly, at this point in time, it got to be insanity. And it's not like these other places that when we review them, right? It's not like Corey Holcomb is saying something that is worthy of, I don't know. 10,000 people supposed to be there listening to him say what? Because he said what that was productive and profound. No, I did not vote. I don't know why they keep asking. This is crazy. I did a whole campaign about Kamala Harris. He asked me, did I vote for Donald Trump? What the fuck is wrong with these people?
If I had a problem with Roland Anger 6746, I definitely wouldn't be talking about his family. I definitely wouldn't bring up his child, right? But I do got a problem with his name, right? Why are you angry? Like, look in the mirror, fix your situation, and have some joy in your life. You don't have to, promote anger to the world. You don't have to be rolling anger, right? But it just goes to show that, the pushback you get when you're speaking out against degeneracy, right? Because brothers like Roland Anger, they're going to come out and rebuke you for it. Because, for some strange reason, he supports that kind of, situation. And that is the problem. That is what's hindering us, right? Because of what you're reviewing right now, it's buffoonery, right? It's nothing. He hasn't said anything substantial yet that is going to be utilized to educate anybody, to be utilized to, maybe help somebody get delivered from something. Nothing that he said is going to solve any problems, right? But yet, instead of Rolling Anger coming out saying, well, yeah, we need to stop supporting this type of degeneracy, he wants to speak out against you for speaking out against degeneracy. It's just mind-boggling to me how, how far we've fallen short and how far we have to go in order to repair what's been broken in our community.
Yeah. They just is a lot of men. Clearly, what we are seeing is that they have this argumentative spirit. They just have a contrarian spirit because they can't go to certain places and get their voice heard. And this is another reason why they're scared to. I think they are scared and nervous that a channel like this will leave their atmosphere, and that a channel like this could get too big for them. Because they don't mind pushing a degenerate forward. Like I seen Ray Rimnight, he was in the chat. He said, I think you give Jay Prince too much credit. No, it's not us that's giving him too much credit. It's not us. We actually talking against what he's talking about. So we're not giving him credit. We're trying to explain why he's a danger to society. His degeneracy, him being a degenerate king of comedy, is a danger to our society. Especially if especially when we was having a productive conversation yesterday about how we need to move better as men.
And not only that, he's a danger to women, right? We all saw it, and I don't understand why Ray Midnight didn't see it, right? But I think you covered the video, Cuzzo, where he punched down on a woman on video, right? But somehow Ray Midnight, he didn't see that video, and that's the thing, right? When it comes to these degenerates that we like, we often ignore their reprehensible behavior so that we can justify supporting them, right? That's what a lot of people used to do with Jay Prince. Well, I didn't know he said this. I didn't know he did this. In order to justify them still supporting him, right? Instead of being honest with these brothers and saying, look, you know, you're not funny, right? Nothing you say has any substance or solves any problems that could potentially help somebody move forward. And we're laughing at you, right? You having a big platform that you have, and you're utilizing your platform to attack young, successful Black young girls. That's reprehensible.
Yeah.
That should not be supported on any level. I don't care what problem you got with her father. Why are you taking it out on her? But, you know, we get called, you know, simps and, you know, those type of things.
Yeah.
Just because we're speaking the truth about how men should move, right? How men should move with more discipline, how men should move with more stoicism, how men should move with more integrity, right? Recalibrate their value system, remove lust and degeneracy from the top of their value system and replace it with God, right? We're speaking so that men can see the error in their ways. Maybe, you know, if you undergo some self-reflection, then you can realize the issues in the content that you're doing, right? And because believe it or not, he is a leader in you know, the social media world. That's a fact. He has a lot of support, right? He has a lot of people absorbing his content. He has a lot of people willing to defend him, right? But Christ described it as blind leaders of the blind, right? He said, hey, we should leave them alone. Because if the blind lead the blind, they're both going to fall into the ditch.
I like it. And I do see that people say we shouldn't worry about these negative people. Don't talk about them, but we don't have no choice. Because nobody is checking the negative things. When I'm gonna have to take this from Izzy Bands. When good people see bad things happen and do nothing about it, that is a serious problem. I ain't never been around no shit like that. If I see something, I cannot just allow it to happen just because, oh well, it is what it is. It ain't my kid. Let that kid run into the street. I'm not going to let the kid just run into the street just because it ain't my kid. That's crazy to me. That's why, and I understand people want to be entertained, but however, it got to have some kind of level that, hey, it got to have a level. Somewhere it needs to balance out. Somewhere it has to balance out. It's not possible that the only way we can get traction is talking negative about people all day, every day. It's not possible that the only way I'm going to be able to get things moving is by talking negative about people that look like me. talking negative about the women that look like me. It is no way possible that every time I'm talking something that y'all try to find some way to make it seem like I'm not doing what I'm doing. Like y'all keep talking about Trump in the chat where y'all have no proof of us talking good about Donald Trump. Why do y'all want to support degenerates so badly? Why do y'all want to give excuses to degenerate behavior so badly? But edgy content, it gets you what you edginess and the disrespectfulness, and y'all give it, y'all are the ones that's giving it excuses to keep going. And I don't understand. I don't even get it. And again, it shows it again in real time. KT the Libertarian. I don't understand. What is it that you are talking about? What is your argument? Mr. Center of the World. I don't know. What are you talking about? Please make it make sense. Revenge is sweet. Please hit the y'all can all hit the link and make it make sense. But they won't. They'll just throw accusation after accusation as if they don't understand what was being said at the moment.
Because it's easier to shoot the messenger than to knock down the message, right? You know, I believe they agree with what we're saying. But for some reason they get offended because we say it, right? And that's the problem. You know, they won't hit the link and you know speak on it because they don't disagree, right? So they don't have no way to substantiate any type of disagreement. So, you know, they come after me or they'll come after you with baseless allegations that have nothing to do with the topic, which is you're reviewing Corey Holcomb right now, and you can continue reviewing him. But how many? Here's the thing, right? I don't indulge in Corey Holcomb's content, right?
Right.
I've never been to one of his shows. I've never been to one of his YouTube lives or anything, right? But I have you ever been to one of his YouTube lives, cousin?
No, I have never been.
But I'm sure that when he goes live on YouTube, he probably gets a lot of monetary support.
Hey, the fact that he got over 10,000 people watching live is ridiculous already.
Right, but beyond that, I'm sure he gets a lot of monetary support, right? He probably gets a lot of super chats, probably gets a lot of cash apps that comes in. So people are invested in his form of degeneracy for one reason or another. And I think that's the greater conversation that we need to have is why are we so invested in supporting degeneracy?
I'm not sure why it's very easily supported. I guess because it's easier to listen to. People find it entertaining to watch degenerates. People like Revenge Sweet, he thinks that I don't even use the mute button over here, which I should do it more often. Everybody tell me I should use the mute button more often when we allow people to speak their minds. And then now we got somebody in the chat that's gonna, and nobody corrected him and said, I didn't see KT Libertarian say, you know what? Nah, Sharon really don't be muting people until they get out of hand. Because KT, he would say himself, like, you don't mute me, but you mute me when I get out of hand. KT says it himself, but he won't be in the chat saying, nah, you know what? Sharon don't use the mute button unless somebody's getting out of control. Mr. Center of the World, he's here every day. He don't disagree with anything I'm saying. He can't even find something to disagree with. He's doing his best to find something to disagree with. It's interesting. Mr. Center of the World, you can hit the link. My show has been proven that I do not, and I don't know why people keep trying to make it seem like that we do. I wonder if KT the Libertarian would say, nah, Sharon, don't do that. I wonder if KT the Libertarian would say, nah, Mr. Center of the World, you got it wrong. Sharon do not support Donald Trump on this channel. I wonder if KT the Libertarian would say that. I wonder if anybody that watched me for the past week or two would say that to Mr. Center of the World. And no matter what, they would say they would make an excuse to say why he is getting the support that he get. They would say, hey, PH Diva's not here, Revenge, so you don't got to be scared of PH Diva. They say he's entertaining. Let's see him be entertaining. I want to see him be entertaining. How about that? Welcome to the show. Bomb Cherry Juice, good day to you. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. My stream act up as soon as I got up here. Okay, can I give you some advice?
Sure, yeah.
You really? You sure?
Yeah.
Fuck them motherfuckers who, oops, I'm sorry. Listen, this is your show, okay? You got to do it the way you do it. If people accusing you of muting and you know you didn't mute, you just say I mute, but it's my show, and if I need to mute, I mute. And you know what I'm saying? So if you allow people to control how you run your show, you ain't gonna be able to run it. And they're gonna always accuse you of doing things, whether you're doing them or not.
So now, why do you think so many black men like to accuse people of things that they're not actually doing? What is your thoughts on that?
Because they know it gets to you.
But it don't really get to me. I just don't. What gets to me is men being liars.
There you go.
I do not appreciate men being liars. I do not appreciate men supporting degeneracy, even though they say they don't want degeneracy anymore.
No, I agree with you. I don't like being called a liar when I know I'm not lying. But see, when they do it to me, I act out so they won't call me that no more. You know what I mean? I don't try to negotiate with them, you know.
Me neither. I'm not negotiating. I want some substantiation. I want to see Mr. Center of the World substantiate what he's saying, because he's saying that I support Donald Trump now all of a sudden, even though we did the whole election year, we was shown and proven how Kamala is a better candidate for multiple reasons.
Exactly.
I want to see people like KT the Libertarian act as if he don't do run-on sentences, and he rambles on, and he don't understand that it is a show. It ain't just me talking to him. I want to see the dude that is caping for MOT, this person, and explain to me how we did something disparaging towards him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand it, why people like whoever this Revenge is Sweet, Big J, MOT, why they will lie on me. I don't understand it.
Yeah, that's what they do. But like, but you know, I did hear earlier when you and brother y'all was suggesting that people shouldn't watch certain people, you know, and so some people like the, you know, like the big, not Big J, Jay Prince. You know, Jay Prince is funny to some people. I know he may not be funny to Brownsville or you or whomever, but there's a whole shitload of people who think he's funny, you know? Mm-hmm. So I guess what some of the people in the chat are saying as well, like, we understand, you know, People gonna like what they like for whomever they like. Even that dude Corey, you know, he does do tours around the country, and our neighborhoods seem to be the ones who support him the most, Black people.
And that's
Right.
my issue, Queen. That's the issue that I'm talking about right there, right? Because I don't think it's funny when I hear brothers like Jay Prince say, well, we need to bring back domestic discipline against women, or women are what's hindering us, and bashing women and suggesting that in order to get a woman to submit to you, you got to beat her into submission. I don't think those things are funny. Do you, Queen?
Well, I mean, he's not the first to have said it. You know, he's saying it because of he heard Kevin Samuels and a few others. Now, do I think it's funny? I don't think it's funny, but there's a lot of people who do. You know, and so I guess what I'm saying, you don't think it's funny. You have a right not to think it's funny. And there are a whole group of people, though, who do think that the different things they say, which is crazy, right? Ridiculous, is funny.
And it's shameful, right? So when, people ask the question, especially our beautiful Black queens, they'll ask Black men, well, what's hindering us? Why aren't we improving at a better rate? Why aren't we doing better when it comes to education and things of that nature? Well, the problem is we're prioritizing entertainment over productivity, right? So the person that's willing to be selfless and teach and mentor and actually bring something substantial that can help the community move forward, that person gets pushed down. But the degenerate who is willing to disparage Black women, put Black women in monkey suits, disrespect Black girls, right? And the daughters of Black men, those are the brothers who oftentimes are getting mounted and lifted up. To me, that's a major problem that we have to address and we have to fix, because it's just going to continue to get worse if we don't put an end to it. Because I got a beautiful Black wife. I got beautiful Black sisters. I got a beautiful Black mother. I have beautiful Black nieces. And most importantly, I got a beautiful Black daughter. And I don't want her to be subjected to the same level of degeneracy that a lot of people find entertaining today. Because what people don't understand is if that beautiful Black girl hears, that she's being called Kumo D, just based upon her having dark skin, or having her hair a certain way, or because she's competing in Olympic training, and so she's not beautified and glossed up at that time, and we're criticizing those pictures and we're calling her masculine, or we calling her a man, that could actually hurt her self-confidence.
Right. But you as her dad and and her family gotta educate her so strangers can't hurt her feelings and put her down. Because this is the world we live in. And this is not new though. I grew up with people leaving bad comments, saying negative things. Not just to me, but to everybody, So like I said, people gotta educate their family, take care of their family, education. Okay, but we can't dictate what other people find to be funny or appropriate, or you know what I mean.
So we shouldn't do anything about it.
Oh no, you could talk about it, but I think what I'm saying over here, like with your channel, right now, instead of us having fun and we going through what you were doing, right now you're comparing yourself to others and
Absolutely. So that's the problem. We have to be able to compare, because if we do not compare what is going on, we cannot actually have a good synopsis of what's happening around us. And we keep acting like we are the center of the topic and not like the whole totality of our culture is the center of the topic. That's where we can get jaded and we start thinking that we matter more than what we do, right? Because we need to get us as a collective to start moving in a certain direction. And the only way we could do that by is comparing and contrasting things that is happening around us. We cannot be so blindsided by, hey, it is only me and that's that.
No, I'm not saying that, but
if that happens, we get an Anton Daniels.
yeah, we have an Anton Daniels, and before there was an Anton Daniels, there was a Kevin Samuels, and before that, we could go on and on and on and on. You know, so they got different type of people in the world who with different beliefs. Some people think like when people want to have real conversation, they come over here by you, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, the ones who here now, the ones who support you every morning, we over here when you want to have certain conversations. But if they want to go and goof off with Corey Holcomb, I think that's his last name, then they're gonna do that once a week that he go live. Or if Jay Prince was live, people want to go, they'll be over there and here. You know, you got a well-rounded group of people who when they want to talk about some serious stuff, they come over here and have fun with you. And they can also go goof off with these goofies on here.
Interesting. All right, so we got Rambo Royce. He said he got some smoke for me. Let's see. They always say I'm tripping. It's interesting to see. Go ahead, Rambo Royce.
All right. Respect to just take my shoes off before I come in. Respect to all the queens. I'm always here to uplift the queens. Any plight black women dealing with is my plight. Any power I gain also extends to the black woman. And so when you say like comply in things like just let the government do what they supposed to do. Don't interrupt with the government, or don't impede on ICE and all of that. If they are doing degenerate behavior, why would you comply? Why would you not impede?
Because you said, why would we comply? Why would we comply and not impede in law enforcement? Against law enforcement?
Degenerate law enforcement, yes.
So the answer, Rambo Royce, is you speak out against it, you protest, right? You do your due diligence to bring light to the degenerate behavior, but you also understand that they are a law enforcement arm of this nation, right? So there are certain consequences that you put yourself in the midst of when you are impeding their investigations, because now you're breaking the law, right? So now you put yourself in a position to be held accountable. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. You got to move with discipline. You got to move with the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to know what you should do versus what you can do that can put you in harm's way. It's called discernment.
All right,
let me also.
Can I ask one more question?
Yep. Let me also read the cash out real quick. It says, tell him to come up alone. No bounties. Revenge is sweet. Revenge is sweet. You can come up, no bounty. And we'll let you answer your question that y'all have your quick back and forth. And we got Oldest Who, and we got to bring somebody up. We got KT the Goat here. We got Shadow here as well. Go ahead, Rambo.
All right. So if a drug dealer, he's providing for the community, or the people that he cares about, and he has power. He can get you harmed. It's dangerous to impede on his drug dealing. Should you mind your business then?
In what aspect should you mind? I mean, I'm trying to understand the basis of your question, right? Because you're
So if somebody's snitching and they decide to do harm to that person because they snitching, are you gonna impede on that?
so
When you could be harmed?
there's a difference, right? A drug dealer is actually breaking the law. He's a criminal, right? And you're saying that he's helping people, so he may be helping some people, like Nino Brown did in New Jack City, but for the most part, he's hindering a lot of people in the community, right? And if you're gonna live in that community, you want that community to thrive. You don't want that community to be held back and infested with illegal drugs, right? So, because I grew up in a community like that, Rambo. I grew up in a community where I had to walk to school and walk over crack valves, right? Where I had to walk to school and avoid heroin needles, right? Where I had to walk to school and avoid gunshots because two drug dealers are shooting at one another, right? I don't think you would want your children to grow up in that environment, Rambo. So, in order to put a stop to that, yes, and it's in your best interest, in your community's best interest, to get the drug dealer out the way. Peace and love.
All right, yeah, I respect that. I just think we need to be clear about what productive is, and like substantiate and make it clear so it won't be misunderstood that a degenerate, just because they wear a suit, just because they speak eloquently, that they are not a degenerate.
And that's true. That's factual, right? But like I said, it's called discernment, because you can call a degenerate out, but if that degenerate is the president of the United States, then you can't handle that type of degenerate the same way you would handle the degenerate drug dealer on you know what I'm saying, on the block, right? So it's called having discernment to understand how to combat certain levels of degeneracy, and you can't handle it all with the same basic stick.
Well, you can. I think everybody have a different of opinions on how to handle things. Some of y'all say, "Hey, don't do nothing, don't impede," and some of us say, "No, that's exactly what our rights are. We're gonna go out there and we're gonna get in their way and let them know we're not happy with what they do." So I don't know. I mean, necessarily there's a right or wrong, but I guess what we're saying is that you got to let people move how they gonna move, and not tell them what they shouldn't be doing.
No, we need to be telling people if they're doing the wrong thing, putting other people's lives in danger, that, hey, what you're doing is absolutely incorrect. You're putting
that would be the ICE people who putting people in danger. You deciding that it's the ICE people who are the ones doing the right, and the other people, the civilians, are the ones doing wrong. But I believe the opposite. I believe that the people who are out there are the ones in the right, and the ICE agents are the ones in the wrong. So so I guess we're gonna argue about who's doing right.
Yeah, but it has a line to what you should be doing to stop and correct that wrongful thing. That's the issue that we keep having.
That's your opinion too, though. That's your opinion.
No, we're not addressing what's the right and wrong way to encounter something that is being done wrong in the community. That's the problem that we keep having. We act as if it ain't no rules or regulations to the things that we are promoting. It's one way you promote it where people are literally dying, and it's another way where we could promote it where it's getting things done through the proper means.
No, but go ahead.
Let me also welcome in to the show good day. Welcome to the show, Supreme Vaginal Vessel.
Hey,
Otis, what you gonna do?
Good. Oh, Lord.
All right, y'all. I'll be back.
Go ahead, Shadow.
So, I guess Royce was his name.
Yeah.
Look, there's a difference. Me and you disagree on a number of things. Like politically, we don't see eye to eye on a lot of situations. To people who are saying the BS that you don't let people talk, I'm a prime example of somebody who you let talk, who you don't generally agree with. So that's a whole BS statement. Like, I want to come on camera and say, oh, that's fake news. Quit playing. And number two, so here's what my issue is right now. I can understand where Cherry's coming from, where she's saying we should impede ICE from doing their job because we believe what they're doing is wrong. My issue comes at that sentence, though. We don't decide how what is legal and what is not. There are laws for that. And the problem is law is lawfully trying to do what they're doing. The reason why we're seeing so much of the noise that we're seeing now is because the way it's being done. People are now standing out there in ways that they did not do like this during Obama, during Bush. Like, it's just not a thing. Sorry. Now,
I have no idea what the hell you talking about. But when you mention
here's
Obama,
what I'm saying.
Is, wait a minute. But what I'm saying is, you're right. There's laws, and one side is breaking the law, and that would be ICE. And if y'all saying the other side is impeding and breaking the law, then both are breaking the law.
So why are we breaking the law in order to stop somebody else from breaking the law?
They're breaking the law just by running up on people.
Hold on.
They're running up on people.
Sorry, KT was talking. Reset. What'd you say?
I mean, simply, sometimes you have to mess in.
Wait, did he stop me from talking? Because what do you do?
I know.
Just stop playing with me, baby. So what I was saying is ICE is breaking the law. We know that, right? Judges have told them to stop, and they don't care. Now, if you care about the law, then you should know that.
Okay. I can agree with you. Even if I agree with you with that, and I'll agree with you on the face, right? Why does it make sense for us to violate the law in order to stop somebody else who enforces the law from violating the law? That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, but you're the only one who keeps saying they're violating the law by using the word impeding. But even the judges are not saying that they're impeding.
Impeding,
and y'all are saying that because the y'all side, and now I know why when they said that Sharon must be for Trump, because y'all do understand that the law that's being broken is by Trump. He don't care about laws. He don't care about none of that shit. And what ICE is doing is under his command.
Okay, so let's reset the conversation. Now let's bring it into what we actually talking about. Corey Holcomb. Corey Holcomb in this situation will be ICE, right? He's the degenerate doing the thing. And so the problem is now that me and my show, the way how I'm conducting it against Corey Holcomb and people that's like him, I'm protesting and I'm impeding on it. Why is it that I'm not getting a bunch of other people saying, yeah, let's keep on protesting this degenerate behavior that is causing harm to our community?
No, I think everybody was
like Corey Holcomb excuses to keep on doing degeneracy in our community and keep on harming the men in our community with this double-mindedness mindset. And that's the issue that we are not addressing. So if ICE is a problem and we are pushing people to fight against ICE, Corey Holcomb is the same exact situation. He is the negative thing for our community while we are not pushing forward to fight against this type of degeneracy.
Well, I didn't see anybody complaining that you was reviewing and laughing at him. The shit was funny. But I think the issue came when y'all tell people not to watch him and that y'all don't find him funny. So nobody else should find him funny. So no, but other than that, Yeah.
Now, hold on, but compare that to the ICE situation.
That Corey Holcomb is nothing like no ICE situation.
Why not?
Because one of them is committing crimes and killing people, and one of them is they have bad taste in jokes. That's why.
So the way how I compare it, so one is beating up on women. He literally putting hands on women. Caught on at least 3K putting hands on women in her face. Well, we could argue it was a punch or a mush. He also has rhetoric that is demeaning women. We also see that even outside of his comedy show, he's talking about minor children that are females and also women. So again, he is showing that he is not a good staple for a black man to be following, because if they believe that what he's doing is okay, they too will go ahead and follow the same thing and do the same thing in the streets. He spills out to the street. So now, why are we not being in protest or in advocacy to impede on degeneracy like him?
There is a lot of people who don't. I don't look at Corey. I've never looked at him. And so there's millions of people who don't look at him. And then the ones who think he's funny, they think he's funny. So, but there's no comparison to him committing crimes and having people killed, though. And he talking about somebody who talked about other people's kids. You know, that's called karma. Okay.
But there's millions of people who support ICE.
What?
There's millions of people who support what ICE are doing. It's
Okay.
essentially the same conversation.
And nothing wrong with y'all if you want to support ICE. I'm not up here telling you not to, but you can't tell me.
No, but you are, because you're saying that people should impede in what ICE is doing.
No, what I am not against you believing in what you want. Y'all are the ones trying to tell us not to be out there protesting.
Do you think people should impede in what ICE is doing by getting in?
I think yes. I think the people.
Okay. Right,
who believe in ICE, don't believe in ICE, should be out there impeding. And for those of you who do, y'all can be where y'all sitting at, clapping for ICE.
Okay, so now we putting that as we are the ones. I'm the one that's protesting. I'm impeding on what Corey Holcomb degeneracy is. But people are fighting against me, talking about Corey and saying, no, he ain't doing nothing wrong. He ain't doing nothing wrong for society. Some people think what he's doing is okay, so we should just let him do this degenerate thing because it's okay. Because some people like it.
No, who said that though? The chat was telling you to continue your show.
No, they not. No, they not.
What they were doing? That's what I saw. I was like, when Brownsville came up and said, you know, you started saying how they got this many people watching and you got this many, and you want to know why, and we can't tell you why, but they're gonna have people gonna watch them, and we say, hey, continue your show. It was funny. And then they telling you don't compare yourself to them, just do your show, do you, Sharon. Don't
but but the thing is that I am doing okay. I don't know. It's weird. All right, I'll leave it because it's for some reason I'm not.
Okay, we can talk about maybe that's some
let me add some clarity, right? Because I think you misrepresented what you're doing, right? So you're not impeding Corey Holcomb, right? Because to impede him, you're actually trying to stop him from doing what he's doing. There's no way that you're stopping him right now. You're just simply protesting against his content, right? But when you are impeding someone, that means you are preventing them from doing something, right? And if we are saying it's okay to impede against the investigations of ICE federal agents, what we're saying is it's okay to obstruct justice, right? That is committing a crime. And that's what I want people to understand. So when you go out there and you're trying to impede in law enforcement investigations, you yourself are a criminal and you are participating.
This is ridiculous. Activity. Y'all gonna have to stop. Because you just saying any goddamn thing, right? Because do you not even know that the government themselves is against ICE? and they are setting up these protests and things. So now you're saying the government themselves are impeding against the government. Yes, because one side is not doing right. The ones that's breaking laws by not listening to judges. And that's ICE.
So,
And what judges, hold on, Shadow. What judges have that regular citizens don't have is a certain level of authority, right? So what I'm saying is, you at your level of authority as a citizen, you don't have the means to impede ICE without committing crimes. You can protest, and I said protesting is fine. Speaking out against degeneracy is fine. It doesn't care. It doesn't matter who does it, right? But when you are advocating for other citizens to put themselves in harm's way, right? Put themselves in jeopardy of getting arrested, put themselves in jeopardy of getting in the midst of violence.
You mean everything that we did for our civil rights? You mean all of those things that worked out?
That has something adverse effects, right?
Yeah, like civil rights, right? Like the thing that we gained, the freedoms that we got now as Black people, all of those things you saying we shouldn't be doing is what was done. So I am confused. Listen, you don't have to be out there. Okay, it's okay. We're not mad about it or anything, but you are the one trying to prevent others from being out there. And so the when you say the judges have the power, but ICE don't care about their power because they're not going based on the law. But you want to just focus on the impeding portion, but you won't address the part that ICE being out there doing what they're doing anyway is them going against the law.
And if I can say something real quick,
who's the arbiter? One second, KT. Who's the arbiter of that? Right? There's something in the United States called due process, right? And we can't go about things and trying to take the law into our own hands, right?
That's what ICE is doing. Why do you keep saying us? That's what ICE is doing. When you say due process, that's what they're not even giving those people, due process. Like you just saying things. Do you even know what's going on? What ICE is doing, or are you just guessing? Or are you looking at Fox News? Which one is it? It got to be one.
So your solution is for people to commit crimes?
No, listen. Your solution seems to be for ICE to commit crimes. Because if ICE not commit crimes, then nobody's out there protesting. But because they are out there beating people, dragging people, right? American people including, children included, that's why American people are out there protesting. So when you gonna deal with the ICE issue, and as soon as you deal with that, then guess what? There won't be nobody protesting.
And that's the issue, right? Because I'm understanding the difference, the distinction between protesting and impeding, right? And you look at both of them as the same.
Yes, so I'm saying that breaking the law, right? And especially with just impeding, impeding shouldn't be no death sentence. It should be a ticket and a fine. But
it's a felony.
You're gonna forget that, right? But okay. So what I am saying is, in order to stop these people from doing what they're doing, breaking the law, that we might have to break the law to stop them. And just by getting in their way, blowing whistles and shit like that, yeah. And that's what you say I'm saying, but I did not say that. I'm saying if you get the ICE to stop breaking the law, then there won't be any protests. People didn't protest all these years when they was dealing with immigration, when they was kicking them out, all of that. Nobody was out there protesting them people or impeding them.
That's because they didn't like Trump.
No, that's not. It has nothing to do with Trump. There's a lot of people who do like Trump and they don't like immigration. Do you not see what's going on in America. His own people are against his immigration moves at this point. Not because they're against immigration, the illegals being here, it's because how they are handling it. They have actually killed white people
that were obstructing justice, committing federal felonies.
You just keep saying that, but that's not what
because I know the definition of the law.
Yeah, I know, but no.
Right, but hold on,
Obstruction
we're not.
doesn't mean
Hold on. So
killing.
I think sometimes we're not arguing about those deaths were wrong, right? Especially Alex Preddy. His death was 100% wrong. Ain't no excuse for that one at all. At all. That Border Patrol agent is 100% in the wrong. He didn't do. Once he pulled out his weapon and he fired upon that man, he was 100% wrong. And it is okay to call out the bad actors. And this is when we do have an issue that it's okay that you are for ICE, but also you got to be able to call a spade a spade. If that Border Patrol agent or ICE agent do something wrong, we got to be able to call that out as well. We cannot say just because overarchingly we are for the system that we're going to also excuse the negative things that the system is doing. We cannot do that. We cannot allow that. That's just absolutely ridiculous what he
How
did.
do y'all feel when y'all on the wrong side of history? Like when it all boils down and all the criminals go to jail, when you know that who is in charge right now is a criminal. I wonder, do any of y'all think, well, damn, I was wrong? Or you just gonna move on with your life? Because I understand what you said about the young man being killed. But you know that woman who got killed, she didn't do nothing either. If anything y'all was mad about was her girlfriend or her wife. But like it's crazy that anybody got shot.
So now the same rules got to apply to the other side as well, too, right? That we understand that protesting is good, but it's a line that you could cross with protesting as well. And that line that you cross with protesting can get your life in danger. So we cannot act as if there's no wrong way to protest.
But no, there is no wrong way to protest.
It's absolutely a way to wrongfully protest.
But they didn't do that, right?
But we have to acknowledge. So what I'm saying is we have to acknowledge that and stop giving the bad actors excuses just because we are fighting for that side in totality.
You want to show me when they bad actors are bad acting, and then yes, I don't have no problem with that. But a woman in her car, and they lying.
Was she a bad actor?
No, she wasn't.
And then there go the problem because you're not so point out a bad actor that is on the side of protesting. What are the bad actors on the protesting side doing?
Well, if you got to show me one of the bad actors. If I see him doing the bad acting, yes, I don't have no problem with that.
And that's the issue that we have.
And nothing wrong with us disagreeing.
So, but the problem is that the people that's on the other side, they don't see nothing wrong with no matter what they do is everything they do is correct. And on the other side, on the protesting side, everything that they do is correct. And that's what we keep.
We know that's not true.
We are not calling it. We are not holding a code to either side. And that's
not true. And we know that Democrats most definitely when somebody, like we found out, like that black man, right? They found out that he had a gun and shooting in the air because he black. They're not even gonna look into it to see what really happened. So nobody's saying nothing about it. They're actually saying he was a bad actor. And so don't say that they don't call it out. There's a few people who've been murdered and y'all don't hear about them.
But he wasn't protesting. He was committing a crime.
See this dude right here don't even know what he's talking about, but he had to be committing a crime though.
He was firing his gun into the air. That's illegal.
Hold on. We don't have to be. Hold on. So this way we could just flush out the argument. Him shooting the gun in a place where he does not legally own the gun, is that a crime?
What?
A man shooting a gun in a city where he's not legally owning a gun and firing it in the air, is that a crime?
if he's in a city where you can't have a gun, in a country where we can all have guns, so I guess it's a crime based on what y'all saying. But apparently y'all don't know the story.
Hold on, but you're not. So him shooting the gun in the air, is that a legal thing to do?
Yeah, in some places, yes.
It is not legal to shoot your gun in the air in no place.
Okay,
Hey,
well,
cuz,
a lot of people. Okay, if it's not legal, a lot of people do it.
That's Big J wanting some attention. I don't know why he's laughing.
Okay.
He could be. I don't know why he can't be patient enough to wait until I call him. I'm going to call on you very shortly, Big J. I just want to finish out me and Bomb's understanding. Like, I don't know. Everybody's going to get a chance to speak. You know, everybody's going to get a chance to speak.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
I don't know why they act as if everybody don't get a chance to speak, Bob. It'd be crazy sometimes. You know what I mean? But so Bob, so that's the part that I think that's the dangerous part, that we are not just calling out the. So and then so now we could call it out. Hey, you shooting your gun in the air is not legal in America. You cannot.
Well, no, that's not. But that's false. I don't know what. Listen, I don't know what part. I would have to look to see what part of the area he lived in and all of that. But shooting your gun in the air is not a crime everywhere. But it could be a crime where he was. But even if it was a crime where he was, it doesn't mean that he gets shot. He wasn't shooting, especially if he's shooting it in the air and not pointing it at anyone.
Okay, so but it is illegal in his city.
But it's not a death sentence, though.
Okay, so then that's when we could go to that level, right? And I think that's the issue, right? So I could also call out that part, like he shouldn't. That is fine, but when we have it where we just want to argue our side and say the side that I'm on, they can do nothing wrong, and the other side when they say that other person can't do nothing wrong, that's the issue that we keep having. We got to be able to start pulling out the things that are wrong and have a line to cut.
But that's what they did with him.
I guess Big J didn't have enough patience. Maybe he'll come back.
Yeah, that's what they did with him. That's why nobody really talk about him, even though his crime, right? Not that a police was there to give him a ticket and take him to jail, but it happened to be some man who have authority of ICE and decides he want to shoot somebody. So even if the crime is not a death sentence,
we understand that it shouldn't be a death sentence. However, so we understand that the only information we got that we are going off with from that ICE agent. However, we cannot negate the fact of the things that he participated in to put himself in that situation. And when we start doing that, we try to act as if the other person is 100% completely innocent, that he just walked outside and some ICE agent just randomly shot him just because. That's when it becomes dangerous.
Yeah, but nobody ever said that. They said that he was out there celebrating the New Year and he shot in the air.
Okay.
Right?
Can I say
many people do, and they don't get killed. So I see what you're saying, the killing, but do you not understand that's the problem? That's why the protest. It's not because he shot in the air. It's because his crime doesn't befitting what happened to him. The protest is because these people are not abiding by law. A police wouldn't have even shot that man. But ICE did and got away with it.
This
off duty also.
Off duty. Yeah, all kinds of shit that the regular police wouldn't have been able to do. Even ICE shouldn't be able to do and can't. But they are going against the law and just not even doing investigations, y'all.
But the problem is we saying that they not investing, but they are. We got the ICE agent's version of his story of it, why he did it, and then now we the people gotta get the proper prosecution.
No, they did no investigation. You're making that up. You making that up.
I'm not making that up.
Yes.
Hold on. So
ICE don't get to investigate themselves.
Hold on. I'm making up that the ICE agent gave his recollection of what happened.
You're making up the part that you claim that there's an investigation being done. That's the part. Just because he said what happened doesn't mean they're investigating.
So you don't believe that? Okay, so what I'm saying is that we need the people to investigate it, so this way we can get the truth out of it as much as we possibly. Exactly. We need that on our side. We got to get the proper situation, the proper prosecutor to investigate and get the proper information out there.
And they're not doing that.
But that's okay. I don't know whose they are. That's not doing it. That is up to the family.
No, that's not up to the family.
What's it up to?
Listen, did you know when an officer shoot a gun, they supposed to be under investigation for every bullet that goes out of their gun? And what I'm saying is they are not investigating.
Okay, I mean, I don't know. If
that's not true.
Yeah,
Thank you. Finally, somebody said it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But because you can go ahead and move on. I understand what
he just said that's not true. Go show me what I already saw where they deemed it as over. In fact, people didn't even know that it happened because they wasn't even talking about it. And now you're saying that's not true. Now show me, because they said that it was.
It's not true. What happens, and this is Department of Homeland Security, this is their policy, right? So when there's an officer involved shooting, right, the FBI comes in and conducts their investigation, right? That is standard practice that happens every single time.
Not no more, though.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, right? I'm saying that they're not abiding by the laws. And if the shooting happened in a certain area where it shouldn't have been ICE doing the investigation, right? Was he off duty? He wasn't even on duty. Like what? Y'all just will make up.
All right, so I don't know if everybody actually believes that that this is not being investigated. That's very interesting. If everybody believes that it's not actually being investigated, I'm gonna welcome somebody to the show that I know got opposition. I want to thank Uda and Unlikely for having patience. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna bring Sharon. His name is Sharon. What is his name? It's crazy. His name is Sharon in Brownsville. Is MAGA. Welcome to the show. What is your thoughts? It's on you. Yeah. Good. Maybe his microphone. He's getting his microphone together. He left. Maybe his microphone wasn't working yet. We gonna wait for his microphone to come back.
Right. Sharon and Brownsville is MAGA.
Bruh. You see what it did to Nikki? Take your time, bro. She on the couch like this, sounded like a damn fool yesterday. I said, "What the hell,
bro? That shit's wild."
What do you mean what they did to Nikki? Nikki did that shit to herself. Nikki ain't shit.
He definitely did. So maybe he's gonna get his microphone fixed, and he's gonna hit the link again to come back. I'm not sure what happened to his microphone. He did unmute himself, but no words came out. To go have something saying that we're gonna go I'm gonna go into the order that people came in. KT, Unlikely, Uda.
All right, so the thing I wanted to say was this conversation at hand is probably answering your question of why you like, why are these people doing better or whatever. Listen, here's the thing. Y'all say y'all want to take down degeneracy. As Royce was pointing out, when it's a degenerate act, it's what y'all have claimed for a lot of people a lot of times, right? Who y'all like or who we're talking about is when y'all kind of, well, you know, it's the government. We should adhere to the law, which nobody's making an argument of whether or not we should legally adhere to the law, right? People gripes are like people like Cherry saying they're breaking the law, and then y'all kind of saying, well, no matter what they're doing, we should just sit back and adhere to what they say. It's crazy. And then your argument of like with the Corey situation, like, you're telling people they have to adhere to this line of thought you have towards like ICE and how we should adhere to the government. And then you're also telling them, well, how I look at this shit with Corey is how y'all have to look at this shit with Corey. That's the problem. It seems to be like what y'all agree that the ideology should be is the only thing y'all say is good ideology. The rest you're like, shut it down, don't want to hear it. And it makes you seem as if I'm not agreeing with what the last caller was saying in their name. But this is why I pointed out to you last week. People will think you're of that nature because you seem to have a defense of them. Like you're. I have yet to really see you sit there and see you say like, yeah, like I said last show, Trump is who's literally instigating these people. Like ICE is literally being sent.
Wait, stop real quick. People. Wait. What haven't you literally hear him say yet? I just want to know what you was gonna say there.
like I said, I told him last week when I was on here, like, can't we agree that Trump is who's instigating this shit? Like, if Trump wasn't sending ICE and National Guard everywhere, and those are things that you're kind of like, well, no, it's just on the protesters to not react crazily. That does make it seem as if you're inclined to the for ICE rather than against it, and I think that just hurts your overall point of, if you say, hey, this is degenerate, we should take it down. When you make points like that with the ICE thing, it makes it seem as if your points are less relevant, because it seems that you just want to say what you feel and disagree with should be degenerate things. That's it.
And the problem that I have with you, KT, is that you just
Bronco,
lied.
if I could just
Right?
jump in,
Hold on. Let me respond to KT, then I'll let you go. Right? You just came on and you just lied right off the bat when you say that we didn't have smoke for ICE or members of ICE committing degenerate acts, right? That's a lie. I clearly stated that if ICE is committing degeneracy, then we should speak out against it. We should protest. We should do whatever in our power to bring it to light. I clearly said that, right? That's number one. So you got up here and you started misrepresenting the facts. And I don't know if you're misrepresenting the facts or you're just have a bad level of understanding of the conversation. Number two, there was somebody advocating for committing crimes. And it was the Queen Bomb Sherry when she said, hey, not only should we protest them, we should impede against them, which is two different things that I was trying to point out, right? Protesting is fine. But when you're going out there impeding against law enforcement, you're putting yourself in harm's way. You're committing a crime, you're obstructing justice, right? You're interfering with a federal investigation, and there's consequences for that. So I said, hey, it's important to have a level of discernment to know what to do versus what's going to put you in jeopardy. So,
you're making up something now. You're making it up,
Queen. I'm about to land it. Okay. So, KT, if you come up here, be accurate. Number one, and don't come up here lying, because all of that stuff can easily be knocked down. Peace and love.
Well, KT was right. No. Wait, KT was right. And also, I did not advocate for crimes. In fact, I said the whole time that we've been having this discussion, not necessarily today because we just started, that I don't think they're impeding, right? So if y'all are the one, that's why I asked you, if you're saying they're impeding, where are you getting that from? Okay? I don't think they're impeding. But yes, we should be out there protesting. And when you do say, well, when you say if ICE is doing this or that or the third, then that's the problem. Because if you don't know what they're doing, then I don't know why you're speaking on it. Because everybody knows they're committing crimes, including the Supreme Court and the courts who have told them to stop. So it does look like that you're not out here being honest. And then it is true. Because if you can't be honest on what everybody knows, then like when you tell people they shouldn't be looking at Corey and shit like that, you know, some people do believe that, hey, if one person could talk about children, then whatever they say about my children, then I could say back about their children. You know what I mean? I don't give a damn about Anton and his and what they said about his daughter. Y'all do, and I respect that. But you gotta also respect that I don't give a damn. Because I've heard Anton say shit about people's children.
And also, let me just add. Hold up, let me add this real quick,
One second, real quick. 1 second. The difference is if Shadow is on the panel and he's saying something egregious and crazy, I'm not gonna say the whole panel is guilty for what Shadow is saying, right?
What you mean?
And hold on, we got some heavy welcome back to the show, Sharon, / Brownsville is MAGA. What's your thoughts? Because
did it occur to any of you? Did it occur to any of you about the 14th Amendment?
Did to me.
Yeah, I'm talking to Sharon in Brownsville.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did it occur to you? Did it occur to any of you about the 14th Amendment?
What about it?
Well, while y'all sitting over here tap dancing and shoe shining.
Tell us about it. Yeah.
Now, y'all here defending ICE, and then you, Brownie, lied on Bomb, talking about Bomb is for crime. Bomb didn't say that. Bomb didn't say that. So why you lying on Bomb?
What is it about the 14th Amendment? Let's start with the 14th Amendment before we move. Let's not move
due process. It's called due process.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point. That's the reason why people are angry, because of the due process part of certain laws. But we know this is the Tyler Perry sector of YouTube. I get it. You know, dumb niggas like to talk about what's under woman, talk about women and men and gender warring. That's all what you niggas on. So that's why you niggas are dumb as fuck.
Big J. So do you think that me and Brownsville are against due process? Well, we had plenty of conversations about due process. We had that conversation. When
y'all was back in ICE, no, Scott, no. When you was back in ICE, when Brownsville was making excuses for ICE, no, he wasn't for the 14th Amendment of these United States.
Hold on. Okay, so now you will have to show us where we are backing ICE.
When you just told Bomb that Bomb was lying. Bomb was not lying. Do you understand that? You wasn't lying. No. She ain't lying. Bomb ain't lying.
Big J, we trying to have a conversation. Let's not make it. If you here to have a conversation, then we can have it. But if you here to just talk shit, then that's not a conversation. So now, is impeding in a federal investigation against the law?
The tree of liberty is refreshed. No. Let me quote Thomas Jefferson.
Hold on, but I asked you a question. Are you going to answer the question?
Oh yeah. Just as the question you refused to answer. Did you vote for Trump or did you not?
I don't have to. I told you. No. Hold on. Again, I asked you a question. Are you going to answer it?
Yeah, unlike you, what you did on my channel the other day.
Fine. But you have the right to refuse the question, right? I'm asking you, are you going to answer? You said yes, you're going to answer the question. So now, is impeded in a federal investigation against the law?
Define impeding. Define impeding.
Okay.
Defined it.
Okay.
Sure, it's in the back chat for you.
Oh my God!
Don't look for help. This is between me and him. Don't look for help. This is between me and him. What is impeding? Define it.
Okay.
In the context of what Bomb was saying.
Slowing down the investigation, making them people go around, slowing them from the investigation, alerting the people that is in the investigation. Those are forms of impeding.
And is that illegal?
Yes.
According to whom?
The law.
What law? Which law?
Oh my God.
Because I'm gonna go by what Thomas Jefferson said: the tree of liberty shall be replenished by the blood of patriots and tyrants. So let's talk about the 14th Amendment not being careful.
So hold on. I define what impeding is, right? And it's in the law that you are not. So are we in agreement that you should not impede in a federal investigation?
You need to define it in the context of what you mean
I define the word impede, right? So if you are in their way, you slowing down the investigation. You are. It doesn't necessarily mean stop them, but you're alerting the bad actors. You're alerting the criminals that they are investigating. You are impeding on that justice.
No, that's not impeding.
That's not impeding.
So
that's not impeding.
So now you pull up the definition of impede then, because this is insane to me. Because we cannot. I'm going by the definition of the word,
right,
and I'm not sure what are you going by, because maybe we're going by
the Constitution. You got to take into account. You got to take into account the Constitution and the rights. So that's why look, the definition of a word could be a word. You got to define it as in the law.
Okay, so now, slow down, please, because I'm defining it. You are not, right? So you cannot obstruct justice, right? That's the illegal definition of it.
Yeah,
that's obstruction. So now, what is obstruction? It's when you impede, right? And then I'm defining the word impede. So now we can move forward, so we can stop trying to argue.
The legalities have been talked about all over the place, and you are saying something that none of those lawyers.
That's fine. But I'm defining words as we move forward.
I know, but what I'm saying.
Okay, so don't tell me that. Okay, so now I'm trying to get so we can have an understanding, right? So again, Big J. So now I've defined impede. Are these people impeding on a federal investigation by slowing down the officers that are doing their investigation? Yes or no?
No.
Well, no, because Donald Trump is impeding the United States Constitution, and we should be governed by the Constitution thereof.
Hold on, Big J. We got to slow down. I'm talking about the people that are protesting. Are they slowing down? Are they slowing down the ICE agents by stopping traffic, by hitting them with snowballs, by blowing their horn, by following these laws? Is that slowing the officers down from doing their investigation?
And Donald Trump is slowing down the Section 2 of the 14th Amendment.
Slowing them down, but it's not impeding though.
Okay, so no, but that's the definition of impede.
No, but that's why I tried to explain, and that's why you sidetracked.
Okay, you want me to put?
Because
my God, this is crazy.
No, listen, what I'm saying.
No. We cannot redefine the word impede.
No, I'm not talking about redefining the word. I'm talking about you just defining the word, but there's a legality. The word obstruction, as the way you're using it, is about legalities. Now go and look and see what they mean in the law book as obstruction. And you'll find that anything in the law cannot be against the Constitution, which is the law above all the laws. And that's why what you're
and so now, do we fight constitutional law in the street or in a goddamn courtroom?
Yes, with the ICE. Yes, that's exactly where we fight.
Where do we fight constitutional law at? In the street or in a courtroom?
Both.
Well, the people do both. Yes, we fight it in the street and in the courtroom. Yes.
No, you do not fight law in the
most street. Definitely. That's what.
Oh, really? Really? Wait, whoa! Time out. Hold on. If that's the case, then Sharon, then please tell me about the black people who marched on Ellis Bridge in 1965.
Hold on.
Was they impeding laws?
Hold on.
Was they impeding laws?
Hold on, please. Hold on. Before we're not going to just skate past impeding, because this is crazy to me.
We're still on the topic about impeding.
Okay.
Yes, we are.
Hold on. So can I just park my car in the middle of the street and impede traffic? Is that legal?
Was Martin Luther King impeding?
Right.
I need y'all to slow down. Hold on.
Answer that question, my brother.
Hold on.
Because you beat around the bush.
It's not
going around the
please, I do not want to start muting people. It's not impeding if he had a protest. I'm going to walk from here to here. That's not impeding traffic. Because
he did. It was 1965 impeding on the Pettus Bridge.
Hold on. I need to talk to one person at a time, please. Please. I need to talk to one person at a time. Having a protest in Manhattan, they had a protest where they walked from Washington Square all the way down to Times Square in the street. They did not impede traffic because everybody knew they was going to walk. That's not impeding traffic. If I was to take my personal car and impede on traffic, is that against the law? Yes or no?
So no. So why?
Hold on, Matthew. Hold on, Matthew. Hold on. I was talking. Matthew, I need you to hold on. I need my brothers to have some patience, and it is okay.
Stoicism.
I want to finish my conversation with Big J first. Matthew, I'm gonna bring everybody's gonna get a chance to speak. I promise y'all. So Big
you're
J,
telling me. So
hold on, please. Hold on, Big J. I'm asking you a question. Don't change the question. If I park my car in the street and I impede traffic, is that against the law? Yes or no? First,
was the Martin Luther King impeding the law in 1965 at the Pettus Bridge?
Hold on, I need this way we can have clarity of what we're talking about, so we can have what we are disagreeing with. So, if I put my car in the middle of the street and impede traffic, am I doing something against the law? Yes or no? First, please.
What was the hold on. Let this be between two men here. Was the Montgomery bus drive impeding the law?
Can you answer my question first so we can?
I did.
Understand what we're arguing.
The answer is yes. Now, when are you going to answer my question? Did you vote for Donald Trump? Because when I asked you that, you ran. And your rage quit. What
I told you was I don't have to answer that question. That's what I told you. I don't want to answer that question. I don't have to answer that question. Whoever I vote for, it has no consequence to what the conversation is.
Oh, yes, it does. Because hold
on, please. No, because you keep trying to change this. You keep trying to.
No, I'm not.
So again, so you agree that impeding traffic is against the law. So therefore, now that you agreed, you said yes, that is against the law. So now when protesters are doing that, that means they are doing something against the law.
Just like what old boy said, it's time to make a little bit of good trouble.
Before you change it, I'm talking about something very specific. So you agree that me impeding traffic is against the law. So therefore, that's why we are trying to communicate to you that those protesters that is impeding on federal investigations. Do you agree?
Yes, they are impeding, and yes, they're blocking, and that's what protests are for. Just like Martin Luther King in the Pettus Bridge in 1965, just like the Montgomery bus drive in 1961, just like the what's the other marching where people were blocking? Oh, just as those quote unquote ferries during the white night riots in 1979 when Harvey Milk got shot. I mean, we can go on and on and on about what protest is, but yet what you trying to do is trying to make it all about making excuses for the Trump regime. Is that what you and Brownsville's doing?
No, we're not. We're having an actual conversation about the law, which you already agree with, that impeding traffic is against the law, and then you try to skate past that. It's okay. Hold on.
See,
so you agree? So you can't go past the fact that you agree that impeding traffic is against the law. Once that is said, now
when they break the law, you got to break the law.
Hold on, we gotta have respect, because I didn't interrupt you, Big J. Even when you saying things that I don't agree with, it's okay for us to have it back. I want us to have a real back and forth, not just screaming and yelling at each other, please. And it's difficult.
I'm not screaming at you.
It's difficult when I'm being very firm on you. It's difficult when you keep interrupting. You have to allow the other person to finish their thought, please.
Cuzzo.
Yes.
Listen to me, man. This is what I need you to do. I need you to showcase that this is your show. Stop allowing people to come and punk you and derail the show. Control your show. This is your show. So if they don't want to show decorum, then there's consequences for that. You shouldn't have to say the same thing 3 or 4 times over and over and over and over again.
That's not very stoic of you, Brownsville.
Right. The stoicism. Yeah, the stoicism is, where's the stoicism from Mr. Brownsville? Where's the stoicism at, Brownsville? Because nigga, when you was on my channel, you was hooping and hollering, screaming.
All right,
back in May of 2025. Sit down and be quiet, Brownsville.
So, Big J, you got to be able to have a conversation in a straight line instead of asking a whole bunch of stupid questions. Please, I'm tired of it. Because every time I allow y'all to talk, it's going to be somebody that's going to have a complaint to say, I ain't controlling something. It's a fucking annoying. I'm damned if I do. I'm damned if I don't.
But here's the thing. Every time you make a point, you always argue in bad faith.
Big J, I'm having a direct conversation with you. So I just want the same respect that I'm giving you. That's all. So, and I just need logic, understanding. So when you say that impeding traffic is against the law, you cannot now say that the protesters are not breaking the law. Is that not correct, Big J?
If I get a bounty,
I'd like to see it.
Hold on, let me make sure. Big J, are you the person that is raging, rolling? Oh, he left anyway. So, because if you was raging, rolling, then you was not able to get bounties. But I don't know. You gotta, you have all these goddamn all these extra names. I don't know who you are because I agreed that Raging Roland was not going to get bounty, but as far as I understand, you are Big J, not Raging Roland. So also before KT goes, this is crazy. We also got Matthew. Matthew, do you understand? Do you understand the difference between impeding and protesting?
My brother, I understand the difference. This is what I'm saying. We, as a people, don't have a problem with immigrants getting deported. Obama deported more immigrants than anybody. It's the way you deport people. That's the process we talking about. Did you go through it legally and give people their due process? This administration is not giving people their due process and just harassing people because of what they look like. That's what we went through during slavery.
So, Matthew, do you believe there's a difference between how ICE is handling it now and from the way how Obama did it?
Correct. It's
right, and that's the problem. That's where you are wrong.
Okay, listen. Let me show you number wise.
Hold on. You gotta understand. You just said something, right? But you're wrong. The way how ICE is handling it now is the same exact way they handle it.
No, it's not. So Ryan, you're making that up. Big J was saying you can say things are bad.
Let me tell you why.
Hold on, please. Hold on, because y'all just saying stuff.
No, so, you don't want to listen to the numbers.
Hold on. When Obama was doing it, did they not say?
You go on his opinion. Let's listen to numbers, like Kevin Samuel say. Let's talk about numbers. Now let's not talk about opinions. This administration, 70% of the people that they are arresting are not illegal immigrants.
That's not true.
No, that is a fact. Where do you get?
Hold on.
What is the percentage then?
Hold on, please.
Give me the correct number. If I'm wrong, you give me the right number.
Hold on, please. It is no stat that shows that ICE is arresting citizens more than immigrants.
No, not citizens. Immigrants.
That's what he just said.
He said illegal.
Hold on. If y'all don't stop fucking, I have to listen. Y'all, okay, so I can understand. If I say something wrong, allow the person to correct me. I cannot have 3 conversations at one time. Matthew, what 60% of people you talking about?
70%. All right. For example, the guy that was on the news with the 5-year-old son, the judge just released him the other day. You know why? Because he didn't get his due process. It was a whole news story about this and that, how he ran away from his child, blah, 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 blah. Guess what? Judge released him, say this man is going through his proper paperwork to become a U.S. citizen. He should have never been detained. This shit should have never happened to begin with. That's one prime example.
Of what? That's a prime
what they
example.
are doing.
Hold on. That's a prime example of what?
That's a prime example, but I'm giving you an example.
Hold on. A prime example of what?
Of what?
Yes. What is that a prime example of?
If you did proper investigation, you would have never harassed or went after this guy from the first place.
And so
That's what investigation. So nobody's doing proper investigations under this administration. They just going after immigrant. You don't look like me, get you. You look foreign. You don't look like you don't have your paperwork on you. Come on, let's go over here. That's not how it's supposed to work, my brother.
Okay, so we got that one.
And that's what they are doing.
No, that's not what they're doing. So
yes, they. Okay, then.
All right.
Why are people upset about it? Then it wasn't upset about it back then.
What you're showing to me that person actually did have due process. They seen a judge, and that judge said, "Hey, no, he is such and such who he say he is," and they let him go. So that is literally due process.
After how he was. He got arrested. He got detained unlawfully and had to stay there over a month. That's not justified.
Right.
What are we talking about?
Hold on. We are not talking about justification. We're talking about you talking about due process. That is due process.
No, but he didn't have.
If I get arrested,
after the fact that I gotta prove something after you accuse me of
y'all not understanding what y'all are saying. Due process. If I get arrested, I get due process to go in front of the court or judge.
And how long?
What the fuck is going on? So this way I could go in front of a judge or or my peer. Hold on, because
was he unlawfully detained? Answer that question.
Hold on, please. Due process is after you get arrested, you have the ability to argue your point in the court of law. That is what due process is. Due process doesn't mean that you cannot get due process. Do not mean that you can get falsely arrested. You can get arrested falsely. You can get wrongfully arrested. All those things can happen. So y'all are confusing what justification is versus what due process is.
No,
you don't know what you're talking about.
You've been in the law, my brother. You've been in the law for your administration, what you support, and that's why the dude kept asking who you support. Because what do you think January 6th was?
Oh my God, this is
no.
insane.
Oh my God, nothing. You think that was a peaceful protest, my brother?
Hold on, please. What do due process mean?
Okay, then.
Okay, so let me explain it.
Right.
You're right.
What does it mean? I don't want an
I'm saying
explanation.
it. Due process.
I need to know what it means, please.
That's what I'm saying. When you go before a judge, right? But
okay, so it has nothing to do with being arrested.
No, you're right.
Okay, so all right. So now that we understand that I'm not lying, because y'all said I was lying.
No. What I was saying is that you're wrong.
Hold on,
listen.
Hold on.
The cops come to my house and say they investigated a murder.
I need you to listen.
Nobody was murdered in my house, but then they come in.
I need you to listen to what I'm saying, because for some reason I don't understand. Bon Cherry just corrected it and said I was correct with my synopsis of what due process is. But when I said it, multiple people said I was lying.
No, I said you was lying about him getting due process. So he ended up getting it, but they had to fight. Other people had to get involved, and then they was looking for him and his son, right? And then he ended up with a judge saying, nah, get him in front of a judge and give him his due process. So what we're saying is they're not giving people due process. They have to end up due process.
So the issue that I'm having, you saying that he didn't get due process while he got due process. He got out, right? So okay, so now we got that one example that proves that they all having due process. That's crazy in itself. The one example that he brought up.
What you're saying?
Hold on. So did the person? Hold on. Did the person get due process? Yes or no?
Eventually, yes.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
so there we go. So now we understand.
Yes, eventually they went before a judge who told them.
Okay, so now we understand, Matthew, you're not understanding the law. right?
No, I understand the law, my brother. I have a cousin that's a U.S. senator, my brother. I understand the law. You don't understand your civil rights, my brother. That's what you don't understand.
No. What
That's
you don't
no. Let somebody tell you.
Hold on, please.
Okay.
What y'all misunderstanding, right? Is that just because if a police officer violates your civil rights, you have to fight it in a certain way. You don't get to fight it in the street. You do not hold court on the street.
Yeah, but then
you hold law in the courtroom. Y'all are talking about holding court on the street. So just because somebody is violating your civil rights doesn't mean that you need to go ahead and fight and put hands on officers and say, no, you violating me. You handle violations of your civil rights in the court, not on the street.
Sharon, can I ask you a quick question? Is arrest a part of due process?
Yes. You gotta have be arrested to get your day in court.
This is ridiculous.
Agree. So I'm just saying, like, from the moment that, like, this is part, because you were talking about what's the definition and how they were wrong. Well, now I'm not agreeing with either side to be. I'm just saying what's right or wrong. And I was looking it up while y'all were arguing. Due process does include the arrest. So if you're being unlawfully detained, like according to due process, that's why they're saying, like, you can't. It is violated. However, a part of due process is supposed to be the arrest. You're not supposed to be able to just arrest somebody because you're saying, like, even their point of arresting you was saying you did something illegal. So if they're making that accusation without properly doing the research or anything, well, you know from the beginning they violated his due process.
But KT, look, the crux of this thing, the whole spiral of this conversation was who is deporting more people or whatever as far as each side goes, right? Whether it was
no,
Obama,
I ain't hear nothing about that when that happened. Right? When that conversation started.
Nah, yeah, they were doing more about how too, Uda, because dude even said Obama deported more. They were saying like how Trump's going about it, and
so if you get wrongfully arrested, you're saying that is
your due process was violated. Yes.
Yes.
Right, and that's when you're wrong.
I'm giving you the legal definition, Sharon.
Because you can get the due process is more than one. Oh my God.
If I plant dope on you and arrest you for dope, we starting off wrong from there. You did not commit.
Okay, but that don't have. Okay, that's fine. We understand that. I don't understand. This is crazy to me.
So what we're saying is they're not doing it legally, my brother. They're not arrested.
People get wrongfully arrested all the time, dude. When you are going to the part of not due process, that means that you arrested me and then you sentenced me, and now I'm in jail. That is not due process.
You're incorrect.
You can wrongfully arrest somebody, and then now I need to be able to see somebody in court and say, hey, this is what's happened. They lied on me. This is my proof that they lied on me. I didn't do the things that they accused me of. X, Y, and Z. Here's my proof of it. And that is the due process. So
no, they didn't do that.
Part of it.
So that's the part they didn't do for them for that man.
All right. So the problem is that they are conflating too many things and saying that.
No, that's you, Sharon.
Oh my God,
you being facetious, bro. Like I literally looked up the legal definition. The process begins the moment that you're being apprehended for whatever.
Yeah, KT, but you can be arrested.
You're saying how? Hold up. You're saying how? No, you cannot.
Yes, you can.
Look it up.
No, you
Is it a misdemeanor or a felony, Josh?
Hold on. Slow down, please. Because y'all are being ridiculous. Y'all being ridiculous. Can somebody be arrested wrongfully? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So once we acknowledge that, right, the next step to it is now you got to see your day in court. Correct?
Okay. Yes. Yeah. You're talking about the end process of it.
All right. So now that we understand. That is steps to it. We cannot say just because you was wrongfully arrested means that your due process was violated.
Nigga, that's one of the steps.
Hold on. Let me fix it.
Hold on. I don't understand.
I don't need you to fix system was built. I don't need you to fix anything.
I need you to stop trying to. I need everybody to stop acting like their voice is more powerful than mine. I would let everybody get a chance to talk, but we got to be accurate. And for some reason, y'all do not want to be accurate because
no, that's you. You literally saying skip the first step because the second step exists, and I'm saying it's 2 part. You're the one keeps saying the only thing that matters is what the judge say. I'm saying no, the due process begins from the moment you're arrested. So if you're wrongfully arrested, your due process has been violated. You cannot ignore that, but you keep trying to say that's not real, which is crazy. You keep saying that's a part of the process, then saying, all right, well,
it just doesn't apply
part
to illegal aliens.
Right.
The due process in arrest hasn't been violated because they're here illegally. So how they're handled after that becomes more about their due process. They can be detained. They can be arrested because they're here illegally.
Because it's probable cause of violation of illegal entry.
Right.
They gave an example of a dude who was a legal immigrant, though. And that's the thing. You can point out many cases where there's legal immigrants and they're literally saying, you don't look white. You ain't white, bro. You fit the description. Like, straight the fuck up. So that's all.
KT, that's not what they're saying.
But
I'm being calm right now, but that's not what they're that's not what they're saying. Y'all are conflating what's said because y'all are disliking ICE. What they're doing is they're using reasonable suspicion to stop people. That's step one.
No,
Hold on.
they don't have reasonable
Don't stop.
suspicions.
Do not
what
stop
is that
me.
reasonable suspicion?
I'm not done yet.
Okay, but what is it?
It doesn't. Okay, why do y'all think that part matters when we are talking about due process? If somebody hold on. If somebody was to give an anonymous tip and say Sharon is selling drugs, and I get arrested, no matter how wrongfully it is, I gotta go ahead and fight it. Correct?
No.
Yes. You gotta fight it, but they can't just take your person word and go arrest you.
Yes, they can.
Listen, a person can't just call and say you got dope over there, and now they accept your words as the fact.
They can.
You have to do investigating to support that. That's how you get your fucking warrant from the judge.
KT, hearsay is admissible in the feds.
Okay, wait a minute.
Y'all have to understand, illegal entry is a federal offense, not a state.
Listen, what ICE is doing is they're picking up immigrants.
Hold on, please. I need
you stop me?
Because we are not addressing the conversation. We start talking about something very specific, and then we say what ICE is doing overall with no proof of it.
No, but I'm gonna give you. But this was what was stated, and that man told you this, and then you said no, it wasn't. What he didn't say illegal. What they are doing is picking up immigrants. Anybody who look like they're immigrants, that's what they are doing. Even if they're legal immigrants, but they're supposed to be getting illegal immigrants. So somebody up here is only mentioning, they illegal, it's already a crime. That is true. But if they
I want to ask Sharon something. I want to ask Sharon something. Sharon, are you familiar with the 5th Amendment of the Constitution? Are you familiar with the 14th Amendment of the Constitution? Since those two amendments is about due process, are you familiar with the 5th Amendment and the 14th Amendment, sir?
I am.
Can I just
see how are we going to have this argument, right? When you don't even know the Constitution of the United States.
The government cannot deprive you of your life, your liberty, your property without due process.
Correct. Right. And what did the 14th Amendment say, Sharon? I'm talking to Sharon. Notice Sharon ain't saying anything. Notice he's not answering a damn thing.
We got him. How about
everybody else answered for him.
As long as we get some
because I've been answering this for a long time.
No, you did not answer the question, Sharon. Because hold on, and another thing, Sharon.
Big J.
Can I crash off, Sharon?
No, not yet.
All right, my fault. I'm going on mute.
Big J. I am just trying to get down to the truth of what we are having a conversation about, and people want to add in things that's not important to the conversation about ICE. When we're talking about due process, we could just simply stick there first, and then we could move it along. We could start.
You're gaslighting. You're gaslighting.
Okay, thank you for pointing out something that I'm not doing. So now
you are.
Okay, fine. Stop telling me what I'm doing, and just answer the questions, and we can have a productive discussion. And all the people that's in the back, the only reason why you're in the back is because I'm prefacing people that is on camera. So that's that. So now you want to talk about due process.
Mm-hmm.
You can explain to me how the story that Matthew brought up, that this man being arrested and then going through a due process, a judge deemed that he was a legal citizen and got released back into the world, how that's not due process. Please explain that to me.
Like how though you said you was not going to do no bounties about 2 hours ago. You said, you know, somebody told me though you was going to do no bounties, but now though your bitch ass cousin did it though.
Hold
Just
on.
saying.
Are you rolling?
Hey, drop it.
Are you rolling anger?
See,
Yeah, you gotta pack.
Hold on. I want
You
to
can't
hold
play
on
with
because I did tell Rolling Anger if that person's to come up, that person is not going to be able to get bounded. Are you Rolling Anger?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Pack them up.
Okay, so therefore, don't worry about it. Then I said Rolling Anger is not going to get bounty. If you're not Rolling Anger, you're allowed to get bounty. Unless you're asking me for your protection. You saying, Sharon, I'm going to be ridiculous. I'm not going to listen. I'm going to be an agitator. Can you please give me some protection so I can have the conversation? I'm going to hold my patience and I'm going to have a conversation.
Because
I would give you the protection.
Can I
Do you
crash
want?
on a
Hold
brown
on.
gun?
Do you want Sharon's protection to not get bounty?
If it's going to be a one-on-one, yes. Because I don't need no sidekick.
Okay, that's fine. You want my? Okay, that's fine. So are you going to be respectful and stop over talking?
Unless you stop with your gaslighting and what your cousin doing over there too.
So if you're going to continue to do
all
that,
right? Do we understand one another? Do we understand one another? I hope
I'm trying to, but you're not understanding. Again, I'm gonna give you some rules so this way we could agree. So I would take the bounty off of you. You could have a conversation without saying what I'm doing and just answer questions and have a regular conversation. Once you start saying you are doing this and you are doing that, you are doing this and you are doing that, you are not trying to have a conversation. You're just talking. Or we didn't understand this or that. Can we be in agreement?
Let's go ahead and do it, Sharon. Let's do it. Let's see how far though you going to flip it right back around and shoot yourself in the foot. Go ahead, do it. Let's go ahead. Let's have it. Let's have it.
Okay, so we're gonna have a respectful conversation, and we're not gonna. We're gonna see how, and we're gonna allow. I'm gonna allow the audience and the panelists to understand what we said, and we're gonna see if you hold true to what you're saying. Fine. So now go ahead and describe what is due process. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, geez, man, I think you should know. I mean, no person should be held for a capital, otherwise infamous crime, unless on the receipt or indictment of the grand jury, except in cases rising in the land. Blah blah blah. See, and that's for the military part. Maybe you go back to civilian parts, or shall be compelled in any criminal case to be witness against himself to be deprived of life, liberty, and property without the due process of law, nor shall legal property should be taken for public use without compensation. The 14th Amendment, I mean, it's in this law. You know, Cardinal Law is a good ass website. You might want to read it sometimes, Sharon. Talking about the you might want to reread on that. I ain't gonna read all that for you.
Okay, so now let's slow it down. So let's slow it down a little bit so people can actually hear what you're saying, right? So I'm gonna give you what I'm understanding, right? No one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, right? Are we in agreement of that? That's what it says in the Constitution.
Right.
Okay, so now what about that man being arrested and then seeing a judge is not due process?
Because if there was suspicions of him being illegal, wouldn't there be a warrant for his arrest that falls under the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 14th Amendment of these United States Constitution?
What do that have to do with? We are talking about due process.
Yo.
Okay, so we not
warrants
talking about
is a part of due process, right?
No,
warrants are part of due process, right? See, I went to law school. You didn't.
Hold on. What part of due process says that you need a warrant?
Oh my God! Didn't we just? Did I just read the Fifth Amendment, y'all? Wait! Oh my God! He said, do you know what a warrant is, Sharon?
Listen.
Did I freeze up?
Yo, listen to what I'm saying. A
Yeah, 'cause
chance
you
to be
need more.
heard and have a fair procedure, okay? Listen. If after the arrest you are brought before a judge promptly and given an opportunity to challenge the charges through bail hearings, motions to dismiss, trial, etc., then you are still receiving a procedural due process, right? If the arrest is completely without any legal basis, for example, police arrest you for no reason at all, and you have no opportunity to challenge it, then your due process could be argued that it was violated. So
like with that man, right? Like with that man in the chat.
No.
Yes, he did not get due process until he
eventually ended up getting it, but it was
only because people had to fight and find him and all that, and then he got it. But that's what we say, Sharon. He didn't.
But he got it.
But look, even if you're wrongfully arrested, as long as the system gives you those fair procedures due to the process, due process is technically occurred. As long as they still give you the chance to make your hearing to be heard, and this is the part of due process. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Y'all need to know. Y'all don't know y'all rights, and it's fucking sad, right? Because you mean to tell me you could be in jail for a whole month without any lawyer, any due process, and as long as somebody make them do it, and then you go through it, then it's okay. What?
You have a claim against them. No,
yes, you have a claim against them, and so yes. Which means you got a claim against him because you didn't get your due process.
That's
what the claim would be, right?
Specifically, you can be in a fence for 90 days.
You just don't know how long.
By law, you have 90 days.
No,
by
that's
law,
a
they
lie.
have 90 days.
Yeah, one at a time. Hold on.
Went to the fence.
Okay, hold on. One at a time, y'all. We gotta hold on, y'all. We gotta have to be able to have a conversation.
I'm telling you, they have up to 90.
Hold on, please. And I ain't getting no goddamn support to have this strong conversation. Not one.
Well, it's called free education. I think niggas need free education.
So now we're gonna allow Bomb to finish her thought because niggas like Big J, that's what they want.
What?
They don't enjoy somebody getting some support for education. They think that you're only supposed to support fucking degeneracy like Corey Holcomb. That's the fucking problem that we have with a lot of black men today. As soon as we start to become productive and we having a strong conversation about law, he want to excuse people not supporting it for whatever fucking reason. I don't know, but it's sad and disgusting. So now, before we get to you, Big J, let Bob Cherry please finish her thought so we can flush out this man not getting due process. Why he was able to get due process? Go ahead, Bob Cherry, finish your thought. Otis, who want to respond to it as well? So go ahead, Bob.
Well, I'm just saying, he ended up getting his due process due to fighting the protests and everything, getting a judge. So yes, he ended up getting it, right? So what we're saying that when they first picked him up, used his son against him to even grab him, they had no reason to even do that because they didn't do any investigation to find out that, he wasn't even an illegal. He was already going through the process to become legal. But then now the family looking for him, everybody searching for the kid and everything. And then a judge, somebody go to a judge to make ICE release them. So yes, he eventually got it, which is good. But that's not what ICE was doing though. And that's all, and that's what we're saying. ICE are not giving these people due process.
But Bomb, due process doesn't land in the hands of ICE. Due process lands in them going through the process.
Right.
The process itself is, no pun intended, the due process, right?
What
Like
process you talking about?
ICE is simply dealing with a problem. So they
No,
are.
don't go that. What process? Don't speak.
Okay, all right. So part of the process is getting arrested, right? And then getting the opportunity to get bail, and then getting the opportunity to defend
Right.
yourself. All of that is part of the process. Y'all are stopping
But they
the
didn't
process.
give him that.
Hold on. Y'all
I
are stopping the
apologize for
process
speaking
at a wrongful, whatever we are deeming, whether we agree or disagree, right? It doesn't matter. We are stopping the due process once the person was wrongfully arrested, and that is a wrong way to interpret that due process. He could be wrongfully arrested, but the next step, he cannot be denied those. It's a whole process. It ain't one step, and y'all trying to make due process being one step, and that is the wrongful arrest. And we are trying to get y'all to understand that is not what due process is. It's not.
But I don't think I didn't hear anybody say what you're saying that anybody made it that. And some people did shout out some things that didn't make sense. But what I am saying would happen to those people, right? And a lot of people is that they are arresting them, putting them in a detention center in a whole nother state where people don't know where they are. They're not getting phone calls. Nobody's seen them. And then they're getting on planes and taking these people other places without going before judges and things. So that is the not getting the due process.
Hold on, that's now that is a better argument, and I could respect that side of the argument if we have proof of that. And I just want to let you know that's what Obama was getting beat up for as well, because a lot of people got arrested and they put their ass right on an airplane. They actually had them in cages and all these things that we're saying. So now I can respect that part of it. But when we trying to, go ahead, Otis too. So that's a real argument that Bomb just brought up. Go ahead, Otis too.
Real quick, because I know I don't have that much time. I think the whole situation is a lot of people, unfortunately, don't know the true definition of due process. And I'm not going to yell and get all outrageous, but KT even said that he's not realizing what he said. Due process starts with the initial arrest, whether it's right or wrong. Right. That's where it starts. Correct. It ends whether it takes a day or 90 days. It ends with you going in front of the judge, proving your case, period. Just clean, cut, and dry. It seems like you want to cut out that whole middle part. Yes, unfortunately, innocent people are getting caught in this web that's being casted out there.
But when they go through their due process, if
they will get out when they go through the proper due process, whether it takes 90 days or 10 days.
Well said.
But it's not true. They're getting them, putting them on plane and bringing them other places.
Wait a minute, hold on. I got a question then.
You might be right, Bomb. You might be right.
I'm not might be right. I'm right.
Okay, you are right. But they will eventually get their due process.
No, they can't get due process when they out of the country. They have already taking these people to another country. What do you mean they will eventually get it?
They're bringing them to Ecuador. So I like to ask Sharon, right? And I know he's not going to answer it. Everybody else going to answer for him. Since though you and Brownsville are in New York, tell us about stop and frisk. Was that against due process? Because we know stop and frisk was major in NYC.
Is it against? No, it was not against due process. No.
Yeah.
Oh,
The answer. He said stop and frisk does not violate. As a victim of stop and frisk, right? The reality is it was problematic to due process, right? But it wasn't out of the scope of what was legal, right?
Yes, it was. That's why they deemed it illegal.
No. Hold on. But he said hold on. So, but he said to due process. So people, them just stopping and frisking people, yes, that is illegal, but it don't have nothing to do with due process.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Y'all missing the point of what.
It's actually not illegal on a state and city level.
The legalities of the Constitution. Yes, y'all say that anybody could come and say I sell drugs and they could pick me up. But then I would sue them because that is illegal for them to do. But then y'all would say, well,
all right, and that's a part of your due process.
Let me break something simple down.
Hold on, because y'all confusing things. So we do
How
not
is it
agree with,
confusing?
hold on. We don't agree with stop and frisk, number one. However, stop and frisk does not violate due process.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Terry V. Hold on. I know the court case is real. Terry V. Ohio, 1968. Under the Fourth Amendment, didn't I just say the Fourth Amendment earlier? The Fourth Amendment of the United States, a police officer may stop a suspect on the street and frisk him without parole to cause arrest. But if the officer is reasonably suspicious that the person has committing a crime, he should. But if the person is minding his own business and he ain't bothering anybody, he should not be bothered with.
Big J, how
Read the court case.
Right?
Big
Hold
J,
on,
yes,
real
Terry
quick,
V.
and I'm gonna keep it short. Right, Big J? Sharon, can I get a second?
Hold on, Otis.
Due process. The due process starts when they get arrested or whatever.
Terry V. Ohio.
Hold on, Big J. Everybody want to talk to this part right here. So,
can I get in too, please?
Listen, I just want to say
Terry V. Ohio, 1968 Supreme Court case.
I agree because we got Floyd versus City, right? Floyd versus New York City as well, right? Which is also Fourth Amendment violations as well. But look, let me read something right here to you. It says stop and frisk does not inherently violate due process because due process is about fair procedures after government action. The bigger constitutional question is about Fourth Amendment rights and not due process. Illegal or abusive stop and frisk can violate your Fourth Amendment rights, and evidence obtained can be excluded in court, but it doesn't automatically mean that your due process was violated.
You want to know how the states?
Not automatically.
Hold on, Willie. He just showed how stop and frisk was not in a. So, Big J, do you agree?
No.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. That's not what he just said, though. You said something wrong. I'm sorry. He said it may not necessarily, which means if you say not necessarily, that means there are times when it is against your due process. Due process means, listen, you can't just come and arrest me. You got to have valid reasons why. And if you don't, then you arrest me. Being arrested could be against my due process.
Okay, hold on. So in due process, does it say you have to have valid reasons?
Yes.
That is a different. Y'all talking about two different things, man, and y'all not recognizing.
Reasonable articulate suspicion.
Yes, they gotta have valid reasons.
Yeah, it's called a RAS.
It's called probable cause.
No, probable cause is not a thing. No. Probable cause is not a thing.
Yes, it is.
Y'all really no, it's not.
You can't be arrested.
Listen, you cannot be. Suspicion, is that a misdemeanor or a felony, Josh? Look it up.
No, I didn't say reasonable suspicion. I said probable cause. It's the next step. You can be stopped for reasonable suspicion. You can be arrested for probable cause. Look it up, since we're talking about looking it up, Daisy. And here's the thing. He's talking about a Terry stop. The Terry stop does not violate due process unless the information obtained during a Terry stop is literally used against you during a court proceeding. It's called fruit of a poisonous tree.
Due process then.
It's only when you're in court.
But
it's only when you're in court. Yes, it
Josh,
is.
even down to that, Uda just
tree.
pointed out. Listen, Uda pointed out. If it's not about due process, it's still a Fourth Amendment thing, right?
Yes, and guess what that is? Illegal searches. No, that's illegal search and seizure. No,
okay, hold on. I need us to be clear about what we're saying when we're having an argument. We cannot move the goalposts and say, "Hey, it's this now," and it is this now, right? So it is okay that it is not a part of due process. It's a part of another situation, which is wrong. And it is okay for us to understand that. I don't know why that's such a difficult thing, because nobody's saying that stop and frisk is something that we should be doing, practicing, or we saying that is legal. We saying that it is not a part of due process, and it's okay to just say, all right, it is not a part of due process because it shows that it's not.
Is the Fourth Amendment not a part of due process?
No. It's not.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Y'all are really tripping.
No, don't just say,
the Fourth Amendment is due process. Okay, Fourth Amendment is how y'all keep talking about. It's the part of where we have the right to due process. It even says it in the Fourth Amendment. This is our property seizure, illegal search and seizure. A part of due process.
Right. The term due process. Listen. The term due process is in the 3rd, 4th, 5th Amendment. It's in the Bill of Rights. And yet, we got these Negroes who all they want to do is talk this Tyler Perry, the black woman, black men. Are you married? Trying to marry shame people? That's all you niggas talk about. You got nothing to talk about. Stop talking about politics then, because you don't know shit.
Bro, you just misinterpreted a Terry stop. What the fuck are you talking about?
No. What are you talking about, jail? You inmate?
So
what are you talking about?
Hold on. Big J, we had a agreement. So you need to hold to your own agreement. We having a conversation. Don't try to insinuate that this is not something that is not. You are literally here having a conversation about amendments, due process. Don't try to backtrack now and say that this is something.
I ain't backtracking. I'm not backtracking.
Once you start insulting people and claiming that this is some kind of Tyler Perry situation, you full of shit at that point.
No, I'm not. I'm telling the truth.
Hold on. Just because if you feel like you have more information than somebody, it doesn't mean okay, that's fine. But now when you try to insult everybody else, like you the only one, that's a problem. Stop with the shit. If we're going to have a productive conversation, maintain your own standard and have a productive conversation. Don't be the person that is trying to turn it into some Tyler Perry shit.
But this is a Tyler Perry type of argument. I'm just, that's all.
Jay, can I ask you a question real quick, sir? Without no insults. A serious question, Big J. For real.
Because wasn't you the one who made an insult to me? Because you're the one who insulted me, Otis.
Again, hold on. I'm gonna reset it for you, Otis. He's attempted to have a real conversation. Don't throw no extra thing. Let it maintain into the conversation. Go ahead, Otis. Who?
Okay. Do you honestly know the difference, or are you telling me, because you said you went to law school, you telling me that the 4th Amendment is the same exact thing as due process? Are you honestly making that statement to me?
No, due process is in multiple amendments of the Constitution: the 4th, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 14th Amendments of the Constitution.
Okay.
So the due process is in each of those amendments.
Okay. So I can read it. The 4th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution protects individuals against unreasonable searches and seizures by the government, establishing the right to privacy in persons' house, papers, and effects. It requires that warrants be issued only upon probable cause, supported by oath, and specifically describe the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized. Where does it say anything to do with due process?
That is a part of due process.
It doesn't say
yes, it does. Yes, it does. It is
due process, and then it say that the Constitution. So due process, like they can't seize anything because your due process is that they don't do that. So that's what we're saying.
Just because.
Hold on. Due process is not a part of every goddamn thing. It's just not. So
no,
if somebody illegal. So hold on, please. This is crazy to me. I just read it, so it will. I don't understand. Would you disagree with what I just read?
No,
I disagree. No, I disagree. It says probable cause, right? Does it say probable cause?
Yeah.
When like you read it, well, probable cause is a part of the due process argument. If you read the Federalist Papers and you read the Anti-Federalist Papers when they wrote the Constitution, that's why they put it in there. Probable cause is part of the due process clause.
So now the issue is that when we just take out one part of it, right?
But then we got to be honest with the conversation, because they say due process explicitly is only in a few amendments, only in the 5th. And it only applies to the 14th, not the 3rd or these other ones that Big J's saying, because the 3rd Amendment, they say, is no quartering of soldiers, and that does not mention due process. So
for sure,
due process is.
Are you sure about that? You sure about that? Because
okay, so hold on. Are we gonna disagree with that as well?
No, I said I agree. I'm gonna say that's quartering.
Now when we
right
start
to make a militia and all that shit.
When we start agreeing with things, now we can stop with just making as everything is a part of the conversation, please. Like we got
the Fourth Amendment it directly applies
we gotta make sure we are understanding what we are communicating.
Yeah,
because it's not about me being, it's not about me being right. I'm just interpreting it incorrectly. This is what it is. It don't have nothing to do with me, to be honest with you. Me reading it and then you trying to add due process in it is just wrong.
No, Sharon, you are remixing it. You added listen, you read an AI overview, not the actual amendment, which gives a short breakdown. That's the first thing. The second thing is anything involving the judicial branch. That's literally what it's there for. It's the judicial system, justice. All of that involves due process. Anything we're talking about that's judicial is involving due process. This isn't even, we should be able to agree on that.
Well, KT, so I want to accept that. If what you just said is true, if an officer pulls over somebody during a traffic violation, right? They do a search of the vehicle and find drugs. They cannot seize those drugs, right? Because that would violate due process, right?
No, they can't seize those drugs. Once you gave them permission to search. You gave them the permission to search your car.
You gave them permission to search, but did you give them permission to seize?
Yeah, no, that's a part of it. No, that's a part. That's why it's search and seizure. It goes together. So once you search, if I give you the right to search, that gives you the right to seize. Yes.
Yes.
Again,
even then, if they see them, they still might have to get a warrant.
Y'all are full of shit, and y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about, and it is sad to me, man.
If I could interject, just
we can agree with what we are reading now. Is like, oh, this is not the exact amendment. That's AI over. If you don't get the fuck out of here, sit your stupid ass down.
AI don't be right?
So I'm just saying, you can also point out where we wrong.
All right, so fine. AI don't be right. So do you agree or disagree with that AI overview so we can have an understanding?
But just an overview.
It's too simplified. It's too simplified.
Hold on. I need to understand. Do you agree with it or not? So we can have the proper.
It's too simplified.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, if you agree with it, don't tell me that sometimes it's wrong. It's either we're gonna look at the information and say, okay, we agree with that information. We have an argument towards that information. We cannot look at it, say we agree with it, and then throw in the fact, well, sometimes it'd be wrong.
Well, I mean, that's the fact. Well, I can't throw in the fact that sometimes
because do you agree with it? Is the
okay? What you saying? So what I'm
what I'm saying. Do we agree with the AI overview, or do I need to find something else that we agree on? Hey, this is the definition, and then we can have the argument towards that. If you disagree with the AI overview, I can accept that. Then I can find
Carnell Law School.
Hold on, let me finish saying what I'm saying so I can have a understanding. I don't have no problem with us disagreeing with AI overview. If that's what we are saying, I just need to understand, are we agreeing with that version of it, or we are not agreeing with that version of it?
No, I'm going to just speak for myself. I agree with the overview, but what was stated was,
so if we're going to agree with it, then we can have the argument towards what we are reading instead of trying to make it seem like now all of a sudden we can't necessarily agree with it because it possibly is wrong.
No, I don't know this. I don't know what type of games you playing, right? Because this is crazy. Because I'm trying to tell you, you read something and then you said in your overview, you said, where does it say this? And somebody said, well, by the way, you just reading the overview. So we're not disagreeing with the overview. We're disagreeing with the fact that just because what you read didn't say exactly what we were saying doesn't mean that you're correct. That's what we're saying. Okay, we not.
No. Okay. What I'm trying to establish something that we could agree on, and we could base our agreements and disagreements off of that. Instead of us just saying things.
I disagree.
Okay,
I disagree.
You know why? So Big J hold on. Before you tell me, I want to get it. So Big J disagrees with the AI overview. Bomb Cherry does not. KT to go. Do you disagree with the AI overview?
It's just an overview. It's simplified, like Big J said. But yeah, I agree with the overview. It's not everything though. Okay. Because you like us to be literal, and that's why I'm doing that. But when I do that, then you say, "Hey, calm down with what you're saying."
This is insane to me. I don't know why we cannot just agree on this is what we're gonna have an argument about. Because then when we agree with the argument, then y'all find a way to poke hole in the thing that we all agreed with and say, yes, we agree with. That's all I'm trying to get establishment of, right? So we can say this is the foundation of what we are arguing, and then we can move forward. That's all I'm trying to do.
Okay, so what are we arguing now anyway? Because it did change.
It did not change.
You don't like it.
Hold on. What changed was that KT said he doesn't agree with the AI overview, and then all of a sudden everybody's like, yeah, I don't agree with it. That's what we are arguing right now. So I'm trying to get a base on what we are going to agree on.
That, though.
Yeah, he didn't say that. He didn't say he didn't agree. He just said it's just the overview. That's all he said. He didn't say
so do you agree with the overview, KT?
Yeah, no, I was disagreeing with the part where you said this don't say nothing about due process, and that's the only thing.
Okay, so again, I'm gonna ask you again. Do you agree with the overview?
Yes, I said it from the beginning. On the first person said yeah. Where you added the part of this don't say nothing about due process.
Right, because all right, so you agree with if you agree with the overview, do the AI overview say anything about due process?
No. But
okay, so therefore that's why.
The Fourth Amendment is not saying nothing about due process, and you did it based off.
So slow down. So that's why I said it doesn't say anything about due process, because we all agreed on what I read. And we don't agree on it because you want to try to poke holes in the thing that we very agreed on and say that's not what we agree on. That's why the conversation is falling apart. So if you agree with the base, then you got to stick with the base. If not, then I can move forward to something that's more literal in the exact sense. So this way we don't have no fucking arguments.
No, I think you just have a need to be like 100% right. Sometimes we can, like you saying, if we can meet at a middle ground, is what we just said. I agree with the.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
I'm confused on what you're saying too, Shaman, because
I just want to agree on the base, and then we can argue from the base. We cannot agree with the base, whatever.
We agree.
Can I agree with the base and then move away from the base and say, well, your base.
You're the one who added the point out of it, which was, look, this don't say nothing about due process. Due process ain't about.
Exactly, because that is the baseline. We are arguing our point of view from that base. So everything in that base we can argue from. So now when it's in there, but if you don't agree, if the whole panel don't agree, then we could change the argument.
Well, if you saying that we got to agree with what it says there, and if it don't say something, then we got to agree to that, then I'm saying that I disagree with the overview, because the overview is incomplete, and therefore you can't say something that's incomplete. We know that it's incomplete. You say, oh, it's not saying this, see, and we got to agree with that. So I'm saying that it's incomplete, like everybody else up here is saying.
Then that's dumb.
Okay,
and the reason why we have to agree on something, right, as the base. Once we agree on the base, we could base our argument from that thing. Now it's dumb of me to maintain that if we don't want to maintain that, and that's fine. I'm okay with that as well. And they say, hey, Sharon, I have a problem with it because it's not complete, like Bomb saying. Those are two different arguments. So it's either we are going to all right, so therefore you don't agree with the overview, fine, and then we could just move forward. Y'all don't agree with the overview.
And the overview is
and I'm going to tell you why.
It's on the Fourth Amendment.
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you.
So we just freestyling. There's no decorum. We just anybody goes. Is that what's going on? Because I'm
right. Because you know why? Because we're not stoic. We're not being taught stoicism and all that. We're supposed to be stoic. Stoicism. Yeah. How you gonna talk about stoicism when you want to do bounties?
Okay.
How about you, me, nigga?
Okay, I already told you once.
What's your word?
I told you once already. I don't want to have to do it again. So stop, please.
No, you need to tell him to stop.
Okay,
you need to tell him to stop.
I'm asking you. It doesn't matter who. I'm asking you.
I just got here.
So it doesn't matter if it ain't a tick for tack. I got you in a second, Edith, man. I'm sorry. Y'all are being ridiculous at this point. Shout out. I've learned I agree with a bit of what you say. Shout out. Impeding justice refers to actions that interfere with or obstruct the legal process, preventing law enforcement and judicial officials from carrying out their duties effectively. American tradesmen, support the channel and get the likes up. Share the stream. That would be much appreciated. Also, we got Brownsville, New York. Drop that mouth breather. First classic citizen. Conflicting the civil rights march protests with the illegal migrant protest is false equivalence and very disingenuous.
And disrespectful to civil rights leaders.
Absolutely. Ashe with the $2. Look up. When does due process begin? And make sure y'all supporting the show. It's all good that we could do such a thing. Let me see. I need to bring in either man. Go ahead, Omni, while I figure out who I'm going to replace that doesn't have a camera on. Sorry, KT, you don't have a camera on. Go ahead, Omni.
So we're talking about civil rights, right? I mean, not civil rights. We're talking about due process and whatnot. Why is no one bringing up the IIRIRA? Hold on, I'll put it on the screen for you real quick. Y'all can look it up, whether it be Google overview, AI overview or not. If you type this into the search bar, otherwise known as 8 USC 1225B. All right, I'll read a little bit of it here. Well, just the key aspects. The target population, non-citizens lacking valid entry documents or using fraud, misrepresentation to enter. The authority is CBP, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, ICE. Officers can issue removal orders which cannot be appealed. All right. Consequences: a 5-year ban on entering the U.S. is typically imposed, and the exceptions: an individual expresses fear of persecution or torture. So that's the whole asylum thing. But the key aspect is that it reduces due process because they can be removed within 24 to 48 hours. Without having to see a judge.
So now
they don't need a hearing in front of a judge.
Exactly.
And that, hold up. No. You wait because I'm not done. So this was imposed. This expedited removal was imposed. No, not in Obama. Clinton. 1996. This has been around.
Yes.
We done been here for 3 hours. Hold on, Omni. And we need to support the show. I need 3 people to send $5 super chats. And if you really want to show your love, hold on, wait 1 second, Omni. We're gonna let you talk. But first thing we gonna do is either we gonna get our super chats for today, or we gonna get our cash apps. And
he just read the super chats.
I know, but we need it's the 3-hour mark, and he read those, but we need these. It's a difference.
And why are you getting in the way of the conversation? We come about due process, not who's getting paid.
Okay, so all right, so look,
they do not need non-citizens can be removed without a hearing before an immigration judge. It is legal.
On where they are, y'all. It depends.
It is written in the law.
And it depends, right? It depends where they are. Have they been already entering in, or are they at the border just getting?
Okay, hold on. And before we move it there, right? Do y'all?
No, it's if they haven't been here, if they can't prove that they've been here for at least 2 years and they don't have documentation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, and so also I want to say, hey, are we going to agree with Congress.gov?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So now the right of people to be secure in a person's house, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirm. I need some water. And particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized. Does it say due process in this Fourth Amendment?
Those things are the due process that you mentioned.
It filed under.
Does it say due process in this amendment?
No.
Yes or no?
They don't use the word
Thank
due
you. So
process.
again, so when you was talking earlier, KT to go said it's not being exact and all these other words that y'all was trying to make it seem like I'm insinuating something that I'm not. I just want us to start being honest about what we're seeing and what we're reading, and stop trying to have it as some bullshit, so we can get people the right information, so people won't go out there and risk their lives and put their lives in danger, thinking that they're doing something to protect everybody and protect civil rights when they are putting their lives in danger for something that they don't fully understand.
Look up the due process clause.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a little confused on what you just read, and you try to make it seem like you read the whole Fourth Amendment. That's another overview, right?
No,
the fourth doesn't mention it. Only the
No, we're not talking about what he.
That was okay. So, what you want me to go deeper into this?
No, that's not what I want you to do. But what I'm saying, just now you said that KT made it seem like you didn't read it all, and you still haven't read it all. But I'm not saying you need to read it all, but you just tried to make a point that KT was saying that I didn't read it all, and here it is. But I'm saying that you still haven't read it all. We know the Fourth Amendment is longer than that.
The Fourth
I'm saying
Amendment.
you need to read it all, though. That's not what I'm saying.
The Fourth Amendment refers to law enforcement actions that are taken prior to due process being enacted.
Yes.
You're not under due process until the time of arrest.
Okay, kid.
But
This is
that
about
is
reasonable
true.
suspicion.
Yes.
Yes, reasonable suspicion. That's before you get arrested. So the
Right.
due
That's a whole
process
nother thing.
means that it's everything that we already hold before they even come to arrest me. They gotta go through certain things to even arrest me.
Bomb,
you're equating due process with search and seizure.
The government takes action against you. That means you go to court, you got an action against you. You've been arrested now. So now your due process rights and all of these things fall into place.
Y'all,
Before
this don't make
that,
sense. Do
it's
you not
Fourth Amendment.
understand
The Fourth
that
Amendment. It's
they need a
civil rights.
warrant to come in my house? That's a part of due process. Which
It is
means
not.
before they even come in my house,
That's not a part of due process. That's a part of the Fourth.
That's not part of the process.
That's a part of
oh
the
my
Fourth.
God! Listen, it's okay.
Fourth.
Y'all just gotta read and know how to read and
That's substantiated that
if you don't understand that if search and seizure, even before they do that, there's a law, right? There's a process. That's what it means. It's a process before something happens, before the government do something to you. They gotta go through a
It's not called
process.
due process, though. It's not called due process. So for example, if they don't need a warrant to come in your house if they got a reason to come in, right? If they
No,
have
that's false. That's false.
this is okay.
Unless they hear something actually where they can say, "Oh, I hear somebody being murdered right now." Other than that, unless I invite them, they need a warrant, and y'all need to know y'all rights because this is ridiculous.
But they can come to your house with reasonable suspicion. They
What?
can come to your property. They can arrest you outside your door.
Yes, but that's not what he said. That's
No,
but
hold on,
they cannot arrest me outside my door under my porch. If I'm on my porch,
yes, they
I'm
can.
still in. No, they cannot.
So if you
Not
just
legally.
shot somebody on your porch, they
do
can't touch
any
you, is
damn
what you're
thing
saying.
yeah, but they shot my brother in the back. They could do what they do. It don't mean it's right.
No, I'm saying
And if that-
you can shoot somebody on your porch and they can't touch you because it's your domicile.
No, because they would have no. If I shoot somebody, then and they see me do it, yes, they can arrest me.
And then
All
you
right.
go through due process.
Hold on, wait, but hold on. I'm trying to understand what she's saying. So If a police come to your door and they see some powdered substance on the table, do they got to go get a warrant or can they just come in your place?
They have to go get a warrant.
That's crazy.
Well,
Yeah, that's
you
insane.
said a powdered substance. It could be
That
any
is
powder.
crazy.
They see it. They need to go get a warrant to come get it. And
That
if
is
they can't
crazy.
get it, well, that's a fact.
Man,
though.
I'm trapping out of
That's
Mom
a
Cherry's
fact.
house.
Now,
Man,
that
for
doesn't mean-
real.
All
That is crazy.
Okay, well, y'all better go look up the law. Listen, lots of people, just because they come in and arrest me, don't mean they don't get off. They
Hey,
can
can I-
do what they want to do if you're asking that. But can they do
They can
it
arrest you for
legally?
reasonable suspicion.
So how long? Why can a person go in your property? Why can a police officer go in your property without a warrant?
Say it again.
Why? I'm trying to understand. Why do you think a police officer can go into your property without a warrant?
Why they can or can't?
Can.
What you mean why they can? They can if I'm suspected of doing something, right? Or
Yeah.
something that they think I'm doing, but they have to be able to substantiate that. They have to say, oh, we saw her with a gun, with a mask on, and and we heard her say she gonna do this and that. Yes. But they can't
Hold on. Let's break it down. Okay, I want to make sure I understand. So you said they open up your door and they see it look like it's a kilo of cocaine on your table. You said that's not reasonable suspicion on why they should go in your space, based on
No.
your theory.
That's right.
That's
They need to get a warrant. They have to get a warrant. Do you
They
not
don't.
understand? Just because they see it, unless they scared that I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do with it. They can listen. They can arrest me, but they cannot come and mess with that shit until they get a sub signed by the judge. And you need to know your rights. That's why black men end up in jail a lot. All right.
I'm just telling you.
y'all don't know y'all
Listen,
rights, then.
I got a lot of cousins locked up right now. They was talking like you was talking, and they've been in jail for 15 years.
Yeah, they were talking
about
like I
he
was
didn't-
talking.
They
and they
said
talking
he
like I
didn't
was
have
talking,
no
they got out
warrant.
of it.
He
I
All right,
don't
hold
have
on.
an arrest. I don't have so much as an arrest record, and I've gotten away with a lot of shit. I'm just saying.
Hey, look, hold on. Let me also go ahead. PA Ziva, what's your thoughts?
Well, I came in on the arguing about due process. So, like, what is the larger conversation, though?
Well, what they arguing is that these people are not getting due process and they not even arrested yet. That's what Bomb Cherry arguing. But
That was never the
due
argument.
process. Yeah,
The
well,
immigrant
yeah.
people?
Yeah, well, due
Oh, okay,
process
but
is after you arrested. It's not before you arrested.
well, does due process apply to non-citizens?
Yes.
Okay.
Per the statute on my avatar, not really.
No, but you mean not always.
Not really.
You mean not always, but yes, in this country, they get due process. Everybody on our soil.
Yeah. As long as you're in America, you got the right to due process. Also, what y'all talking about is like, listen, you can get detained for reasonable articulate suspicion. You can only be arrested when charged with quote unquote probable cause. Like so everything we talking about, like I pointed out earlier, anything involving the judicial system is a part of due process, y'all. We can all agree on that. So y'all got to stop saying it happens after you're arrested, because in order for them to arrest you, they need the reasonable articulate suspicion and the probable cause.
Okay,
well,
perfect.
what is
Can't
the
go. Hello,
conversation?
can't go.
What's the-
Hello.
No, hold on. What I'm trying to
yeah.
figure out what. So how do we get to debating whether or not they have due process rights? Like what is, if they do or if they don't? What does that mean? Or
We were
what is
talking about how like ICE. We were talking about how like ICE had that guy. I think he's in Minnesota also. That him and his son, they got taken and now they've returned him back. So we were just pointing out like it's literally cases where we can point at American citizens who are like, because you're right, ICE has all of these things y'all are saying, but that's only with aliens. Even that's what you're leaving out, Omni. You know you are. This only applies to aliens. So when we're talking,
They are alien. What are you talking about? This is what we're talking about.
The conversation we just had was about a man who was not an alien. These are American citizens and immigrants. That's what y'all missing. We brought this conversation up talking about how American citizens are being still removed by ICE, and this is why people are
KT,
protesting.
he was still an alien. This guy was still an alien. He just wasn't an undocumented one. He was legally here, but he refused to show his initial papers, which is why they detained him. They had exactly. They had probable cause to arrest him. There.
No, that's not true.
Yeah,
You don't
that's
have
what
to
I'm
walk
talking
around with your
about.
papers.
Josh, you say he's an alien, but you didn't say he's an illegal one. That is where ICE has their parameters of authority. Like in terms of deportations, when we're talking about just a regular immigrant, a regular citizen, I don't have to show you shit. I don't have to verify to be an American citizen.
But he is.
That's a lie.
That's not.
He's a documented.
You have to identify.
He's a
Especially,
documented.
hello, this is the so you
do not have to
saying, hello,
identify.
if I'm in a car, maybe only Otis, because he's a sovereign citizen.
Yeah,
If
but
I
you
am
don't
in
put us in
a
the
car
car.
operating a vehicle, I do have to identify myself.
Yeah,
And
you
we'll
only
agree
want
to
to
that.
put
That's
us
a
in the
great.
car.
That's a great example. But I'm about to say, because what if I'm a passenger in your car? I don't have to identify shit.
Yes, you do.
Actually,
No, I
you do.
don't.
No, you
don't. Y'all don't know the law. Nigga,
Y'all don't know the law.
listen,
That's why y'all get locked up.
That's why y'all get arrested.
But y'all wrong. I ain't been locked up in a decade plus, and I had a really long rap sheet.
And that's
prior to
because
that.
you've
So
been
I know
showing
the
your
law.
ID for the
never
last
have.
decade. You've been
I
showing your
never
ID for the
have.
last
I've been
decade.
showing
That's
shit.
why you
All right. I'll be trying to let y'all work it out like adults, but y'all want to talk over each other. Okay, so now the issue is this. When you get arrested, whether it's rightfully or wrongfully, that's the beginning of the due process situation. There's a whole process, and the problem is that we try to limit it to just the arrest part and say that this person has not got his due process. That's the issue I'm having with this argument. It starts and begins with the arrest. Well, if it's wrong or justified and all those other things, that's where it starts at. And so once we have the argument there, and then we can have some real understanding what ICE is doing wrong and what they are not, so we can hold them accountable for the things that they are not doing correctly. But when we just acting as if being arrested is not due process, that's what we're doing it a disjustice, and we giving ICE excuses.
No, and I just
I
got
have
to
a
point out.
question.
I'm only pointing out. Go ahead.
Oh no. So I guess I'm wondering, like, why is this of such interest to Black Americans?
I don't know. That's a
Because
very good
that-
question.
Because they
Because-
bored.
because-
They bored.
No, because
Now,
whether or not
let's
y'all
call
want to
it
admit
ace
it or
of
not,
ace.
Hold on. If you're
Stop.
not a part of the opposition, let the opposition explain. Let KT and Bomb Cherry explain it. Go ahead.
Whether or not y'all want to admit it, I'm in agreement. Somalis are not Black Americans. However, they look like us, and I've brought this up many times in this on this platform. White people, I know we understand the differences of us. White people don't give a fuck, so they literally look at a group of Black people and say, "Yeah, them niggas." We could break down whether or not they Somali. They don't give a fuck. I don't understand and think with like what happened to the guy in LA. This is something happening with a Black person. Even when it comes to government things. Yeah. The guy dying in
Most
LA.
of the people in Minnesota don't look like us. That's getting locked up. What are we talking about?
No, I'm not saying y'all are literally acting like I'm saying most of the people in Minnesota are Black people. I'll say where there are mostly Black people, Memphis, Tennessee. That has ICE in the fuck, and I don't know what problems we're trying to really act like Memphis, Tennessee has for ICE to be there, ICE and the National Guard. But yeah, they're there.
We're not talking about no Memphis, Tennessee. No, hold on. We're not talking about Memphis, Tennessee. We are talking
Hold on. Let Bomb
KT.
Cherry. Let the people that disagree. Hold on, y'all. Go ahead, Bomb.
No, I agree with him. I don't know why people acting like it's just in Minnesota. They here in Delaware, they in New Jersey, they in New York, they all over the place. The main places we see
North Carolina.
They everywhere. And so we can act like they're not gonna come for us, but we know that's what he's been trying. He's been trying to get us off our asses out there in them streets, and we were smart enough to not really be out there, but we are the targets. Okay. Now I'm not really I don't care if people don't want to go out there, but for those who do want to be out there, it's a group of Black people telling us we shouldn't be out there. And so, I say everybody who don't want to be out there, don't be out there. You got a right to, and I'm not gonna hold it against you, and don't hold it against me when I'm out there. But even though I'm not out there, y'all know I'm sitting on my fat ass and front the sewing machine. But in spirit, I'm out there, baby. I'm out there.
But so even that is just, if Black people as a collective have said, you know what, because we're always the target. I don't know why people trying to act like ICE coming on the scene is some new bullseye on our back, right? We've always been the target, and everybody else was okay with the shit until it started touching them. And so I guess I just wonder, like, if the group is saying don't go out there, why would you break ranks with the group to go your ass out there? It's just like the man who took his ass out there with them Venezuelans, and then they started calling him the N-word.
That's what I'm saying. Like this is my thing.
No, let them answer it. Let them answer it. Let them answer it. I want to hear this.
Well, my answer is family. My answer is family. Like, I know some of y'all don't have family, mixed family, and those type of things. And I just want you to know, like, motherfuckers don't be knowing what the hell I am. You know what I mean? They just had a threat at my grandson's school. They got a lot of Spanish people at his school because they teach Spanish half the day and English the other half of the day. And there was a whole threat, gun threat, whatever they call it. So it's all kinds of shit going on. And I don't know, some people can sit and do nothing, but some of us,
Hey, hold on. Hold on. We're gonna let KT try to answer as well, Diva. So this way you can finish cooking them up. KT, why?
Well, no, I wanted to respond to something Bob said, like about the family issue, right? Mm-hmm. And so these people have married into these Black people's families, and now they're gonna prioritize them over all the other Black people. That's crazy. And I'm just pointing out, a lot of times the way we think, Black people, is absolutely crazy, and it undermines our own self-interest. And a person who can't act, or a people who can't act in their own self-interest, something's wrong with you. Like, you need to be institutionalized, right? Because you're no good to even yourself. You're a danger to yourself.
Facts.
No, I know. But it's unfortunate. But my grandson is a part of me, and the rest of my family is a part of me. So if it's gonna be my family versus a whole bunch of Black people who ain't do shit for me, then we're going to war. And that's the motherfucker.
That's the point, though. Black people, hold on, KT. No. But see, this is the thing, Black people, that we got to understand, and that's why you got to get them people who bring the other people in your family. You got to have them in their place, right? Because don't nobody get to walk their ass up in my shit, and then I'm gonna prioritize them over me.
No, I got you. I understand you. It's just so many, it ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't do shit. I just was born. You know what I mean? Like, they got, because there's a lot of people who just born, and
But then maybe that's also the thing where we need to start delineating. We need to start delineating all the way around, right? And so understanding that monoracial Black people are different from mixed race Black people or multiracial Black people. And those multiracial Black people are going to think very differently than us, because they always gonna have divided loyalties, right? They're family members. They're family members. They love these people, so they're gonna try to, right? But if that goes against us, then what do we do with those people, right? And so we got to start pointing out drawing the line between us and the people who marry in and start creating kids with us.
They call them mulattoes.
And what about the us that don't want to be us, and they self-hating themselves, and then they not gonna be with the us neither, right? So it gonna be a lot of.
But Bob, we gotta figure out what's Kate. We gotta ask Kate to go. What's his thing though? Hello.
People in the family.
We'll give Bob mixed. Hold on, Bob. We know you mixed. Kate to go. We know you ain't mixed up. So what's your excuse? I'm trying to see his excuse, because I see what Bob is saying.
Because what PhD was pointing out about self-interest. Well, first of all, knowing like what she said earlier, also how we've always been the target. That don't mean that we're supposed to be okay with just watching some shit happen and knowing that we're most likely going to end up being the next targets. Because I don't see white people in America saying, "Oh, the problem is people who are not white Americans, and then somehow we as niggas be like, oh, we fucked with them, so they gonna let us. We Americans too. They fuck with. No, that's not how that shit work. And beyond that, y'all
those
pointing
people
out,
that you
well,
out there for don't fuck with you either. And so this is the
who?
point. None
Yeah,
of
they're
those
here to
people,
replace you.
they don't fuck with you either. And so now
What
don't
do you-
nobody fuck with you. Now what do you do?
No, listen. None of them fuck with us. I don't really. That's not. I'm arguing.
Well, then
I'm
why did
saying
you
it
bring
would
it
be
up?
in our best because it would be in our best interest that while they're arguing and doing whatever, that we would probably pick a side, and we should probably pick the side that
absolutely
if
not.
they win, it would give us more freedom.
No, they not
They
gonna
ain't
give
gonna
you more
win.
freedom. That's what
They
you
ain't
got
getting
to
no freedom.
understand. When
That's
they win, they gonna say thank you N-word and kick rocks.
continue.
Right? That's what they've been
That would
doing.
be on us. That would be on us if we
Would that be
allowed
on
that.
us when
But
you
what I can
sitting up
say
there
is,
trying to
I
force
think we
us to
got
go
a better
help them to
numbers.
take their side?
No, we not. It's not. Listen, again, I'm saying I'm taking somebody's side in my best interest and black people best interest. Because what y'all keep saying is that no, listen, let the shit happen, right? Let's say they import all the immigrants. All right, it's 12 million of them. It's 14 million of them. Which one is a bigger threat? 14 million immigrants or 200 million plus crackers?
14 million immigrants. Hold on.
No.
Hold on.
Yeah,
It's
them
been-
14 million
hold on, the
immigrants that been passing laws to harm us.
Hold on. The reason why it's been proven when we went to bat for them and we got them to where they need, they said, fuck those niggas.
Oh,
So
like the
therefore,
white
They
people.
tried to align themselves with the white people. They aligned
Yeah.
themselves
Right.
with the white people.
So hold
that's
on,
what I'm
hold on,
saying.
KT. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, KT. So what you're saying is this: we're going against 200 million, and then help another 14 million to add to the 200 million. Is what you are missing?
No, I'm literally saying y'all trying to say
No.
it's
Hold on.
Y'all trying to listen.
Hold on. Address what we are saying, so you can understand Diva's point of view. You are saying that we should go against the 200 million, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now if we help that 14 million, what they do is we help them win, and then they add themselves. Hold on, they add themselves to the 200 million. That's what happened.
I understand exactly what you're saying, so I
Okay,
get
so
it.
now,
let me
so now
straighten
you
it up.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How? My question is now that we in the
Those 200 million,
how
they're
is
fighting
that?
each other.
How is that helping black folks, and we are adding to our enemy?
Those 200 million are fighting each other. You know, getting rid of each other. All the people that ICE have taken out of Minnesota are white people, right? So I think it may be.
Full of them. Are you crazy, KT?
I mean, who? I'm not talking about how many of them it was. I'm talking about the people who have had it happen to them. It's been white people, right? Am I right or wrong
But
there?
it's a handful of them, so they're not taking each other out, right? It's pointing
My
to
point-
anomalies and saying they fighting with each other, they taking each other out.
No,
Doesn't
I
make
said
sense.
they're fighting each other. That's what I said, and that's
But they are
true.
not. So
They
this
not
is
for
what,
real.
this is what you're misunderstanding. They are not fighting each other. When we
what
go
are they
down,
doing?
just because okay, let's slow it down. Again, when we helped them out before, right, and then after the smoke settles, they win, and the white folks stop fighting each other, right? Because after they win, everybody stops fighting. Correct? Right? They won, so now they gonna stop fighting.
That would be on
You
us.
understand?
That would be on us.
Okay,
Because I
so
would
now,
say
all
again,
right.
if we
So
talking
now
about,
we help them fight, and then the fight is over. The dust is settled, and then now the white folks is like, all right, we had our fight. Let's get back to kumbaya and doing what we do. They are after those white folks get back together. Now they back to 200 million again. They not 100 versus 100. They are 200 together. They gonna those 14 million that we helped. They are going to side themselves with the 200 million. So again, how is that helping your black ass and our black ass? And we just added to our so-called enemy.
yeah. So art of war, allow your enemies to make their own mistakes, and then you take advantage of it. That's the actual biggest
And
part
you,
of
okay,
pointing
pause
that out.
there.
The art of
You
war.
are
Let me-
you are
let
the
me
you are the
continue.
one that's making the mistake.
Okay, let me continue. So when there's a war happening, you know, people are not agreeing with each other. They're taking each other out. Well, if we're sitting here saying we're going to sit back and do nothing, I'm asking how does that help us more than saying maybe we should prepare to pick a side? And either side that we pick, I'm going to just say this historically, I don't know why we would side with our oppressors over the people who are fighting against the oppression. It seems
It's not about
very
siding, it's about staying the fuck out of
idiotic.
it.
No, but that's the problem. You're stupid if you think that's what's gonna happen. You think if you just gonna sit your ass at home and don't fuck with ICE, ICE ain't gonna fuck with you. We went through this already last week. Didn't ICE
It's
just put out a memo
immigration
saying-
enforcement is in the name.
ICE just said that
Immigration.
listen,
But
ICE
they
just
Why is
put out
ICE
a
gonna
memo
come
saying-
after me?
They
They
already
literally
killed
said
the
they
black
got the right.
man.
They literally said they're trying to pass right now for the right to go into anybody's house with no warrant. American citizen not. So you tell me if you really
So
think
tell
that they
me,
can
tell
do
me,
that and it's not
show
going
me
to
the
harm you
video
none.
of the black man. Hold on. Show me the video of the black man. They going in the black man house that look like you, Katie Goat, and taking him and deporting him somewhere. I don't know where they gonna send you, but you
So
feel
this-
like they gonna send you somewhere. Are they sending you to Somali?
This is a very bad argument. It doesn't matter. They'll probably send all of us to Ecuador because they're not sending anyone to their native country. The thing beyond that is saying, well, show me the evidence. This is already that's literally how ICE has been
Y'all be
functioning.
living
Is it
super
not a
paranoid, boy.
So
Yes,
it's
they
not
have
paranoid to
been
talk
doing that
facts.
already. You're right.
They made a whole prison over there. I'm not incorrect, bro. They made
No,
a whole
I'm trying-
prison.
And
I'm
how
trying
many
to-
black people are in it? How many black people?
So here's how I'm gonna stop y'all stupidity right here. The argument that because it ain't happening to black people, it ain't going to happen to black people. Sounds stupid. And it's being unprepared.
You're right.
It's not
Yeah, I
being.
forgot Doomsday. I forgot we was on the Doomsday channel.
you-
Hey,
so you
it's
look
gonna
at-
happen.
Okay, hold on.
As I
Okay,
said,
hold on.
y'all like those mittens.
Hold on. So we're saying that we believe. Well, not we. KT, you believe if we hold ICE to the law of what they're supposed to be, that somehow they're gonna break those ranks and they're gonna say, "Hey, we're gonna start arresting black folks in the street just because."
Well, I've literally pointed this out also a couple times. Factual
Yes or no?
shit. This
First,
is in
before
fantasy.
you change the topic of what I just asked.
Yes, no, I'm not. I've never changed the topic.
Yes.
Factually, most of the people being hired right now by ICE are literally known Proud Boys. They don't get me wrong. They hate other people who not white, but they specifically hate black people. So
Okay,
when y'all saying, y'all
okay.
think it's
So
gonna
hold on, please. So now that they hired these people, that means what against the law? That means that they could go against the law.
Yeah,
They
pretty
haven't
much.
gone against the
They
law.
don't even have to adhere to the law. They're only adhere to the federal law, which is above the state laws that they're being in.
Okay,
Right?
so now that we got Proud Boys in there, you saying those Proud Boys are just gonna walk inside of Brownsville, New York, and just start picking up black folks and just sending them to another country like Ecuador because they are
I
Proud
wouldn't
Boys.
say I wouldn't say send them, detain them definitely, because that's your legal clause, right? You can detain any damn body. But
Right,
again,
okay.
this goes back to the process, the due process. Once the arrest starts, if you've been falsely arrested, your
Okay,
due
so
process
therefore,
is now
even
violated.
if they, even whatever their affiliation is, they cannot go against the law of the land. Correct?
No, they have been though.
Yes, no, they literally can.
How?
They're above the state law, are they not? They adhere
Okay,
to federal laws,
okay, so you're
not
not
state
maybe
laws,
maybe you're not
which is
understanding
the
my
law of the
question.
land.
You're not understanding my question. Can
I am.
these people that are legit racist, can they now just arrest black folks and send them to another country?
Well, no, legally speaking, no. But that's not what's
Okay.
happening here. What's happening is a lot of illegal things.
Okay, so now we're in agreement that they cannot just send black Americans off to other countries, no matter how racist they are.
No, we
So
said they
that's-
can't do that legally. That's what he said now.
Legally,
Okay.
they can't do it, but
Okay,
they are doing
all
it.
right, and it hasn't happened legally or illegally as of yet. It's no new law that said they could just grab up black citizens and deport their ass. We know for a fact they are not going to do that because they need people here. That's number one. So number two, if we going by the law, so now you're saying after they get rid of illegal immigrants, you're saying they're going to change the law and start to target black people as illegal immigrants?
Yeah.
Wow.
I point out something. I said that y'all all sit here and say.
Okay, hold on. Before you go,
tripping.
I wanna make sure I'm clear. Diva, do you believe that after they get rid of all illegal immigrants, they're gonna now put a target on black people and choose and make them illegal immigrants? Diva, you agree with that?
Well, I do think there's a target on us right now, right? So they still doing shit to us, even though this ICE stuff going on. So there'll still be a target on us, but no, I don't believe that they gonna start calling black Americans
And I gotta point out real
illegal.
quick.
I'm sorry,
can't
I'm
agree
still
with him?
speaking.
My bad.
What What the
My
fuck is
bad.
wrong
I
with y'all?
apologize, Diva. I apologize.
I'm not talking to you, actually. I'm talking
Oh,
to
my bad.
the one that.
Either man, Williams, say my
Right.
name,
Shut
say
your
my
ass up.
name.
But yeah, so I think that I don't think they're gonna start turning us into illegal immigrants or whatever. But I do think there's always a target on our back. So people saying like they're coming for us, they're always coming for us. And we always ready.
I'm not sure who is King Tourette, Brownsville, New York. Who's King Tourette? Who y'all think King Tourette is?
I'm the only king on here, so he must be talking about me because I'm
They
the
talking about
king.
you?
You gotta be talking about me. I'm the king.
Who is King Tourette? Hold on.
I think
need to know.
KT, the initial KT.
It's either KT or Eda Man, Omni.
Yeah.
We do have.
That's what KT stands for, King Tourette.
Yeah, dang, that's a bar. That's a
That
rap
was
bar.
a bar right there.
I
That's
missed
his new
it.
nickname. King Tourette's.
Hey, KT,
Sure.
do you think your name says what? We're going to wait till he finalizes it. But KT, you think your name is King Tourette?
Nah.
Just like the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
It sounds about right. I don't know.
I got caught up on the king word. I forgot about the Tourette's.
Diva,
I wanted to read this real quick because I looked up to see how many Black Americans who've been deported by ICE, and what they're saying right now is that ICE today, right? They have no accountability. They are not putting any numbers in for anything. So we don't know. They don't know. We don't know how many people they picked up, how many people they have in their detention system. Because Congress keep trying, and the Supreme Court keep trying to tell them they need to give this information. They're trying to even go and lay eyes on people so they can see who's there, who's not there. So what I'm saying is, suppose there are some Black people.
Oh, that's a theory, though. See, you can't say you don't know and then say,
but we
hey,
should
it's okay.
know,
We can
though,
just-
right?
It's okay. We
And
can
you
just
agree
address
that
it.
we should
We
know?
can just address
Should we
it.
know?
We can just let her finish what she want
Yeah.
to address, and we can just address it.
No,
We don't have.
and
to
I agree with him. I agree that we don't know. But the thing is, though, shouldn't we know? We should know because they supposed to be what's the word when they let us know what they're doing? With their
Accountable,
numbers?
transparent.
Transparency.
Transparent.
It says here 56,000 as of this fiscal year of 2026.
I fuck with you because that's exactly what I was about to say.
But the thing is, it is kind of odd that they keep trying to like concoct these stories of ICE picking Black Americans,
people up.
and
Yeah,
not FBA's up and deporting them, right? Because they've done that a couple times. Oh, they picked a Black American up, over here, and it was a Black person who was a naturalized citizen, but they had actually come from somewhere else. And so, what I'm thinking is, why is it so important for these people to get us out there? And y'all ever stop to think that
expose
maybe
us.
okay, the thing is, y'all ever stop to think? And so one of the things I always say is, like, other people are way more psychologically sophisticated than we are. KT, mute, because we can hear you breathe. Oh, you the mouth breather. Oh,
No,
okay.
That's Big J.
Oh, okay, that's Big J, the mouth breather. Okay.
Yeah.
Damn, Big J, I thought you weren't
Oh,
coming back.
I am. Okay.
But
I am okay.
No, based on what happened on my channel. Based on what happened, no, I came over here because I'm making an offensive move.
Okay, but you're not.
Diva, this is your fault, Diva. We forgot he was there,
He
Diva.
rage quit.
We forgot he was there.
Right,
Dang, Diva.
I know. I'm sorry, y'all. But
All right, good. Finish your thought, Diva.
Okay, now I done got distracted. Right, so why do they need us out there like that? But so one of the things that like I've been thinking about is, hey, y'all don't know if these people could be in cahoots with these damn white people and trying to solicit us to come out there so we could be the one. And so Black people, please, like self-preservation is the first law of nature. And it seemed like for whatever reason, we just don't have that. It will sacrifice ourselves for any and everybody, as long as they don't look like us. And so that, I don't know, I just think we got to defer to the group. That's my general rule. Defer to the group.
And let me so
But
you,
who
you
is the
pretty
group?
much answered the question
Black
that I was
people.
going to ask you, and
I know, but
same line of thinking I have, Diva, is that these white people, all right, they want to get you out there, they want to get you up in arms, they want to get black people out there so they don't have to be on the line. They'll push black people to the front to take all the shrapnel, all the bullets, and for a cause that they're propping up. They don't want to have to do it themselves, so they mobilize us to do it for them. And so it's not in our best interest to get involved in any dynamic.
And you
but
know
even
what's
when it is in your best interest to get into a black man, you don't.
Hold on, before you go, Bomb, and this is why we was having the conversation.
I was in the Breonna Taylor movement, so you can't talk that shit to me.
I want to say this is a part of the conversation.
Black men.
Hold on. This is a part of the conversation that we was having yesterday about power. And we heard that physicality is less than manipulation. And so now we cannot allow the powers that be to manipulate us emotionally and say, look what they're doing to these people that look like us. They might turn it and make it us too. So we got to go out there and be the first persons to get hit. No, absolutely not. We got to listen to the beautiful.
Okay, then.
And say, hey.
Then.
Just like in the Civil War, Sharon, did they send the white soldiers out first, or did they send the black ones out first?
Yeah,
right.
They sent the white ones out.
And World War I, right?
And World War One, yeah. Come on, dog.
Who did they send out to get tested for first?
but wait a minute. Okay, then it goes back to the original question. Then, right? It goes back to the original question. Did you vote for Donald Trump or no, Sharon?
I did not. So this way we can end this argument. No, I did not vote for Donald Trump.
Sharon in Brownsville were advocating for Kamala Harris.
Right, we all know that. He knew that.
For like a whole year.
No, because though he did a live stream against Tim Walz last week. He blamed Tim Walz
is an idiot. He should do more live streams
Didn't you,
against Tim Walz.
Wait, I'm talking to
yeah, that's because Walz is an
Sharon.
idiot.
I don't know why I'm talking directly to Sharon. It's always some dirt nigga get in the way of it. Sharon, why was you so more critical of Tim Walz, and then you was back in ICE, and then when you was on my platform, you didn't want to answer MOT's question about whether you support Donald Trump or not. That's why I said you are a Trump supporter. You in Brownsville, right. Trump supporter.
So you made an assessment based on information you didn't actually have.
So the reason why I didn't answer. Hold on, BJ, so I can answer it. So the reason why I didn't answer it because it was an absurd question. It don't even make sense.
No, it wasn't. He asked you a fundamental question about power.
The reason why it's an absurd question.
He asked you about power.
Hold on, I got you. The reason why it was an absurd question. You are somebody that been there with me arguing about how Cam is a better candidate than Donald Trump. You was on the panel with me while we are arguing why Cam is a better candidate than Trump. You was literally there. So I think it was asinine for me to answer the question when you was there with me. And I think
we was talking about power.
Hold on. Also, I think it was asinine to have some white girl call me a goddamn dog. And then you act like you didn't see that happen.
She didn't call you no dog. She didn't call you the dog though. She didn't call you the dog though. But go on. I know. You want to go ahead though. No, you're running. Let's talk about you being a Trump supporter.
I got you. And also her saying that this white woman saying that Sharon said that he don't want women to have the right to vote, and we have plenty of streams knowing that I don't do anything of.
Well,
that.
I mean, you broke bread with Angry Man.
Hold on,
you broke bread with Angry Man. How can you be against the pack? How can you be against the Rim Bros when you gave money to Angry Man? Explain that.
Hold on, because I'm having a conversation about something. Don't try to change it. Again, we can have a conversation about
You're changing the conversation. You're trying to make it about something else. No, not about see what you're trying to do?
Yeah, I'm
trying to manipulate and gaslight.
Hold on, Jay. what I'm trying to get you to understand, that I have a track record of being a certain type of individual with integrity, and you are trying to insult it by putting out bullshit, and you allow other people to say the bullshit as well.
Who called you a dog?
I know. I allowed you to talk. Hold on. I allowed you to talk. You talked for more than 30 minutes. I was sitting there being quiet, and you put your whole foot in your goddamn mouth, nigga. So therefore, nigga, don't sit there and tell me you're not for Trump. When we were talking about power, if we're going to talk about how his power is and how power works, and then when the question was asked, okay, what our positions are, and then the question comes to, well, who vote for who? I said I vote for Kamala. MOT said he voted for Kamala. And when it's time to come back to ask you the question, guess what you did? You keep hemming and humming. And that's why you're the most dishonest person. Get out the way, Bomb. I'm getting tired. This is between me and him. Get the fuck out the way, Bomb. You keep getting in the way. This is between me and Sharon. Sharon, you are the most disingenuous nigga.
Sharon, did Brownsville drop him a while ago?
No, he dropped 18.
And you be lying. You're lying. You've been lying your ass off. You been lying. Talking about, I supported Kamala, and here's you and your cousin support ICE. Then though, man, not only you and your cousin support ICE. Then though, man, no. The reason I gotta talk this fast and loud because there's always some third party niggas in the way.
I was there, Sherrod. Sherrod was big on Kamala getting Kamala in office. Like, I promise.
Get out the way. This is between me and him.
Okay,
this is between me and him.
Okay, all right.
You sit there and made all these arguments.
He had a 2-month Kamala-thon.
Hold on, BJ. Slow down, BJ. And it's just, and this is, and for some reason, hey, look, I mean, I don't understand it. What is this obsession with trying to make me out to something that I'm not? I literally say things every single day, and you could use the word, but
you was double talking.
Yeah, I was there, bro.
You dog, baby. I need
like you and Brownsville berated me for being an independent. Now all of a sudden it's cool for being an independent, right? But y'all was gangbanging on Kamala. Like,
all day.
It is what it was.
I ain't gonna lie, we chose a side. I mean, we chose a side that we did not cross that line. God damn it! I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, Sharon, can you see me?
Who called you a dog, Sharon? You don't want to answer me, huh?
Also, hold on, Shadow.
It's gonna be
you don't got no more credits. You used them, I believe. But anyway, I got you the second, Shadow.
No. Yeah.
It was Mo Love, Bomb Cherry. It was Mo Love. She was out there saying that I was trying to be putting black women down all the time. What? Also that I try to get women's voting rights taken away, and all these types of things. I had a whole show about how people are crazy for even attempting that. You know.
Mo Love, huh? Mo Love. Okay. We'll take care of it.
And Big J was he was promoting it too.
Yeah,
so Big J, what was your problem with Trump exactly? I just want to know your stance.
What? My problem with who?
Trump.
My problem with who?
Hold on, Big J.
The orange guy.
He broke 20 international law treaties.
Okay.
Yeah, he a criminal.
And hold on, let me also shout out the reason why I was trying to hold back. Big J asked that he won't get dropped as long as he stayed to the topic. So he asked me for some protection. So I agreed that he can't get dropped as long as he stick to the topic.
We were talking about
So
as he brought up Donald
if he jumps
Trump.
off topic, right? If he jumps off topic, can I pull the trigger? Because he's jumped off topic like 9 times. The niggas just know.
I was talking about you. He was talking about your voting habits. It's not
he said he's going to stay on topic.
I'm gonna jump on topic.
Don't, Jay. Let me maintain it so this way I can maintain my own protection.
Don't.
All right, so go ahead. We're gonna allow a little bit more, and we're gonna try to get back into the conversation. Go ahead, Ami, finish your questioning. Big J, you get the answer, and then we're gonna try to get back to the topic.
Okay, so you don't like Trump. What is your gripe with how ICE is moving as opposed to how Obama did it? Because we all know that Obama hit the high score, set the high score, the high bar for deportations.
Obama, ICE under Obama, the 14th Amendment was not violated. The due process was not violated under Obama compared to that of Trump's second term.
Okay.
Next question.
That's your stance. Okay.
Okay.
No, that's it for me.
I would say that's a solid answer.
They the orange man protector, huh? A criminal, but y'all will bring up that black man on behalf of that white dirty man, huh?
Well, no, just see, it seems odd because, nobody got involved. There was no marching in the street, no protests of any sort, even though Obama had the high score.
Yeah, because he did it legally. That's why.
I mean, they
right. It was done.
No,
it was done under a legal framework.
Let me put up the statute again. I mean,
listen,
this is an actual law.
Like we dumb, but listen,
This is an actual law that actually exists.
Yes, we know.
Yeah, and it limits. And this isn't even Obama or Trump. This is Bill Clinton, 1996.
Yes, we
that
know.
limits.
I know. Yeah, I know that. I know that.
Process
like
for
something you just
illegal
learned.
aliens.
We
right though. But you. Yeah, but
y'all
you,
didn't bring
but you,
y'all
you
didn't
talk
bring
me-
this up into the conversation till I got here. So don't.
No, hold on, no. You brought. Hold on, Bomb. Because he asked me the question. The thing is, you didn't tell me about Bill Clinton. You told me about Obama. So like, don't ask me about Clinton trying to check me about Bill Clinton when the conversation was about Obama's record versus Trump's.
Well, one thing goes into the other.
So the argument
Everything
you
goes
did
into
is
the other.
disingenuous.
They likely both use the
your
same
argument is disingenuous.
law. No, it's not. They likely both use the same law in order to act the way that they acted. As a matter of fact, Trump is using the same guy that Obama gave the medal to for his ICE enforcement.
I know. And then on top of that, it takes 47 days for training for the ICE officer. 47 days. Most police officers, most police academies don't. You ain't train. You train for a few months, maybe six months at least. Or even
what does that have to do with the statute?
So to be a police because how are you going to train a law enforcement agency such as ICE when there is no requirements available to carry out the duties out? So 47 days is not a good it's not a good requirement to arrest and do anything to people.
Okay, so tell us about typical law enforcement training against what they go through in ICE, since you're such an expert on the topic.
Okay. I remember that time though when I was trying to be a Texas Ranger. Right, it takes you 10 years to be a state trooper to be a Texas Ranger. It takes you six months to be a local police officer.
Yeah, but what's the difference in their training outside of the time frame? What skills do they develop? What do they learn?
You supposed to know about law. You supposed to know about driving. Why is every time I'm talking, somebody gotta talk? No,
Shut your ass
you gotta learn
up.
all
You
those
talking
steps.
much. God damn.
No, because somebody's answering me a question. And
Yeah,
Taz, shut the fuck up, Taz. You're Bogart me, nigga. I'm getting tired of that disrespected ass nigga. Stop Bogarting me, bitch.
Why you
now back to the
attack?
Yeah, Taz that's in that damn chat talking shit. Nigga. No, nigga. You was in that chat and talking about somebody's speech impediment. No, nigga, shut the fuck up. Nobody talking to you, nigga.
I'm sorry, Big Joe. Don't come at me.
Speech and
No, shut the fuck up, Taz. No, you a bitch, nigga. No, you ain't do a goddamn thing, nigga, but being a henpeck ass nigga. You henpeck. Now sit down and be quiet. So I answer this question. Now the thing is,
respond. I told you, Big J. I told you. You gotta stick on topic. You cannot.
I tell you what, Taz, if Big J got to my window with that speech impairment, I'd tighten the fuck up.
Hold on. Look, a lot of people are like,
straight.
Hey, listen, look, somebody put a 50 ball on his head. Somebody else put a 20 on his head. Like they like, hey, you are interrupt. They keep telling me, Sharon, he is not maintaining his integrity of sticking to the topics. It says Bounty Big J. It says more coffee. Thank you. Also says Uda. Shout out to Uda. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you. I really do. Appreciate it. Big J's in the back. It is $50 collectively to bring Big J back. And if he comes back, I gotta give him protection again. He might be able to straighten up and keep it to the topic and not curse people out for no reason. So if anybody want to bring Big J back, you better ask him, can he stay to the topic? Go ahead, go.
Yeah, I wish he wouldn't have spazzed out though, and I think he probably knows I was coming to contest the nonsense he was saying. So let's deal with these Obama deportations. Stop making it seem like that wasn't against due process. Do I need to pull you the articles from 2010, 2011, 2012? What they did was put them on a fast track. So the ACLU and other groups made the conversation about due process specifically, because when the Obama administration started creating those rocket dockets, which is what they called it, they said that those people being removed were not getting the judicial process. They were being removed too fast. That's how Obama broke the record, by changing how they would be removed in the process. So people said that was against due process too. It's nothing new.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I agree with you there. Yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't against due process. They went before a judge.
They say Trump's thing led to more detentions and stuff like that, detainings and detentions. But as far as Obama, he was getting people up out of here.
Yes. Before they even came over.
75% of the people Obama deported were on an expedited deportation. They did not get due process.
Exactly.
Because the way they said it up.
Info from? Where did y'all info come from? Modern CNN. So if you remember, and you know, the Obama administration went through multiple lawsuits for what they were doing, having kids in cages, shipping people out on the rocket dockets. Where was the smoke? Because I had it then. I
tell you what the difference is.
Hold on. I want to hear the people that disagrees with what is happening. We got Bomb and KT clearly.
Okay.
But, do anybody else disagree with what Taz information is bringing up? All right, so we got Bomb, KT, and then we'll let Taz do an engagement, and Omni want to add into GOAT's side of the argument as well. So let's do it like that. Bomb, KT, Taz, Omni.
You going KT, or you want me to go?
No, you can go first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so with Obama, we saw when them people was coming to the border, right? They saw when they was coming, and American people was complaining about these immigrants coming over. So a lot of those people, before they even hit our soil, where they did hit the soil, but they processed them and sent them right back over, because the American people wasn't having that shit, right? They did come up with a process to hurry up and go through the due process, but it was quick. They set up something called where they fast tracked it and got them people out of here. But not everybody. Everybody didn't go, but we definitely didn't take in all those immigrants. But that's what the American people wanted. And so he gave it to them. So that's not what Trump doing.
Okay. KT.
Trump is doing less than that. Yeah, Trump doing less.
Yeah,
all right,
you do less.
KT drop. We're gonna allow
Because Biden let more people in
like
over 4 years.
just so like I said again, I know a lot of these people they have an agenda. I don't. I really do information. So when it comes down to 2011, 12, 13, and 14, 70% of Obama's rocket docket cases were processed through immigration courts without legal representation.
Damn.
No way you can make this argument about Trump if you ain't got the same argument about Obama. It's just a history.
Exactly.
But wait a minute. You the one who putting out false information, right? Because you're giving out the right information about Obama. But what is Trump doing again? Oh, they got ICE running around this country, running up in people. So if you don't have a problem with it, I'm good with it. I don't have no problem with it. But don't come and try to lie and put it against and put him against the black man.
What was the lie?
Trump is doing it the same way.
What was the lie?
What
was the lie?
What you just said, what you trying to get them together when they're not doing it the same way. They're not.
No, the media was involved heavily with Obama. That's the first thing. That's how you know all of this. Like the people who, the same way that CNN is for the Democrats, Fox has already been for the Republicans. They were talking about this heavily. The second thing is Taz. Hold up, chill. Exactly. Taz, you're literally harming your own argument because you're talking about how well it's the smoke for Obama, and then you just pointed out Trump's using the same law that they're saying is a violation of due process. So even by what you're saying, if we should have the smoke for Obama, well, we should have the smoke for Trump on the opposite end of that. Because even by your own words, you're agreeing he's using the same rules that Obama did. So it shouldn't even be a thing about whether or not it's right or wrong. Like we
about Obama because you're wrong. When you're asked about Obama, you lie. You make up shit. You pretend like you've been involved.
Wrong.
When I'm talking,
listen, Bush, Obama.
Y'all been saying this whole time that he didn't violate due process, and then
who said one time Obama
y'all
didn't
did.
violate? No, we did.
Y'all did. I had to bring up this statute that's on the screen. I had to bring up the statute I had to bring up this Clinton era statute on the screen and tell you that was what they use to justify their actions.
Nobody even mentioned Obama until you got up here. You didn't even have to do nothing. That's what you did because that's what you wanted to do. Don't lie on the people up here.
You don't have the same smoke for Obama that you do for Trump.
Fuck Obama. Obama was a terrible fucking leader. He was just smarter at it than Trump.
All right. So let's hold on. Because I want to. Hey, listen, we went off the rails. I apologize, but let's try to maintain a conversation. That's how we really build dope. These really great conversations. We got to maintain our decorum as much as we possibly can. I know we get heated. From what I heard, go ahead, KT, and try to refrain from cursing because it's back to being calm a little bit. Let's try to get back to a calm state. Go ahead, KT. I believe let's go KT, Omni, Bomb, and then the GOAT because that's where I hear the argument is at right now.
And so, yeah, like I said all the time, I don't align any political party. If I had to be one, I would be independent because I know both of them are against our best interest. So y'all have to stop trying to put people in boxes of, if they ain't glazing Trump, it's because they really a Democrat. Like I've never been no Democrat or Republican. Neither. I'm gonna say it one last time. Neither one is for our sides, and they're all following the same agenda. That's very clearly. So the argument isn't whether or not Obama was doing it perfectly or nothing of that nature. When you asked Omni, what Bomb and them were pointing out, and I can agree with, is that he followed more of a process. He wasn't just out here saying.
I just showed that.
No,
I just showed you. I literally just showed you he didn't. I literally just showed you he made up a process to deport them more. I just showed you that.
Followed the process.
He made up a process and followed that. So Trump didn't make up a.
Just one at a time. Because all I said was it was in court for it. His administration was in court. So for me, it's the same issue. You're separating Obama and Trump. That's the problem. It's the same issue.
About Obama.
All right, so let me try to get that. Hold on. So what GOAT is saying that Donald Trump is using a process that Obama created.
No, but that's not true though.
That is true.
No,
oh my God,
it's not true.
So what policy change?
Put it back on the screen, my brother. What same policy change?
What
How did you have so much hate for a person that you don't know?
Okay, so
This is
now
what
we
it-
need. Okay, so hold on. Let's try to maintain the line. Thank you, my brother. I'm gonna get you in there as well because I see you want to be a part of this this argument as well. So I'm gonna get you in there. I promise. So KT, so you are you in agreement that Donald Trump is following the process that Obama put in place? Do you agree with that?
I agree. Like I said earlier, I agree that he is following the same law. How they're going about utilizing those laws are two completely different things.
Let me. He's following the same law as Obama.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and just how they're going about that process is two different things. One of the main ones is whenever the Supreme Court made a judgment on how they felt that Obama's way violated due process, he never was like, yeah, we don't adhere to that. You get what I'm saying? Like it's no time where we could say the courts have literally filed and said the way Obama doing things is wrong, and he ignored that ruling. We can point that out plenty of times with Trump. ICE would also be the second way because they've ramped them up and they're trying to give them more immunity and stuff, and to allow them to do other things. Obama never did that in his process.
Go. Would you like to respond? Omni, want to respond?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Taz, you want to get this?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, it's because it's because Obama didn't have the resistance that Trump does, so they never had to. These people are, specifically in Democratic states and Democratic cities, they are resisting just because it is Trump. There's no other reason. ICE is everywhere, bro. ICE has been in Louisiana, they've been in Florida, and none of this is going on. There are no protests or nothing of the sort. That's why. And here's another aspect. They are the governments in those places, the municipalities and the states are actually complying and are actually doing what they need to do, have local law enforcement assist ICE with the crowd control. ICE isn't trained to do crowd control.
New Orleans.
Hold on. ICE isn't supposed to be no decorum. I was quiet the whole time. No decorum. All right, so ICE isn't trained to do what is it? Not riot intervention, but when you hold people back, crowd control. They're not trained to do crowd control. They're strictly immigration enforcement. That's what they do. The fact that the local authorities do not have are not cooperating means that Trump has to send in additional support. So it looks militarized and all of this because people are fighting back in a way that they never did with Obama. Because Obama, at the time, could do no wrong. He was the sacred Hindu cow of America. You couldn't touch Obama.
I gotta point out, like you being
hold on. We got you. Let's try to argue the point and not say what the person is trying to do. Diva, you there? Because I don't want to rush you. I want to get beat up. All right. Shout out to the ghost OG J Speed with the $5. Shout out to OG J Speed. Miss you, my brother. Miss arguing with you and beating you up because I know it so well. I love the topic, but it's hard for me to do shows that use the N-word freely. I know young people use it differently, but I just can't. Call me. I get you. I do my best to get people to not use the N-word. Instead of using the N-word, we attempt to use the word friends. I'm trying to readopt it. It's slowly picking up. KT have an issue with it. But we slowly getting there. We're gonna get there eventually to not use the N-word and not use the F-bomb. We are working our way towards it. Sometimes we just get passionate and we do what we do. So but we are definitely working towards it, honestly, OGJ Speed. Appreciate you. So this way you could come up until they use it, but we are trying our best to not use the N-word and the F-bombs. Phil James with the $4.99. They just hate Trump. Listen to Bomb Cherry. She makes stuff up. No sources, just talking points.
I'm coming.
Also, we got Shadow the Time Watch. Get that goofy. Bang, bang. God damn. They was on your head. They couldn't wait for you to get off topic. I promise you that. I promise you that. They couldn't wait.
It's my turn.
Yes, Bomb, you could jump in. I can add this to the stage as well. Go ahead, Bomb Cherry.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know why people be in there talking about I can't. Yes, I do not like Trump, and it's no secret, right? And for those of you who do, I mean, y'all need to talk about them Epstein files, whatever his goddamn name, the pervert, right? You need to also, because man, like he's a criminal. So it's okay that some of y'all like criminals as y'all president. Damn. Y'all do what y'all do. I'm not against it. Okay? I don't have to like
y'all like criminals running around America.
Goddamn. But let her finish though.
Okay. But anyway, so Trump is not using the same laws that Obama used. But more importantly than that, we wasn't talking about Obama. And you know, it's weird when black men come up and they like to reference the orange man against Obama. You know, there was a president in between those two, right? And but you know, that's that self-hatred type of thing. And then we got one man who claimed he got is information that everybody else also have. I don't know why people think they're the only ones who can read. Okay, so yes, Obama deported lots of people as the American people wanted, and instead of y'all saying, "Oh, he did a good job at it," you're saying, "Oh, look what he did." Right? No. But there's a difference because we didn't have ICE running around this country killing people. Right? So that's what people are having an issue with. Most Americans don't care about no immigrants. Most Americans don't care about that. I know I don't give a damn. If they don't belong here and they shouldn't be here, then let them get them out of here.
Okay.
I got a question real quick. Sharon,
if I can I ask
quick, real quick.
Okay, hold on. Let's all right, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna let go address Bomb if he would like, also address what he got to the screen. I'm gonna get Boogie Nights in there as well. So we're gonna go Boogie Night, Shadow, Omni, and hopefully we can maintain that. Go ahead, go.
So look, I understand why like there's a haste to, you know, Trump and this and that. The reason I came up on the panel because Big J said they got due process under Obama. So the problem is when you don't know to correct your people, I'll come correct them. And there's nothing I said that can be debunked. What I'm showing you now, again, is from the Obama administration. I don't like any of these presidents. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I don't like none of them, but I follow the information. So I don't have a bias. The fact of the matter is these deportation conversations started under Barack. That's why he got the most. Then it transitions into Trump, where now in 2019, you can look back. This same conversation was taking place then. ICE raids, ICE protests. Should I put ICE on the streets? None of this is new. But for some reason, we come back now 7 years later and act like this is a new conversation. So I'm not in the bag for either of these parties. But if somebody gonna say that Obama was given due process, that is a lie. So yeah, I came to correct the lie.
Oh,
and that's my only
right
point.
About that. He gave due process, but he fast tracked it. He fast tracked, and so I see what you're saying, though. You're right. He did deport, and he's not the one who brought all them people over here. So, immigration was a problem before Clinton, right? Clinton, and what that other one was? That was Reagan. Reagan who opened the borders. Which one of them signed that law that get all them immigrants over here and took our jobs?
I thought that was Johnson.
Okay, but hold on. Hold on. I want to try to keep the line before we ask questions. I want us to keep the line. You good right there, Bomb?
Yeah, I'm good right there.
Go ahead, Boogie Nights, and then we got Omni.
How everybody doing? Now I don't have anything to say. The guy that just ran it off for everybody, I feel the same way. So that's what I wanted to get on and say earlier. Like,
okay,
it's just really about the facts, man. The facts is there. All we gotta do is go read them, man. Stop putting our own light onto it. That was it, man.
Okay, go ahead on.
What's the
And
fact about?
I'm just with Tez on it. If you want to hold one accountable, it has to be accountability all the way around. Like I said, I'm an independent, so I'm not for either party. I'm not a political gangbanger. But it's very odd to me that, you know what I'm saying, everybody's in the street, oh, Trump, ICE, da-da-da. ICE didn't just pop up overnight. 2025 wasn't the establishment of immigration customs enforcement. It's been around for years. And like we said, Obama ran up the high score because nobody impeded him, nobody got in his way. Trump's doing terribly as far as numbers in comparison to Obama. He can hardly get anything done. He has to send out additional enforcement, which is what causes these problems, because people are up in arms in the middle of the street because they've been mobilized by individuals like Tim Walz in Minneapolis, like Brandon Johnson, whose approval rating is below 10%. In Chicago, everybody's up in arms about ICE.
What Trump rating
all
at?
of a sudden, but nobody said anything about ICE when it was nobody was in the streets about ICE when it was Obama. And
Where's
so
Trump's
we have instances like Renee Good happen because these politicians are mobilizing these liberal dummies to do their dirty work for them. So that they can play off of the emotions of people, for their political positions. It's terrible.
I thought y'all said y'all don't take a side, but I can assure you, first of all, if you don't vote, then you shouldn't take a side. It's usually y'all motherfuckers who don't vote, you don't care about this country, y'all be the ones who doing the most. So, but I take a side. And you don't have to like that I take my side. I proudly take my side, right? For humanity, for people, and black people. So for black men to be up on this shit, talking the shit y'all talking while explaining that you don't take a side, I know you don't. So you just, I don't know why you're fighting me. A person who take a side, a friend who take a side. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all ridiculous.
I ain't never fighting you, Bomb. You know, I'm just fucking with you. I ain't never fighting you. I've never.
I ain't talking about
I ain't either, but we got to get the facts straight. Did due process happen under Obama? Did due process in immigration happen under Obama? Yes or no?
Yes.
There we go. That's the bullshit.
No, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. What was the question? I'm sorry.
He said, was due process violated under Obama? And I was saying,
no. Did it happen under Obama? Did due process happen under Obama with immigration enforcement?
They had a process.
All right, so hold on. Hold on.
Tej literally just put it on the screen.
Let me understand it. If he deported them without them seeing a judge, is that still due process?
No.
Bomb Cherry?
Well, I guess if y'all saying no, but I would say yes. If they had a lawyer and they sat there, I don't know.
I can't. Sure, you have a good day. Everybody have a good day. I can't argue against.
But okay.
No, give me 1 second.
If you mean they had due process, first of all, they had it set up.
Do your best, bro.
If they was criminals, if they found that they was criminals, then they had their process. That's how they knew these things. But okay, it depends on which stage where they fell at on that list. So there was a process. But okay, if you saying they had to be where they got to wait 5 years, 10 years, which we shouldn't even have no immigration like that. Don't y'all agree with that?
No. So the question at hand is that the process is that they get to argue if they are legal or illegal in front of a judge, and they did not get that with Obama. So the fact that they didn't get a chance to represent themselves in front of a judge, do you still consider that due process?
Yes.
That is crazy.
That's wild. They had legalities there. They had people there. Listen, maybe y'all think that they did that to everybody. Did you know they categorized them, right?
It was 70%. It was 70%. 70. All right, so hold on. So 70%. So this is where you gonna have what the argument is. 70% of them never seen a judge. They got arrested and then they got detained in a space for however long that was until their plane was ready and they got deported. That's what happened to 70% of them.
Yeah, they had them niggas in FEMA camps.
All right, so now with that being said,
chain gate fences.
so now with that being said, are we saying that those 70% of people that got arrested, detained for a few months, and then shipped off to their original country or to another country, that those same people got due process?
I have to read what y'all saying because I don't remember when you say 70% or you say 70,000.
70%.
Okay, yeah, I want to go. Let me go read because I don't trust y'all reading skills because I do know. Listen, I do know like I said, they was walking here. We saw them for months walking towards our border, and they processed. Everybody was complaining about it as they was coming, and they made sure them people didn't really get into our country. So it's not like they was already here all over the place, and then we grabbed them up, didn't give them due process, and shipped them. They processed.
No, but that's what happened. No, but that's what happened. That's what the article that Taz presented. That's what the article is saying. The article is saying exactly that they round them up. 70% of them round them up. No judge, no jury, and deported as. That's what the article.
But that's what I'm saying.
So now with that information, so what we're saying is that with that information, we cannot say, and once we establish what due process is, we cannot say, what Obama did is due process, and now that Donald Trump is doing the same exact thing, now today.
No, but he's not doing the exact same thing. And you stopped me before I said we watched them people coming to the border. Right? As soon as they got there, they turned them people around, right? So it's not the same thing that they was in this country actively doing things and then we rounded them up. I am saying that it was different. I'm saying that yes,
but what I'm saying that you might but I'm saying you might be saying that, but just give us, I guess, show us that information about, and we going by what Taz presented. His presentation showed that they was rounding people up that was here illegally in the streets with ICE agents and grabbing people up, putting them in the camps, and even separating them from their children. And they didn't get their due process, and he sent them back to wherever they came from. Is what Goat is. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Can you put the link in the back? Let me see what
okay.
Can you? I got something already.
Okay, that's fair. No, that's fair. That's fair. Can you
Can I ask the question? What's harder to do? Round up thousands of people in one general area, or round up 11 million people that's been able to move around for 4.5 years?
But the argument is not. But the argument is not about which one is. Hold on. The argument is not about which one is.
That's kind of what Bob was saying.
Hold on. Doesn't matter which one is easier or more difficult. But Taz, can you drop the link that you have presented in the back chat? Also, I got a cash app that says you need to charge $2 for the N-word fine and $2 for the F-bomb fine.
I can respect that.
That's a
no, I'm cool with that. Yeah, let's get that.
Mom said, "Shit." Oh.
Hey, is it my turn?
Hold on, let me read a couple of super chats. I'm not sure Diva is back yet. She's out there running around in those real streets. Phil James with the $4.99. How many illegal aliens came in under Biden? And what is temporary protective status? How long is temporary? It's a great question. Phil James won with the $9.99. Immigration is an executive branch function executive branch function they get deported from an immigration judge. The judge issues a stay or order for deportation. They do not get a trial.
Right.
Shout out my boy Phil.
Go ahead, KT the GOAT.
What? You skipped me again?
I did? God damn it.
No, you're doing that shit on purpose. I got you. No, go, KT. Forget this
I was just going to say, I know you
and
said...
I'll send my $2.
I know you said don't do it, but this is the only reason I was pointing out the facetious thing with Omni in terms of it's wrong to say in any case Obama was just the golden boy. I know they both are facing two different disagreements. Obama's disagreement was the government. Remember, his house was literally Republican led. They didn't let him pass many laws, and I would even go to the point that he was only able to pass that because that is something that's always been more of a Republican type thing. The other part would be, again, when it comes to saying like, because they're using the same law, it would be a lie to say they're going about it the same way. Like, again, ICE is such a weird thing because Obama's never used any force in personal use, right? He's never sat there and said, this is the branch I'm going to basically oversee and give them their rights. And they're coming on the basis of, oh, we're asking for your papers. That's where this makes it a whole different thing. People disagree with Trump. The government disagree with Obama. So we can't make it seem like, oh, because they weren't putting it out in the news and tearing Obama down about it, that it was because like people didn't agree. I mean, a lot of people didn't agree with it, and they've shown that a whole bunch. But again, Trump's resistance is people, and that's people saying what you're doing is bullshit. He doesn't really have no government people fighting back against him very much.
Okay, shout out to
here's the thing.
Shout out to Taiwan. My N-word fine. Thank you so much. We're gonna have to implement it.
and here's the thing though, KT the GOAT, right? Everybody kind of forget about who's sending these. I know somebody mentioned that sorry mayor of Chicago, right? Well, who was sending these illegals to Martin's Vineyard, to Los Angeles, to Chicago, to anywhere of these blue cities? Well, here's the thing: the governor of Texas did that. The governor of Florida did that. That fat ass governor from Arkansas did all that. They sent all these illegals, to Chicago and all areas. Right. So you can't just sit there and say, well, no, this is all about politics. And nobody will bring that up. Actually, what?
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous to not do this with the information. So the reason why they're sent to those cities, which I don't agree with, but those cities claim to be sanctuaries for illegals. So if you're going to broadcast,
so is San Antonio. Hold on. So is San. Hold on. I live right by San Antonio, Texas, right? I live right by San Antonio. San Antonio is also a sanctuary city. Austin, Texas is a sanctuary city. But yet you don't see ICE over there. I don't see ICE over there. Well then, you know what's going on then.
What point are you making?
And people over here, the point I'm making is y'all are falling for the okie doke. Black conservatives is falling for the okie doke. They're basically coons. So the thing is, falling for the xenophobic, falling for the xenophobic line, xenophobia.
Hello. So do you have like an actual argument for the okie doke? Because like for example, when I say you falling for the okie doke, you repeat CNN. You don't incorporate any of the history of this conversation. You're talking about Trump, when this conversation ain't really about Trump only. It's about all of these motherfuckers. Every politician in the conversation should be up for grabs. Instead, there's a hyper focus on the one who's removing them, not the one who brought them, not the one who removed the most. It's just one focus, and that's the problem. You're hyper focused on dude. Dude ain't gonna be out of office in a couple years.
No, nobody's focusing on him personally.
Nobody is focusing on him, Taz. I don't know why, man, you want to put words in my mouth. I didn't say that.
Big J, you gotta listen to me as well. Let me set up so y'all let Go and Big J have their quick back and forth, and then we're gonna bring in Bomb and KT as well. But let them have their quick back and forth real quick.
First of all, I don't watch CNN. I watch BBC and DW from Germany. I don't watch that American new crap. All right. So cut me on the bullshit. Now the point is though, Donald Trump is being a fascist, and I don't really hate Trump. I hate Trump supporters though. And me being living in Texas, I see too many of them ignorant ass white motherfuckers who say dumbass shit trying to make excuses for bad behavior. Okay? So I'm not focused on just on Trump. It's people like Maurice Delt, Kelly Ray, people who support Donald Trump, especially you black conservatives, you black MAGA motherfuckers. I can't stand you bitch ass niggas though. Cause y'all some coon ass niggas though.
Hold on, Big J, hold on, Big J.
He owes you like $7.
I'm not gonna implement it yet but Shadow done start a new president that it's $2 for every N word and $2 for every F bomb. So you didn't know before, so I'm giving you However,
well, I mean, I would have known if you hadn't kicked me out the panel, though.
Hold on, Big J. I'm saying I understand. However, I'm saying for now, moving forward, let's have to understand that it's $2 per N word, $2 per F bomb. Okay.
I think that's great.
Okay, go ahead.
So look, this is what I'm saying, though, Jay. There shouldn't be that much of a distinction in making the argument because I'm saying my issue with Biden was letting them all in. My issue with Trump is the way he's trying to get them all out. I'm not on anybody's side. I'm questioning why when you're taking sides, you're not acknowledging that one created the problem that the other is claiming to try to fix.
How he trying to fix it if he make the immigrants in?
They almost finished. Let them finish their conversation. I'm promise I'm gonna get y'all in there. Shadow, I got you as well. Go ahead, Big J. Would you like to? I got you, Shadow. You want to respond to that, Big J?
Because the problem did not just started beyond Obama and Trump. The problem started back in the 80s when Reagan and Bush was at the GOP debate between Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush at the Republican debate in 1980. We can all start about at that point if you want to, but I'm going to start up today based upon the activities in the unconstitutional actions by the current regime. I only care about the current regime because I'm living in of today. That's all I care about at this point of today.
No doubt, and I think that's prudent, but the issue becomes not factoring in the rest of the history and conversation. That's all I'm saying. Is just people make it sound like we are under duress as Black Americans, and I'm not accepting this idea that ICE is a threat to us. That's what I'm pushing back against. I'm not afraid of ICE. I don't think ICE has any relevant power when it comes to Black people. Have they killed some people? Okay. Sure. Should we be scared? Okay, no.
No, but I never said that we should be scared at ICE. What I'm saying though, compare the actions of ICE. There's 47 days of training. No police force in America will have you 47 days of training. That leads to a lot of these deaths that we're seeing for the last couple of months.
I disagree.
It's been more like 45 people already.
We've seen veteran officers react in crazy ways. You can be on the force for 15 years, a dedicated vet, and you know what I'm saying, in that moment, they do a shoot that ain't clean. So I agree with 47 days ain't enough, but let's not make it any guarantees that 15 years or 15 months of training would change anything. Some of these people just operate in ways that we're not gonna be able to agree with. Right? I don't agree with law enforcement in totality, so they can't ever train to meet my standards.
But do you think that 47? No, but hold on. But you do admit that 47 days of training is good, adequate amount of time to be a law enforcement.
I don't like the framing of that. There's no admission. There's no admission. It's a fact. I agree. I wouldn't say anything different. That's not an admission. That's not enough training. That's a fact.
Right. So based on that, you have 45 bodies within the last couple of months. Do you think that's a good track record versus some idiot who served on the force for 20 years? He has a bad shot. Which is the better ratio point? No, Taz. Which is the best ratio? Somebody who's been on the force for 15, 20 years who made some bad shots, or somebody who spent 47 days and then you got 45 bodies? which is the better.
Just to be clear, fam, you don't have 45 bodies. I'm not trying to defend ICE, but y'all say stuff that's incorrect. It's just a fact, bro. So somebody got to correct you, and then you'll say, "Well, you defend ICE." No, you're wrong. You're saying something you read on the meme.
How many bodies it was, Taz? How many? Taz. How many bodies it is, Taz?
It was 32 last year, and it's been like 9 or 10 this year.
About died.
Okay, so therefore, it's still a high number compared to the 40.
I agree, but let's just get the
how many
right
days of training?
Let's just be
let's have the truthful conversation.
I agree with what
why are you trying to correct me on something then?
Because you're inaccurate. What's wrong with niggas? You inaccurate.
$2. Somebody paid a $2 fine for Taz. God damn it.
Oh, you $2 for that? All right. Well, he's done.
Yeah.
He's done.
Yeah.
I paid $2.
No, I'm dumb. Okay, I'm dumb. Okay.
What is it?
Because in your heart, you know I'm right. Because it doesn't matter. That's still a high number. It's still a high number. And guess what, nigga? You not even being a stoic. So I don't know what I'm talking about. You might want to take Brownsville. You might want to take Brownsville because you're not being stoic.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Taz, Josh said he got you, and Big J, you owe $2. So while you figure out the $2, maybe somebody in the chat will put the $2 up for you. Josh said he got you. Go, don't worry about it. KT to go. Bon Cherry, then Uda. So this way we can get them to calm down, so they won't put no curse words.
Bro, me and you finna fight, Sharon.
That's what you said. You said I got you. Go.
You just skipped me 4 times.
Damn.
Shadow than me.
He about to drop Sharon next.
Oh God, he about to put a 50 ball on your head. Stop playing with him. Nah, let me say this real quick because I do want to let you get in there though, Josh. I'm gonna turn it kind of to the point where Taz going back to where he said like black people, we shouldn't be fearing ICE. And I'm always say this: birthright citizenship is made for us, black people in specific, black American people in specific. So when we're talking about legalities, legal things change constantly. Yes, it is. Literally, that's what we know for a fact. That's not a lie at all. Birthright citizenship came from slaves. They were trying to figure out how do we separate and say, give them some type of rights, not human rights in whole, but how this becomes legal property is with birthright citizenship. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I agree with you, KT, but you do know that that's not true. And Donald Trump said that. So you would be agreeing with Trump.
Exactly.
Said that.
Yeah, I wanted you to know that you said the same exact thing as Donald Trump. Let Kulu don't have much time. Let Kulu get a chance to jump in there real quick. Go ahead, Kulu.
Yeah, what's up, Jerron? What's up, panel? Shout out to everybody. So first, I disagree. When people say that Trump and Obama have the same policy or they're doing it the exact same way, they're not. Y'all could easily go on Google and type in the differences between Obama and Trump, and it brings up the differences. Just a few of them. Obama focused more on border, and he focused more on actual criminals and known threats, right? Known targets. Trump is more so broadening the spectrum when Obama was narrowing. So he's focused on undocumented immigrants and outside of the border. So more internal, right? So the way they're going about it is just different. My issue with the whole Obama, versus Trump, is that people who give Trump credit for the border don't give Obama the same credit while he was in office for the border, right? So that's my issue with that argument. When it comes to the whole ICE in general, don't impede, don't go out and protest. If you want to change it, vote in a politician in your local area that will go out and change it, But my main thing when it comes to ICE is that, if somebody told me this, extreme power unchecked becomes the norm, right? So what Trump is doing with ICE has not been seen from any administration that we've seen when it comes to mass unmarked cars, like riding around through the communities, raids and all this stuff. So that's going to become the new norm. And then the next president, whoever that may be, left or right, they're going to push the boundaries on the new norm, and that's going to become the new norm. So eventually, it's going to become something that we don't recognize. And I want to do a quick thought experiment before I mute up. Is that, if let's go back to 1945, right? If let's say the Nazis won the war, right? After they did what they did with the Jews, when people didn't say nothing or speak out, they could have been next. You know what I mean? But people spoke out, other countries got involved, and they stopped the potential threat from taking place that could have affected other countries, other groups of people, because we know that they weren't going to just stop with the Jews, that they were going to go on to other groups that they, felt were parasites or whatever to the planet. So not saying that is what's going on with Trump or ICE, but if we keep allowing it to happen without speaking up, without protesting, then we're just gonna allow it to become normal. And then 20 years from now, people being taken from their houses without any warrants or without probable cause, it's gonna be the new norm. And then eventually we'll lose all our rights that way.
I agree 100%.
Go ahead.
The same fear-mongering nonsense. I mean, if you share my screen right quick, fam, I just get him up out of here with a quick article about Obama 2008. I mean, because again, I know y'all just want to believe these things, but I have facts. I come with facts and facts. So this,
hold on, Bob. It was supposed to. It was Josh. That's the only reason why we skipping him, because that's like the new thing that's going on while he's at work and on his car. We skipping Josh. So go ahead. Yeah, it was Josh next. Bob. Go ahead. Taz,
just right quick, ma'am. I just need my people, black people who are interested in the information. Just look it up. No, these Trump and Gestapo and Nazi. Hey, fam, it's nothing new. They said the same shit about Barack. Now, if you choose to follow this narrative that keeps being put out there, we're seeing something new. I'm just showing you you're dumb. You're dumb for following people who keep lying to you. The same things they said about Trump, they said about Obama. They're going to get us. It's over. The Gestapo, Nazis. Fam, all you got to do is read. Just read something.
The difference
can I respond real quick?
Hold on. Yeah, I was about to say let him at least get a chance to respond. And Big J, your $2 N-word fee has been paid for by Brownsville, New York, Big J. So you are free. Go ahead, Kulu.
So I didn't read the article, but that was just the headline, right? And I'm pretty sure the headline isn't what was really in the article. But my question for Taz is, so you're saying that what Trump is doing right now with ICE, going through the communities, wearing masks, not wearing body cams, that's literally what Obama was doing during his administration? That's what you're trying to say?
No, that's what you're saying to avoid what I'm saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking you a question.
I didn't say Obama put anybody on the streets or had anybody in masks. That's not what I said. What I said was what I just said was there was fear mongering. The same thing you just said, Nazi, Gestapo. It's funny because I have an article from the congressman.
I didn't say Gestapo.
Oh my God. Go ahead, bro.
Nah, I didn't say Gestapo, but you're proving my point, right? Obama's ICE is not what Trump's ICE is today, and it's becoming the new norm. So that means 10, 15 years from now, right, when the boundaries are pushed even more, it's going to start to look like a Gestapo, like you mentioned, or a Nazi or whatever, right? That's my point, is that power, extreme power unchecked becomes the new norm. So if we're not standing up and calling out Trump, if we're not standing up and speaking out like about what's going on via violations, whether it's Trump or Obama, it's going to become the new norm. And eventually, things will become the new norm.
This is why Obama comes up, because you're calling the old a new norm. This is why someone like myself takes you back to Obama. So understand, we saw kids in cages. We saw people coming across the border. Then you move into the Trump administration. Oh, I got to get rid of them. You go into the Biden administration. He brings in more. Now we back in the Trump administration. No, we got to get rid of them again. Some of this is a game. And you're playing the game if you're not acknowledging the game is happening on both sides. I'm just telling you it's both sides.
No. I agree with you. I'm not arguing that it's both sides, but what I'm arguing is that the way that Obama did it was a lot smoother and a lot more correct than the way that Trump is doing it. And the way that Trump is doing it is a little bit more loose leaf. Well, I mean, you could. Well, Obama actually targeted criminals though. Like he's not targeting everybody like Trump is.
Because the difference in targeting criminals at that time was the people were coming straight across the border. They were trying to catch them coming straight across. Trump now is dealing with those people already being here, which again became the issue for the conversation about, which that's why I came up here, due process. The conversation about due process in terms of Obama was, hey, they're not getting due process. Now, whether you agree with that or not, deal with the ACLU, deal with the courts. But the facts are they said they were not getting due process.
Yeah, they said
I'm not arguing.
Listen, that article, if you read that article, you will see that, well, I'm not sure about the article you got because I don't trust it. But what I did find is that, yeah, they had the article out there where they said that. And then when you go into reading it, they say that it's not true because they never took it to court. It was just something that was put out there. So that's what you're using, the information that was put out there.
But you need to be able to prove it.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to prove it because they did not take them to court. Yes, I can. Yes, I got the article that shows that. But more importantly, when y'all talk about Trump is against, when you say that Trump is against immigration, and yet he brought them Africans over here. Ooh, they wasn't black, but they was white. He also allows immigration from other places, white places. So he has not stopped immigration. In fact, there's lots of immigration still going on, just not from certain areas. So y'all won't speak on that, right?
Yeah, I'll definitely speak on it because I'm not on a side. I agree.
Oh, okay,
he's not even deporting as many.
I'm not talking about just you. I'm talking about other people.
Yeah, because I'm saying he ain't even deported as many people as Biden. A lot of this deportation talk is cap if we're talking about actual raw numbers.
That's right. Like what you call him said, right? It's like you said also, it's all a game, but he's bringing people in. And then he also told everybody around the world, like, hey, if you want to come, you got enough money, we're going to give you this gold card. So he is not against immigration. But then what about all the other?
No, he's against illegal immigration. That's the difference.
He's not against any immigration because
he's against illegal immigration.
No, he's not against any immigration, right? That was somebody who was caught selling drugs and everything in this country, not even from this country, and he was in jail. What did he do with that man?
Release.
He was a legal immigrant.
What?
The guy who went to jail that you're talking about was legally here when he was selling the drugs. That's how he got caught up.
I could have sworn it was somebody he wasn't even from this country. So I don't know which one you're talking about because there's a lot.
Yeah, unless we're talking about two different people.
Well, we could be. But what I'm saying is he released him because all he had to have was some money. As long as you got money to give him, then you ain't got to worry about immigration or nothing. While he allowed his wife, family, gave them.
I agree with Bob on that. I agree with Bob on that. He's not anti-illegal immigrant. This is his administration. This is politics. But him personally, nah, fam. He don't have a track record of being against illegal immigrants. That's not his track record.
Exactly. No, he is
against people of color. Right? Yeah, I was about to say people of any color. He don't want them over there.
So, and that's the dangers of him because he is definitely against people of color.
And I just want to say, like from earlier, I just want to say from earlier. I know y'all said that's what Trump said.
Like you. Look, Nicki Minaj gonna regret all that shit, and anybody else they found that they regret it, right? Because he only needs you when he needs you.
The people that you've seen historically, Trump stand by, they had some type of public benefit. Mike Tyson, Herschel Walker, you know what I'm saying? Some of the people that he's actively been out on Front Street with that were black, they all could benefit him. So you know,
right, but then he threw him under the bus, Herschel Walker and all. Herschel Walker.
But having said that, I anyway. But yeah, if you look at some of the Irish immigrants, right? How come they was not being removed? People from certain parts of Europe, they're not being removed. So I mean, it's more about race than anything else.
They had a high enough rate though.
They just
it don't be a high enough number of them because what ends up happening, like what ends up happening is sweeping statements. You know what I'm saying? But like I literally be looking at these ICE arrests and whatnot, and it's 2 of them out of 75 people. You know what I'm saying? So they don't get enough of them. But when we say none, you know what I'm saying, it's kind of capped. It's a couple, a handful.
No, you're right. Yeah, because he took the numbers like Obama, so he's trying to deport any and everybody. So he has deported some people from Europe.
Yeah, but the crazy shit is we may be talking about Obama, we'll talk about Trump, but Clinton is the one who created all that framework for the expedited removal and all of that. Barack Obama's administration may have used it more to their advantage, but they did it more quietly, I think. Barack Obama's administration did it more quietly. They was more process driven in how they was going about it.
It wasn't quiet. Everybody knew that was happening.
Trump kind of brought in the spectrum. I mean, more people could be a fair game. And he just brought in the spectrum.
On the street,
huh?
Just right quick. When you say quiet, you mean like without the ICE agents on the streets and shit, right?
Well, ICE was still there. They was doing it. You know what I mean? He may have had more focus on borders at the time. He might have had more focus on criminal offenses and certain people that he deemed as targets and stuff like that. But mad people was getting shit up out of here. They wasn't even getting in here. They was getting kicked. You know what I mean? But it's just the way we seeing it all happen with Trump is more loud. It looks loud. You know what I'm saying? We see them in the streets. They got more fair game. You know what I mean? I think he's broadened the whole, you know what I mean? The limitation.
I think it's what everybody say up here a lot. There's no decorum in it. Like it's really like rude as fuck if we being honest. Like get this legal parts of it, but it's crazy how he's going about it, which is why people are protesting. Like I said, people are against Trump. American people are against how Trump is doing it. American people weren't really against how Obama was doing it, but that doesn't really change that. Like, you know, if anything, it should be pointed out. People weren't revolting against Obama because most people were like, he doing it correctly. They can't say that about Trump, and that's the only reason it's happening.
Oh, look at this. They said, look, I just Googled this. They said, look, Trump didn't invent the tools. He just maxed out the harshness of the existing ones. So he removed the most enforcement priorities that everyone could become a fair game. Tried to apply expedited removals nationwide, publicly framed immigrants as threats, used ICE as a political weapon and a signal, and he cut humanitarian discretions.
That's right.
Yeah, if I can interject for a moment, and I'll just add on to what
I'd agree with some of that.
Spoke about what's going on, Sharon. Salute to the panel and everybody in the back chat, kind of thing. But something significant happened this past September in 2025, right? So the Supreme Court Justice ruled specifically for DHS to be able to profile. And that's the difference between when we're talking about Obama, when we're talking about Trump. If you even want to go back and talk about George Bush, because he was really, everybody talk about, or Trump talks about Biden kind of like overlooked immigration. George W. Bush Jr., he really looked over immigration because it benefited what he could do in Texas. But I'll get to that later. But people never talk about that. We always hear Trump say Biden was terrible. He overlooked immigration. Go back and do some facts on George W. Bush Jr. He really overlooked immigration. But the difference is in 2025 of September, the Supreme Court justice ruled for them to profile people. That was not a thing during the Obama administration, right? So they actually had to do work behind the criminals or the immigration or the people that they wanted to look into removing from the country. They actually had to do research. There's no research that's needed now. All I have to do is say, as an ICE agent, if you fit an order that was given by DHS, and I'm following the legality of what the Supreme Court justice said that we can do, we can profile you. And I can stop you, and I can question you, whether it be at your job, whether it be at your home, it could be anywhere. They have that within their back pocket. And that's something that I didn't hear anyone mention, but I just wanted to bring that to the fold. Salute to you, Sharon, and the panel.
Yeah, I would argue the math won't support that claim. There's no way Obama could have most deportations with more oversight. there was less oversight for Obama. That's why nobody knows what was happening. But I agree with you on the Bush point.
Everybody knew
what I'm speaking to specifically about Obama. So the Supreme Court didn't rule until last year, September 2025, to profile. They can racially profile you. DHS can racially profile you now. Now they're focusing on immigration. And I heard some people bring up, should black people be concerned about it? If you ask me right now, current date, am I concerned about it? No. Is it on my radar? Absolutely. Because that ruling gives DHS the authority to profile whoever they want. Now, DHS is just specifically saying, we're profiling a specific group. We're going after immigrants, whatever color, walks of life. But that was something that was big in Congress, and people were actually like bringing it up and talking about it to say, wait, if the Supreme Court justice is going to allow DHS to just racially profile anybody, when does it stop at immigration? And that was something I believe the brother
the profile, just real quick, the profiling is already there with stop and frisk. Like that was kind of what the biggest thing with stop and frisk was the racial profiling.
Yeah, but
and I think
they specifically looped it in just for ICE agents now, AR, that they could just stop.
Thank you.
And
thank you. That's why I mentioned. That's why I mentioned stop and frisk earlier. I'm sorry.
Is he new here?
No.
And I think what Taz is trying to say, and I agree with him, is that you can't say Obama deported X million and then said he did an investigation on every single person he deported. I think that's what Taz's point is like you don't get more of it in a faster time with more oversight and more investigations. And so I think with Obama, from what I understand with Obama, so most of it was kind of at the border, which someone has set up here earlier, versus Trump, where it's happening in the cities. And so you didn't really need the investigations at the border because you see someone come over the border and you're just like, nah, you thought, and kick them back off. So that's that. You don't need an investigation for that. So that's
200 miles though. But just 200 miles within the border. It wasn't just the border.
I'm just saying, like there's a difference between what happened under Obama and what's happening under Trump.
That is a difference.
Our border is still our
I'm only speaking to inland. I'm only speaking from an inland standpoint when you're already in the United States. Obama had his DHS had them investigate people before they went to go and take them off the street. Right?
That's cap.
There's no investigation that's occurring now with the current administration.
But now, it's still an investigation. You just don't think that it's still an investigation. Just because you don't agree with it or you think that it's not as in depth as what happened under Obama doesn't make it not an investigation.
Wow, the reason I question investigation is because if I could just stop anybody on the street. Now you may very well have as an agent, you may have details on me as far as the car I'm driving, where I'm staying, and things like that. But there's been an overwhelming response to the fact that ICE agents are just targeting people because of the way they look, talk, or where they work. That's the consensus. When they show up to these cities, if they go into a specific area, they're not where we're just looking for Jose. No, we're in this area and we're gonna pick up all the Jose's. That's the problem that's occurring, in my opinion.
But they're using identifying markers.
Look like Jose.
They're using identifying markers.
That's a bad marker because, again, if we're going to say profile for a Hispanic person, it would be a light-skinned person, maybe bald head, maybe a fucking lumberjack shirt, right? Like all those things can happen with a yo chill. All those things can happen with mixed Americans. That doesn't apply to just Hispanic people.
I have a question though, fam. I have a question. Are we implying though that previous to the Supreme Court case, that wasn't the marker they were using? Because I would argue that's what they were using.
Prior to 2025, prior to September 2025, there was no ruling for DHS specifically to go and profile you. There was no specific
you don't need a ruling to do it.
Ruling.
But I'm saying they were need a ruling
to do it.
They were doing it
because before you
But do we
needed
agree
a
that
court
they did
order.
it though for the
You
first
don't
20
need a
years of
court
ICE?
order
That's
to
what they did.
profile anyone now.
Oh
They
my
needed
God.
a court
That
order
was the whole thing. That's what
specifically
Trump
to
bypassed.
profile. They don't need a court order now. Now they can just
They don't.
profile you. Now, if they
Yeah.
want to
Yeah.
apprehend you, they need a court order.
But
And
I'm
that
asking,
remains
are
to
you
be seen
implying
because
that
some
they
people say
weren't?
they don't have it.
Oh,
But
wow.
before they didn't need a order to profile you.
Okay, so
They
Gary,
don't
go.
need
So
an
they were
order
just
to profile you now.
profiling.
They can just profile you
So
and
they were
stop you and ask you
profiling.
1,000 questions.
So they've
Okay, so
always profiled.
Mhm.
No, they
But that didn't make it
understand what you're
legal,
saying.
Taz. They didn't make it
Of
legal.
course,
Like
it's
you can
not legal,
profile,
but I'm
but
trying to figure out.
no,
But if
now it
it
is
just
legal. That's what he pointing out. That's the
what I'm
difference.
saying, Taz, now it's legal. Before
Yeah.
it was illegal to do. Whether they did it or not, it was
no,
illegal.
it wasn't
Now
illegal.
it is
Stop and frisk.
That's what I'm
legal.
Stop and
saying.
As
It wasn't illegal.
2025,
Like,
it is legal for an ICE agent. You can talk about stop and frisk and all of that. ICE agents could not
I'm
stop
saying
and
it was
frisk
legal
you prior to
before.
2025. They
why
could
are
not
you
saying
guys
it was
saying it was
legal before.
illegal? Yeah, why are you guys saying it
I'm
was
saying it was
illegal?
legal
they
before.
could not constitutionally, an ICE agent prior to
They
September
had to go to court.
2025 could not stop and frisk you. They couldn't do that.
So show me
They didn't
that. Show
fall
me a
under
case
that
that was thrown out
realm.
based on that.
But
Show me a case
as
that was
of
thrown out based
September
on that.
Many
2025,
cases was
you
thrown
are
out
fair
based
game
on that.
now.
That's
Everybody's
a
fair
That,
game,
Supreme
yeah,
Court.
essentially.
That's the Supreme Court.
Why
the
was it
previous
was it
Supreme Court
constitutionally
case that's
why,
linked to that is Arizona 2012. Arizona versus the U.S. 2012. It's an immigration case. There is no case linked to that that says an ICE agent violated someone's rights. There's no
No,
case to support it.
I thought you were talking about frisk and search. That's what you mentioned.
Yes,
yeah,
rape,
I said
profiling.
stop
Now
and
you
frisk.
talk, yeah, stop and frisk. Yeah,
Profiling.
profiling.
Before
Yeah.
that, they could not
Oh, yes,
There
profile.
was nothing to stop. There's nothing to
They had to
stop
have
them
an
from
order.
profiling.
They had to have
There
an
was
order
never.
in place. They had to have
But
an
I just
order
want you
in
to
place
understand.
to
But fam, I
question
just want you
if
to
you were
understand why
innocent.
that would have happened in the first place. The reason why it comes to a courtroom is because they're already doing it. You understand that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and they go to the
And
Supreme
so
Court.
now,
Then they
so
get
now the
thrown
court
out.
determined they're allowed to do it. What point do you have?
But it wasn't allowed to do it before until
They were
people was
not
like,
Hey, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
That's
hold
what
on,
I'm
hold
saying.
on, hold on,
That's
y'all, hold
different.
on. Let me let y'all get the understanding of the argument. It was they were doing it before, and now they just solidifying that they are allowed to do what they already been
Yes.
doing. That's what that
Yeah.
is Ghost's argument. They was already doing it, and then they got the court to agree with how they are getting the people up out of here.
Yeah, and I think our
Well-
argument is that nobody's arguing whether or not they did it. It wasn't legal when they did it. When they would go to
But
court
yeah,
after
you-
they
No,
profiled
hold on.
you.
You missed it. Hold on, you missed it again. You missed it again. They was already doing it, and then they got the courts to agree with how they doing it. So it wasn't, regardless of you trying to make it seem as if it wasn't illegal, but if it was illegal, then they wouldn't be able to do it then.
No, what?
no,
Well,
but
that's
they
not
got
true.
they
What I'm
they
saying,
it was illegal.
Sharon, what I'm saying,
Sharon, you're skipping a step.
what
You're
I'm
skipping a
saying,
step.
Sharon, what I'm
It's okay
saying,
if I'm
Sharon,
giving this. I'm just hold on, y'all.
prior,
I'm just giving y'all what the argument is, that they was already doing it, and then they got the courts to agree with how they doing it, so they can continue to do it
Wait.
the way how they've been
No,
doing it for
Trump.
the past
No,
20
They
years.
were,
no,
Hold
the,
on,
Trump,
the
they were
part,
already doing it.
right?
Somebody challenged it in court. Then the courts agreed that they are in fact allowed to do it. That's the actual process.
Okay.
Yeah,
yes,
but it doesn't. But
the
that's
way it went,
his point is that there's nothing that said that it was illegal. You can't go, oh, it's constitutionally illegal, and then not present anything that says it's constitutionally illegal, because stop and frisk, there was plenty of profiling happening with stop and frisk, and that was determined
Stop
to be
and-
constitutionally legal. So you can't say
No,
just
they
because they
stopped
profile,
stop and frisk.
just because something is profiling, you can't say it's automatically, at least by the court's decision, judicially speaking, illegal, because we already know that happens and it is legally backed. The courts have backed it to happen. So you can't say ICE was doing this, and that's profiling, therefore it's illegal. What he is saying is that there's nothing to say it was illegal, which is why it was never held to be that in court cases. And so all the Supreme Court did was rubber stamp it. There was ambiguity and there was a gray area. ICE was using that gray area. People complained about it and took it to court, and the courts rubber stamped that gray area to say, hey, this is a gray area that's legal. Therefore, it's no longer a gray area.
No, but
That's
that's
not what happened.
the
Hold on, let me
I think the
add
part,
some context to what he just said. Hold on one second.
Okay,
Let me add some context. So it's the case was Noam versus Vasquez, right? What happened was the Vasquez challenge what ICE was doing as far as aggressively, discriminating on just targeting people based on their ethnicity, race, et cetera, right? The case, then a judge put a restraining order on the Trump administration and Department of Homeland Security, right? All the Supreme Court did was disregard that restraining order. So the case is still being adjudicated right now. It's at the Ninth Circuit of Appeals right now. So
yeah, it's at a lower court. Thank you, Brian.
So it's not. So nothing has been. There's no law. What you're saying that the Supreme Court decided that this is right, but that's not true. All they did was block the restraining order that was put against the Trump administration from a lower court to allow the case allow the case to go further, right? So ICE is going to continue doing what they're doing.
Yeah, right. They stayed the injunction that says ICE can do what they're doing.
Right.
That's the issue.
But it's going to be adjudicated in the court. So the Supreme Court just said, okay, we're going to let this case continue. We're not going to stop them from doing their job.
But what does that have to do with Kavanaugh stuff?
You want to represent it, or this is good enough?
Who you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh no, this is based on a case like that where there's no warrants and this case was thrown out. The judge throughout this case, he ended up getting a settlement and stuff like that as well, based on some of the same things with no warrant. And then ICE goes by some they just go by like a database. So some of them are going by a database. I don't know if it's just as rampant. I guess they running around in certain cities just picking people based on how they look and sound, but it's based on some database that they have, and just based on the database saying that it could be prone to errors and all these different things. And this person was apprehended without a warrant, all kinds of things like that. This was actually thrown. You know what I mean? So there's an actual case called Gonzalez versus ICE, 2019-2020.
Right. So it was illegal, and it was mainly illegal.
That's not profiling. That case was not profiling. That wasn't what that was.
It was
so we're talking about profiling
because of the Constitution. The Constitution is for everybody who's here on the U.S. soil. So some of these things in the Supreme Court went there because people say, "Hey, I'm not getting due process. Hey, they pulled me over because they saw how I look." But y'all never seen the show. There's a show where they was going and getting. It was immigration, almost like car wars or where they go around with the immigration people, and they were showing how they pick up these people. They had to do the investigation work, and instead of going to their door because they couldn't do that, they would sit outside in a van and shit and wait for them to get ready to go to work. They knew what time they was gonna leave to go to work, and they would be parked in front of their place. And as soon as them people came out, they would grab them up. It was following them during Trump's first term.
At the same time, Bomb, it is certain places that illegals go to get jobs on certain corners to get picked up by random people, and they are absolutely illegal. It happens a lot in New York. It's certain corners that early in the AM, you see about 30 to 50 individuals of a certain group of people standing there. You come back around like 10 o'clock, they ain't there, and ain't no bus stop or nothing. And then around somewhere around 1 o'clock, they right back again to try to get picked up again so they can do a second job for the day. A lot of them and this is why a lot of them in New York get picked up at Home Depot, because they wait around Home Depot. Anybody that leaves with a piece of sheetrock or a piece of pipe, they say, "Hey, do you need some help?" So it's not that these are random places. This is from investigating. That's why they know where these people are at.
Right, but the problem with what you just saying, because that is true, you're telling the truth, because it happens all over here in Delaware, Louisiana.
I'm always telling the truth.
I know what's telling the truth. But what I'm saying is they can't go and pull up at the Home Depot where they couldn't. Now they can, right? But they couldn't just pull up on them and start asking them for their papers, because that was profiling. But now they can go, and that's what they're doing, right? They're showing up at people at jobs and restaurants and everywhere and just making them prove who they are. and they don't care if they legal or illegal. They pulling them. So, but before they couldn't do it because suppose you are legal. You know what I mean? Like I come because they got the ones who are legal.
So, but the issue is, Bomb. So, where's the proof that they couldn't do that before?
Yeah, they couldn't.
But where's the proof of that?
Okay, let me pull it up. I thought Witchcom pulled up something.
No, so
the Supreme Court. If it go before the Supreme Court, you know, if there was something they could do, then it wouldn't have ended up at the Supreme Court. Do y'all understand that?
That's not true.
No, it's still being adjudicated, Bomb. So what happened was lower court put an injunction on Trump and said, no, we're not going to allow your ICE to conduct business like that.
Exactly. Thank you. That's what, and that's what I'm telling him. That they said that,
Bomb, you got to listen, right? The Trump administration appealed it, right? And the Supreme Court removed the injunction and said we're gonna let this case be adjudicated.
I know that. I'm not sure why you tell me
nothing.
that.
So nothing is set in stone as far as what is legal or illegal yet.
Yes, I know that. You must have came in later.
Hold on, Bomb. But you said that it's illegal for them to do that, and we trying to give you the fact that
no, but I said it was illegal, right?
No, that's
and you
right.
said what's the proof? And he just said it. The judge.
It was never illegal.
It
was never illegal.
The lower court told him.
Hold on, Bomb. What we trying to get? It was never illegal.
Oh my
They are
God.
trying to make it illegal now.
No, they just made it legal. I thought, right?
No, Bomb. The lower court rejected the claim. Hold on, hear
They
us out.
rejected what?
Hold on, Bomb.
Y'all
1
watch
second,
this,
please.
Okay, watch
Please. So what happened is exactly what happened. Somebody argued that they could not do this. It went to a lower district court first. That lower district court placed a junction on it. The Trump administration immediately appealed that junction. There was a circuit split between the 5th, the 2nd, and the 3rd districts, or the third circuits, which allowed it to be sent to the Supreme Court. That's the process of how you appeal. That's why in the appeal, the Supreme Court, hold on. The Supreme Court
hear
said,
this? They keep wanting to
the
go
Supreme Court said,
you just want to keep you talking. But listen, remember the lower
it's
court.
funny I'm talking, but you're not listening to anything because you're about to argue what I'm just telling
you. If the lower court said you can't do this, that's what I was talking about.
But
now
that doesn't make it illegal. That's the point.
Oh,
you're
so when the
arguing
lower
legality.
court said you can't do this,
that doesn't make it illegal.
And the people got money. Oh my God. So wait, the lower court don't have no say if it don't make it legal or not, right? So y'all don't make
that's how you strike laws.
Well, that's how they're gonna figure it
Mom,
out.
had you listened to what I said, you would have understood
listen.
what I was
It was
saying.
figured out, and then they appealed it.
It was
Did
not
you not
figured
know
out.
that?
One person contested it.
That's
One
called
judge
due
out of
process,
162.
What did they contest? What did they contest?
Due process.
Yeah, that's right. What did they contest?
The due process.
Oh, they contest that somebody said, no, what you did is illegal.
That is right. He contested that his rights were violated. Okay. He contested.
There you go. So
that
that's
somebody
it.
has the
That's all I
opinion.
was saying.
All you're doing is yelling.
Of y'all,
All you're doing is
Cherry on
yelling
her,
right
Mom
now.
Cherry on her KT shit today.
Was wrong. Woo, Lord.
Right.
She on her KT
She's
stuff,
so
man.
busy trying to prove to everybody wrong. She's not actually listening to what people are saying. One person contested it in one court out of 162. Let's stop ignoring facts.
What are you
one
talking
person
about?
Contested it and it got appealed. That's what Brownsville is trying to explain to you, but you're talking
I
too fast to
understand
listen.
that. I don't know why you're trying to explain something to me that's very
If
clear.
you understand it, why do you keep calling it illegal?
Because what Bomb Cherry is saying, what Bomb Cherry is saying is that
now I said when that judge said it's illegal, but they appealed it. I didn't say that it's illegal
Right,
now.
which is why you put the injunction. Me and you agree right there.
Oh my God!
One
you still
judge.
move on past what I said for some reason.
No, I'm saying exactly. I just even agreed with you, and you're just arguing.
No, I'm just saying you wanting to move past it, so you agreeing with me. So a judge said
I
that it was
agree
illegal.
that
All
one
Sharon
judge
asked
said.
me was, listen, all Sharon asked me was prove that at one time it was illegal. And I said, when the lower court said that it was illegal, but they appealed it. Like, so I heard everything.
Shabam, is there only one district judge in the United States?
Oh my God!
Hold on. So hold on.
No,
So,
it's a simple ass question.
hold on. So are you arguing that? So Bomb is saying that once the judge said it's illegal, that's when it became illegal. That's what she is saying.
No, and I'm saying that's asinine. I'm saying no, that
Okay,
doesn't make sense.
now substantiate that argument. So this way we have to understand.
Just because a judge puts an injunction based on a lower court opinion, if a court above it then says that opinion is flawed, that injunction is removed. It just because they put an injunction doesn't mean it's considered a constitutional flaw. This judge, one judge said it was not okay, and another one said it was, which is how it got to the Supreme Court anyway.
Right. But when the one who said it wasn't okay, up until the next judge overturned it, that meant it was not okay. Even for that short period of time, it was what? Illegal.
So, what about all the judges that agreed that it was legal beforehand?
What?
I'm speaking actual facts now. Before this case was even argued, it was assumed that it was already legal. So, but because he said it's a violation of his due process, specifically, that means that judge said, no, this did violate his due process, so we're going to put an injunction on it. That's what the injunction is.
No.
Okay, then what was the injunction? Since you know it, what was the injunction, Bomb?
What are you talking about? You asked me about the other judges before the judge?
No, I'm asking you about this judge right here. This judge made a ruling on something. The judge we're talking about now, with this dude who got the goddamn injunction.
Right, the one who overturned. You talking about the one who got it over? The judge who overturned it.
I'm done.
I think
you
what
talking about two judges.
All right. So I think what she's trying to say is that because the first judge said it was illegal, that prior to that ruling, he was just rubber stamping it was illegal, and it was already illegal. He just said, yeah, this is illegal. This is obviously illegal. Why are y'all doing this? That's all he was. That's I think what she's
That's
trying
all
to say.
I'm
But I
saying.
don't know because I'd left for a second by an accident.
Okay, AR. So here's where I'm contesting that.
Wait, no,
Because in order
I'll
for
give
it
you
to
an
even have been
example.
challenged.
I'll give you an
No,
example.
I
real quick.
understand. Okay, sorry, go.
If a cop just randomly went into your house and started snooping around, and then they arrested you for, I don't know, just something. Let's say they planted something in your house or something like that. And then you took it to court, and the court was like, no, that's illegal. They can't go into your house and X, Y, or Z or whatever. And then a court above them said, no, we're going to get rid of that injunction and let it continue. What she's saying is that it was illegal already before that first judge even mentioned anything about it. It was already illegal for them to do that thing. But that's what her position is, I think.
Okay, so we'll use that exact same scenario, okay, to explain exactly what I'm saying right now. So
I understand
in
what you're
that
saying.
case,
I'm just saying what I think she's saying.
So here's where my issue with what she's saying is, because she's saying it became illegal. Realistically speaking, something doesn't become illegal or officially unconstitutional until there's an actual ruling on a situation that then determines that this is unconstitutional. He didn't even make a ruling. He put a civil injunction on the situation, which allowed it. That didn't even challenge the legality of it. While I agree that it would have been illegal, but what I'm saying is it was not illegal because it was not against the actual laws or procedure at the time. That's the only thing I've been trying to argue with you so far.
Okay, wait. Because I thought we was talking about what his name said, Brownville. So, but you're saying, right? You're saying that when it went to a judge, he didn't do any judgment on it. He just put an injunction, and then
he made a civil injunction.
If
Yes, ma'am.
that's true, then nobody had anything to appeal. Woo, Lord.
No, they appealed. Wait, they appealed the civil injunction. You also have the ability to appeal. It's a C. So there's CR,
the injunction
CV.
stops the government from continuing to do whatever they're doing. So the government appealed and it said, no, you can't stop like remove the injunction. You can't stop us because X, Y, or Z. So you can still appeal an injunction just
No,
because
no,
it's
I'm
not
not.
an official ruling.
Right, but if remember, he's claiming that a judge didn't make a ruling, right? So why didn't the judge make a ruling?
Well, I
The
think an
judge,
injunction
that's
is
what
more
his job is, huh?
because a judge can't necessarily make a ruling immediately, so they might issue an injunction to allow more information to be heard, or stay the injunction to say no, even though this is because like
Right.
my girl's not here to explain it better, but like some of the reasons that they might give an injunction or stay an injunction or get rid of the injunction is because of remedies. So it's like, is this gonna be irreparable? Is it going to cause irreparable harm to a party? If it will, then stay the injunction, or whichever party is the one appealing that'll be hurt more. That's typically who the court is supposed to side with, because if it is true that they're right about this case and you continue to let this stuff go on, then it's going to cause irreparable harm, and
Right,
vice
right.
versa if it's opposite. And so an injunction isn't ruling on the facts of the case. It's just saying until we get more facts, until the ruling comes out on the facts of the case, we're going to do an injunction because of X, Y, and Z.
Exactly. So Brownsville said that it went to one court, and they I thought he said they did a ruling on it, and then it was appealed, and then another court then overturned it. That's what I thought I heard. But
I don't
maybe
even know if they're talking about the same cases.
He was just
to be
putting it
honest.
in simpler terms for Bob. That's all he was doing.
He
Brownsville
was doing
said
what?
the same thing. He just made it real simple.
Yes. And so if that's
But
true,
you took
then
it
that
out of
means
context.
if he said they made a ruling and then the government, which is Trump now, they didn't like the ruling and they appealed it, then that's what that means. That means a ruling was made. And then the injunction
Bomb,
was
a ruling,
understood.
right? A bomb, a ruling and a decision in a case are not the same thing. A case cannot, when a case is settled, the decision is made on it. You typically get case laws in those situations, like
Oh my
Rosales
God.
Morales. I'm telling you, I'm
I
telling
know
you what
what
I'm
you're
telling you what I
saying.
understand. Okay,
I know that to be true, but the thing is,
then a
I can
civil
make
injunction.
at the Supreme Court of a state, right? They can make a decision, and then it can go be appealed, right? So it could go to the higher courts. So, but that doesn't mean that the lower court ruling isn't valid.
But
So
that would
what
be
you're
that's what he's trying to
saying,
say. That he's saying that in your scenario, the state Supreme Court made a decision. They said this is illegal to happen. They didn't do an injunction. They didn't say, I don't know what other forms of ruling there might be, but it wasn't a decision. Like it wasn't a decision to say whether something's illegal, unconstitutional, whatever the case may be. And so that's
Maybe-
his point.
that's
Maybe
what Brownsville
it's not-
said, though. If
Maybe
we talk-
provide what injunction means, and it may be more clear for him.
yeah, maybe. Okay, tell me what that means.
Okay, so an
Somebody
injunction
read-
is
somebody just
essentially
read the
a civil. Okay, a civil restraining order is what an injunction is.
Right.
It's the ability to restrain or restrict specific actions based on a decision. So let's start
Based
there.
on a decision.
Based
Thank
on
you.
based on a
Lord have mercy. Listen.
Bob,
wow,
stop picking
man.
single words.
Oh,
Bob,
what
please
you
stop
mean?
picking
I'm
single
using the
words.
words you use.
No,
and
you
use-
picked a single word out of
Yes,
that
the
entire
word
sentence.
decision. And then you're saying that it was no decision, though.
Okay, so
Yeah, yes.
Bond, in a federal court case, every single document in a docket sheet can be appealed. Every
Yes,
single one.
I know that. That's not what we're arguing.
Guess what a civil injunction would be considered? A document that is a civil document that's being appealed.
What they got?
I'm trying to
listen,
explain.
I already
I'm
know.
explaining.
Look,
Where's KT
I-
at?
you
Man? He left
explaining
he
as if
left,
you
and his
because
speaker
you
went
think I
into,
don't know.
went into bound chair. He said, "I'm out, y'all," and then bound chair is like, I don't know what happened with that. That was crazy. He must have done some voodoo witchcraft.
You
shit.
heard it, right? Oh my God. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna push by. Okay.
What does this got to do with the profile? Because I'm still confused about why. I'm confused about why stop and frisk. People are saying that they recognize that stop and frisk has been determined to be constitutional, but somehow the ICE stuff is unconstitutional.
I thought stop and frisk was unconstitutional.
Not as far as I'm aware. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it is. It's
But as
unconstitutional.
as far as I'm aware, Terry stops, which are stop and frisk, are still legal.
Well, it
Yeah, I
depends
thought
on the
Terry
state.
stops are still legal. Like,
No, yeah, in
I-
certain states are stop frisk states, and some
Yeah,
are
but
not.
constitutionally on the national level, they are legal. I'm
Wait,
pretty sure the Supreme
No,
Court.
Terry
will,
stops.
federal
But Terry
laws go
stops
by
have
the
his.
Constitution, and so no. But
statewide.
In order for a Terry stop to be illegal, it has to go past a certain threshold. So does this Terry stop, one, when you got stopped, were you detained? Like there's specific steps for a Terry stop to be overridden. So I understand where you were coming from with that. Yes, certain aspects of the Terry stop are still legal. But once you get past a certain criteria, they are no longer legal. And then it's because you are then illegally detained. Or your constitutional right.
With no stop and frisk that are illegal, right? Where you don't even have to, you can't even ID me unless I volunteer, unless I'm driving a car where I legally got to be registered and stuff. What you are saying is only true in certain states, and then there's other states where that shit ain't flying.
But Bond, well, then educate me because I might be wrong on this scenario, and if I am, I'm okay with being taught differently. If in any state in America, if a cop sees something and it deems reasonable suspicion,
okay,
again, reasonable suspicion, do they have the ability to come in contact with you and request information?
Yes.
Okay.
But that's not a stop and frisk. Do you know what a stop and frisk is?
Yes, Terry stops are stop and frisk. That's what they are.
No, but I'm asking him, do he know what it is? Because he just gave a scenario.
I know what a Terry stop is.
You gave a scenario where he sees me do something, but stop and frisk mean just that. I can stop.
No,
you.
Hold on.
Don't see
then,
you
then
do
I misspoke.
nothing.
Hold up. Then I misspoke. I misspoke. Let me correct what I said. Because if I did say that, then I apologize. I spoke wrong.
Okay.
If a cop sees me and he believes I have committed a crime, does he have the ability to come ask me anything?
Yeah, he could come and ask you anything because but you don't have to answer. It depends on, like, you asking certain questions.
Okay.
Can a cop walk up and ask me anything? Yes. But do I have to answer?
If he has reasonable suspicion. Here's the thing. If a cop feels he has reasonable suspicion and he wants to approach me, do I have the right to deny him without consequence? That's what my question is.
It depends. But wait a minute. Are we talking about stop and frisk? Because that's not a stop and frisk. That's what I'm telling you. Stop and frisk.
Can we just get back to the question?
Wait a minute.
Was like there's basis.
Sharon said something a couple of like a week ago. He said in New York, right? They got to have ID. Remember you said that, Sharon? You said if they stop you out and about, even whether you're driving or not, you got to show ID, right? Because stop and frisk is legal there.
Stop and frisk is legal everywhere. It was a Supreme Court decision.
Here in Delaware, they cannot just stop you and just
as long as they have a reasonable, articulable suspicion, they can stop you.
Yes, but that's not stop and frisk.
That is stop and frisk. That is stop and frisk.
It's the same
oh
thing.
My God. Y'all need to listen. Y'all gotta go. If stop and frisk means they can just stop you and frisk you for no reason.
Ms. Bond, can I say this? Huh? I think we're saying the same thing, but if you're walking down the street and there was a crime committed in the area, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, and the cop tells you, come here, I want to see your ID, because he knows in his mind that he was called in that same area for a crime that was committed, and he wants to stop you and ask you for your ID. You're required to give him your ID because he can
not here in Delaware, not in a lot of states.
He can articulate there was you may be part of a crime or there was a crime committed that he thinks you're associated with. How can you deny that?
Yeah, you could deny that because you got the right to, because I'm not in a stop and
not if it's reasonable.
No, listen, he got to be able to articulate what is reasonable.
Yeah,
he can't just say
that there was a crime.
No, listen, he can't just say that a crime happened in this area. He got to have something else about me that says, okay, the person looked like you because they had on what you got on, or they look like you. But they can't
you don't think the cop is gonna say that, ma'am, if they want to stop you?
If they say it and then it's found to be false,
how can
then
you
there's
prove
a
it's not
lawsuit.
true?
I don't know why y'all think that.
So, Bomb, what Boogie Knight is saying is that, like, so the man see you walking down, the street, the cop, he says, I have a reasonable to suspect that you fit the description of a 5'5", thick in the thighs.
Yes, sir.
Again, he got it right because there's a thick description.
With light green eyes that did a crime and you stole somebody's heart, and so I'm pulling you over.
Right, he got a right to do that. But suppose he tell me that, right? Because I see y'all situation of y'all saying he could look at me and say, "Well, yeah, you fit the description."
Okay,
that's what.
But then, wait a minute, let me run it through. Let me
Why are we
run
waiting?
it
This has nothing to do with the question. This is irrelevant to the question I asked. I don't care for what.
We
It's
don't know what
irrelevant.
you asking. We talking.
I did ask earlier. I'm gonna ask it again because y'all talking about some bullshit. You on your KT time? I don't care about that.
What I'm
I don't
saying
care about that.
if I fit the description, and he said, "Yeah, you fit the description," he searched me, don't find nothing, and then later on we find out that the description didn't fit me at all. Then there's a lawsuit because that's a
Okay, all right. See, look, all right. So, no, not to move it on. No. All right. So getting back to what I said.
Okay,
I don't understand why are the people saying that the Kavanaugh stops are illegal or unconstitutional, but then stop and frisk is constitutional. If the Kavanaugh stops give 3 elements that have to be met, I don't remember what they are. It's like a specific accent, working in a specific type of place, or congregating around where illegal.
Oh, you said the Kavanaugh stop, right?
Yeah, and whatever. Those are like the 3 reasonable. Like those are the 3 things that need to be met for reasonable suspicion, which is in stop and frisk to be met. I'm confused about why it's unconstitutional for ICE to do that, but stop and frisk is constitutional. That's what I'm not understanding.
Because ICE don't deal with us, right? They don't deal with Americans.
What does it got to?
We have the Constitution. That's why.
You just said the Constitution protects everybody on U.S. soil. You just said that.
Yes,
earlier.
and then y'all just said that there's a Supreme Court law or something. Y'all don't want to mention that. I don't know much about that, so I'm not saying that. But I if y'all say it that happened, I believe y'all. Right.
All right. So I'm confused by the people that are saying it's unconstitutional for ICE to do their Kavanaugh stops. Why, Terry? Why would that be unconstitutional? Why do you expect the Supreme Court to say what ICE is doing unconstitutional, even though Terry stops were already legal? Like it's not that far. They're not that far apart. It's literally, to me, in my eyes, it seems to be the same thing. So based off of that logic, what ICE was doing prior to the Supreme Court rubber stamping it or waiving the injunction and Kavanaugh coming out and saying these are the reasons why X, Y, and Z, it still seems to have been constitutional based off of the ruling on the Terry stop.
AR. So the Kavanaugh,
I would say that it is, like I say, state by state. I don't know about the Kavanaugh.
Right.
How you spell it?
Well,
so
I want to talk to you, Bum. I'm going to talk to you
ahead.
about Delaware then, because I put them both in the back. Stop and frisk is not inherently illegal in Delaware, which is a Terry stop, but it is strictly relegated by constitutional standards, specifically requiring police to have reasonable suspicion that a person is or may be involved in criminal activity and or may be armed and or dangerous.
That's right. And that's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Before you answer, Bond, I just want to say this: that hey, listen, when I got deported up out of here, the only reason why I got deported is because when my baby picked up the phone, she said, "Hola, ¿cómo estás?" And they said, "Your ass ain't no goddamn citizen." They put my ass and they shit my ass off. So I just want to make sure y'all understand that. Yep, because my child didn't speak the language, I got a ticket. I was only there for a couple of hours, but they deported my ass. They gave me right back when they realized that I wasn't illegal.
Look, they don't realize that you definitely are illegal.
They're trying to stop you.
I know it. We're gonna start calling you Juan Valdez.
Bomb. Do you know there's a difference between just like a Terry stop and being detained? There's rules. So the stop and frisk rule would be they just can't go in your pockets, but you have to know your rights and not allow them to. But if you allow them to, they'll go in your pockets. So if they don't have reasonable articulable suspicion that you committed a crime and they detain you for something and ask you for an ID, that is illegal. They're not supposed to. But what I was trying to say earlier, and it's like you have this heart that's inside of you. What's to stop the cops from just giving you a reasonable, articulable reason for stopping you? It's easy for them to do. So I said it earlier. He could just say you fit this description, but you have to be smart enough to get out of that. And you're saying you can sue. You have to stop watching those videos on YouTube when people just mess with the police, because in the same token, they play games the same way, and we win stupid prizes. So
Wait a minute. Okay, so you were talking about some videos. I have no idea what you're talking about, but let's say I did look at the videos. Let's say I look at the videos to learn my rights, and you're saying it don't matter what my rights are. I just need to comply. Is that what you just said?
No, I didn't say that at all.
Oh, because I thought that's what I heard you say. You said what stops them. So why don't I just comply?
No, not to let them go in your pockets if you're not being detained for a reasonable suspicion of a crime. If they pull you out of your car just driving for being over the speed limit and you don't want to get out the car, then things happen. But the person that's in the passenger seat, if you know your rights, you really don't have to ID unless there's something in that car that they are going to investigate further. And it becomes a different issue. Then you have to give your ID up.
No, well, it depends on because if I'm in the
I guess you didn't listen.
Yeah, I did hear everything you said. But if I'm in the passenger seat in the car, passenger seat, see that? Yeah. I know a passenger seat belongs to the car. Okay. Right. And if the driver do have to identify. They got to prove that they have a right to be driving. Correct. I in the passenger seat don't have to prove nothing. And even if there's something in the vehicle, right? It ain't my vehicle. I'm in the passenger seat.
No, right? then you're going to be detained.
Yes, and I'm okay with being detained. Rights. I know you can be detained.
They have to investigate. So they have to.
Yes,
you're part
I
of an
know
investigation
that.
now. But now you're part of an investigation. So you have to give your ID up then. Now, if it's just a Terry stop, a regular traffic stop, you don't have to give your ID up. You have to know that right. You have to know when to apply that right. But if they find something illegal, you will have to give up your ID.
You're talking to me like you're teaching me something, but you're repeating what I said earlier.
You just said if they find something that you don't have to give your ID. So
no,
I'm saying you do.
No.
You may not go to jail because it's the other person's car, but you still will have to show your ID though.
Okay,
and if you don't, you can be arrested.
And that depends on which state.
That's not true. It's everywhere.
Okay. Certain states, if they detain you, you do have the ID. And then there's other states where when they detain you, you don't have to show ID. Different states do different things.
The Terry law is it's in every state.
Okay. It's something that you repeated what I said about articulable suspicion, right?
Yeah,
and all of those things. Then you mentioned the word detain, right? Instead of arrest and things like that. All of that
it's something different.
Yes, I agree. I said that earlier, even before you told it to me.
We were talking about stop and frisk, though. Stop and frisk is the same as Terry law. It's the same thing.
Okay. Well, some people, right, like in New York.
And some people are going to have to watch for tomorrow's show. We're gonna stop and I'm gonna get frisky. That's what I'm gonna do, god damn it. Hopefully y'all enjoyed the show today. Corey Holcomb is still out of pocket. We gotta hold our standard and codes to things. And we're gonna hold ICE accountable. We gotta hold them accountable across the board. God damn it. Salute to everybody. I appreciate y'all. We're about at the 6 hour mark. It's roughly around the time. Peace and love. Make sure y'all hit the comment section after the show is over. It really helps the channel out. And go check out the few videos and just leave a comment on the videos that I have been doing and hype up because they trying to hide it. So, do me a favor. I appreciate y'all. Until later. Not wrong with being. Let me